Chapter 1077. Of course I know that. Chang'e blinked and smiled. But, don't you still have the most powerful trump card? Xiaohua. The corners of Zhang Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. Although he's powerful and given enough time, he might be able to defeat Abbess Jing Yi, but he's still young. He's only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. If we only rely on him, I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohu, did you really not realize? Chang'e couldn't help asking. Realize? Zhang Xiaohu looked up at the sky outside the meeting hall and said in a low voice, I'm just guessing. I don't dare to associate Xiaohua with that immortal. Chen also said in a low voice, yes, senior sister. Although that immortal can fly and so can Zhang Xiaohua, but the two of them don't look like each other and there's a huge difference in their height. I've heard of the art of disguise in the martial arts world, but I've never heard of it being able to change a person's height. But he's an immortal after all. Does he have any supernatural powers that we don't know about? Chang'e asked tentatively. If Xiaohua has such supernatural powers, there's no reason why Nun Jingyi can't. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. I've never heard of Nun Jingyi being able to change her appearance. Senior brother, senior sister, don't make wild guesses. When you see Zhang Xiaohua, why don't you just ask her directly? Chen smiled. By the way, senior brother, I heard that your home is not far from Pingyang City? Is Zhang Xiaohua at home now? Let's go and see? With that, her face was slightly flushed. How could Zhang Xiaohu not know Chen's thoughts? He smiled bitterly. I haven't been back for many years. I really want to see my father and mother, but look at the Misty School now. There are so many things waiting to be done. As the leader, how can I leave? Moreover, Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Lu, Miss O, my master, and Uncle Shui are coming back. How can I leave? Speaking of this, he asked again, Chang'e, when will Master and the others arrive? Chang'e thought for a moment and said, soon, probably in 7 or 8 days. Chen, on the other hand, was dejected. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of noise outside. An extremely pleasant voice shouted, Faction Leader Zhang, you must seek justice for the disciples of my Mingcue clan. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and looked up. He saw Auntie Qin charging in angrily, followed by Du Feng and Ding Chao. Behind her were Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, whose expressions were strange. They exchanged glances as they walked in. Hall Master Qin, why are you so angry? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin sitting on the chair and asked curiously, Vice Gang Leader Ming and Vice Gang Leader Gao just went out. You can ask them. Hall Master Qin said bluntly. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the angry Aunt Qin and frowned slightly. He could only turn his head to look at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Deputy Sect Masters, why are you doing this? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and said in unison, since Hall Master Qin complained, it's better for her to say it. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohu's face was as cold as frost. He said in a low voice, could it be that no one has told me what happened? Aunt Qin was a little regretful. Zhang Xiaohu was a disciple of the Misty School after all. She had made things difficult for him by throwing a tantrum. However, at this point, she could only give Du Feng a look. Du Feng ignored her and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to faction leader Zhang, it's like this. Then, Du Feng recounted everything that had happened in detail. It turned out that after capturing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, some of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had sealed their acupoints one by one and escorted them to dungeons or rooms. Most of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had eaten their fill and rested. However, Misty Mountain Villa was the base of the Misty School. Although there were many disciples of the Fragrance Cult, they weren't familiar with Misty Mountain Villa. On the way to attack, they had only paid attention to their whereabouts and talked about the key points of the attack. As for where they could rest and where they couldn't, they didn't mention it clearly. After a life-and-death battle, the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had finally escaped and survived. Some of the disciples couldn't help but sigh. When they were eating and drinking, they drank a little too much. Wine is a matchmaker. Wine strengthens one's courage. These old sayings were true. When the disciples of the Fragrance Cult drank too much, it was inevitable that they would become restless. Therefore, these disciples couldn't help but be a little rude to the female disciples of the Misty School's Mingcue Hall. This was a small matter. When Aunt Qin heard the disciples' report, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. She only ordered her disciples to hide far away and rest early. However, when night fell, one of the fragrance cult disciples drank too much and couldn't find his way back. He wandered around and happened to meet a female disciple of the Mingcue Hall. The fragrance cult disciple had eaten a leopard's guts. In an instant, he had evil thoughts and reached out to seal the female disciple's acupoints. The female disciple was caught off guard. Secondly, her martial arts weren't good enough to begin with. She was restrained in an instant and didn't even have the chance to scream. Fortunately, when the female disciple was turned into a little white sheep and was about to be ravaged, she bumped into a Misty School disciple. That disciple immediately shouted and went forward to stop him. The fragrance cult disciple flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill the Misty School disciple. However, when he severely injured the Misty School disciple, the Misty School disciples who heard the cries from afar had already arrived. The fragrance cult disciple wanted to resist stubbornly, but there were too many of them and he was about to be captured. However, at this moment, not only did the Misty School disciples hear the cries, the fragrance cult disciples also arrived. When they saw the situation, they didn't say anything and first rescued the fragrance cult disciple and even injured a few of the Misty School disciples. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was naturally furious. She immediately went out to look for them. However, she couldn't find them. Coincidentally, she bumped into Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng and asked them for them. The two of them didn't know the reason, and when they asked someone else, they could only refuse. In a fit of anger, Aunt Qin dragged the two of them to the discussion hall. After hearing Du Feng's words, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were spitting fire. He thought about what Chen Jian had done to him in the past. Wasn't he also plotting against Chang'e? The female disciples of Mingcue Hall were his senior and junior sisters. They were no different from Chang'e and Qin Qin. What was the difference between them being humiliated by the disciples of the fragrant cult and him being humiliated? It was no wonder that Aunt Qin was angry. Even Chang'e and Qin Qin, who were next to him, looked angry. Deputy faction leader Ming, is what Du Feng said true? Zhang Xiaohu asked coldly. Ming Qin was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, faction leader Zhang, it is true." Then, where is that disciple? What's his name? Has he been captured? This? Reporting to faction leader Zhang, that disciple's name is Wang Dong. Because he is drunk, he has fallen asleep. They have already sent someone to watch over him. Bang. Zhang Xiaohu slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, "Wang Dong committed such a crime and can still sleep peacefully. How can this be? Deputy faction leader Ming, why aren't you arresting him?" Ming Qing frowned and said, "Faction leader Zhang, please calm down. Wang Dong did commit a crime, but he was drunk and did not commit any serious crimes. Moreover, Wang Dong is a meritorious person of the Misty School. He has just captured the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. If we punish him now, I'm afraid, won't it hurt the hearts of the disciples of the fragrant cult?" Zhang Xiaohu heard and said coldly, "Then what does deputy faction leader Ming mean?" Ming Qing thought for a moment and said, "I've only just heard the whole story. This is just my first thought. If there's anything wrong, please advise me, sect leader Zhang." "Tell me." Zhang Xiaohu was expressionless. Reporting to faction leader Zhang, "I think Wang Dong has committed a crime. Although he was drunk, considering that he is a meritorious person of the Misty School, can we atone for his crime? Can we first give him a few dozen strokes to offset his punishment?" Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not express his opinion. He continued to ask, "Anything else? Also, I think that although Wang Dong did not ruin the reputation of the female disciple, her reputation is still worrisome. In the future, the female disciple will not be able to meet anyone. Why don't we turn a bad thing into a good thing and persuade the female disciple to marry Wang Dong? What do you think, faction leader Zhang Xiaohu?" Ming Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhang Xiaohu. "That's a one-sided idea." Zhang Xiaohu was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to ask Deputy Faction Leader Ming what the first rule of the fragrant cult is. Those who betray their hearts will be killed. Ming Qing said without hesitation. However, this is not the fragrant cult. Moreover, Wang Dong did not betray the female disciple. Faction Leader Zhang, don't be mistaken. Hee, of course I'm not mistaken. However, the fourth rule of the Misty School also states that those who take liberties with female disciples will be killed. I wonder if Deputy Faction Leader Ming knows? Zhang Xiaohu said coldly. Ming Qing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I'm slow-witted. I just entered ethereal heights today. Is there such a rule? I really don't know. Then I'll tell you now. Do you know? Of course I know, Ming Qing said innocently. Ming Qing said innocently, but I only just found out. I reckon Wang Dong himself still doesn't know. Deputy Faction Leader Ming, do you mean that those who don't know can't be blamed? Zhang Xiaohu asked. That's not what I meant. Faction Leader Zhang, don't make wild guesses. I just think that although Wang Dong made a mistake, it didn't cause any consequences. Moreover, he really doesn't know this rule. Please think carefully. Don't disappoint our brothers and say that Faction Leader Zhang is using a chicken feather as a token of authority. You. Zhang Xiaohu was furious and stood up. Gao Kunheng saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, Faction Leader Zhang, please calm down. Please listen to my opinion. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath and nodded. Go ahead. I think that we focused on attacking ethereal heights today and ignored the announcement of the faction's rules. This caused some of the new Misty School disciples to be at a loss and think that there are no rules to restrict them. I reckon Wang Dong is like that. Therefore, we can't put all the blame on Wang Dong. As faction leaders, you, I and Deputy Faction Leader Ming also have some responsibility. Therefore, I think that from now on, we should restore the Misty School's Commandment Hall and explain the faction's rules and commandments to the Misty School disciples, especially the new ones. As for the previous ones, I'm a little inclined to Deputy Faction Leader Ming's opinion. We haven't restored the faction's rules yet. Of course, we can't use the current faction's rules to restrict and punish the Misty School disciples who made mistakes in the past. Don't you think so? Faction Leader Zhang? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1078. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and turned to Ding Chao. Ding Chao, you're an old member of Ethereal Sect. I'm sure you're familiar with Ethereal Sect's rules. Now that there are many things waiting to be done, it's time for you to contribute to our sect. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. You will be in charge of all law enforcement matters in the Misty School. Ding Chao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, I will do my best to revitalize the Misty School. When Zhang Xiaohu heard that, he waved his hand and said, You are still young and do not have the experience of being a Hall Master. Therefore, I will appoint you as the Vice Hall Master first. Pick out some of the outstanding martial arts from the Ethereal Sect disciples and those who are upright and upright. When the time is right, I will naturally appoint you as the Hall Master. Ding Chao thanked him and said, My virtue is shallow. I am grateful to be valued by Grand Faction Leader Zhang. How could I dare to ask for more? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and felt a little regretful. On the way to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohu had already vaguely mentioned to them that he wanted to establish the various halls of the Ethereal Sect. This was an important moment for the Ethereal Sect to rearrange. Of course, the two of them had some plans in their hearts. Therefore, they had been shirking their responsibilities and wanted to wait until they had taken down the Ethereal Mountain Villa before discussing it. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Now that Zhang Xiaohu had appointed Ding Chao as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was a matter of course. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at the two of them and turned to Du Feng and said, Junior Du, when we were at Shixin Peak, you always worked hard without complaint. You did your best to deal with the various halls of the Misty School and earned a lot of benefits for the Misty School. Now that the Misty School is being rebuilt, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is suitable for Junior Du. Would Junior Du be willing to share my burden? Without waiting for Du Feng to speak, Gao Kunheng hurriedly said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang, you can't. The corner of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes twitched. He smiled and said, Deputy Gang Leader Feng, why not? Gao Kunheng thought for a moment and glanced at Ming Qing. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader, the revival of our Misty School is all thanks to the disciples of Wuming Hall of Incense Cult. If Sect Leader Zhang only rewards the disciples of Misty School, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people. They will say that Sect Leader Zhang favors one over the other. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the development of Misty School in the future. Anything else? Zhang Xiaohu asked calmly. Gao Kunheng shook his head. Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming and Deputy Gang Leader Feng. Today's conflict between the disciples of the two sects shows that the sect's rules and communication are lacking. I appointed Ding Chao to establish new rules, and appointed Du Feng to establish effective communication between the disciples of the two sections. This will reduce friction and eliminate prejudice. Don't you think it's very appropriate? Without waiting for the two to speak, Zhang Xiaohu continued. Moreover, Du Feng and Ding Chao are the ethereal twins of Misty School. If I only appointed Ding Chao and not Du Feng, wouldn't the disciples of Misty School say that I'm unfair? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's noses were almost crooked from anger. Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly said that he was afraid that the disciples of Misty School would say that he was unfair, but Zhang Xiaohu did not mention a single word about the unfair that the two had just mentioned. Moreover, the Divine Mechanics Hall has the function of gathering information and transmitting information. If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will my Misty School establish contact with the other Misty School disciples? How will they return to Ethereal Mountain Villa? If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will I gather information about the alliance of righteous sects and guard against their invasion? But my Wuming Hall disciples also have outstanding people who can take up the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Mechanics Hall. Ming Qing could not help but argue. Yes, of course there are elites in Wuming Hall, but didn't Deputy Gang Leader Ming just say that? The disciples of Wuming Hall have just entered Misty School and are not familiar with the Misty School. If I rashly promote these disciples who are not familiar with the Misty School to the upper echelons of the Misty School, not only will it be irresponsible to my Misty School, but it will also be irresponsible to those elite disciples. Ming Qing was at a loss for words. Alright, this matter is settled. If Wuming Hall, Misty School's new disciples are extremely outstanding, you can recommend them at any time. Of course, I will make an exception for them. Thank you, Gang Leader Zhang. Du Feng was also happy. He bowed and said, I will definitely work hard for Misty School until my death. Misty School's twin beauties, each of you has your own achievements. This is all due to your own efforts. You don't have to thank me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's expressions were uncertain, but they endured it. After all, the two halls only had deputy hall masters. The hall masters had not been decided yet, so it was hard to say who would be in charge. Alright. Now that all the miscellaneous matters have been dealt with, let's talk about Wang Dong. Wang Dong! Ming Qing was stunned and almost blurted out. He thought that what Zhang Xiaohu said just now was to let Wang Dong go, but who knew? The matter was not over yet. What else do you have to say about Wang Dong? I will listen to gang leader's teachings. Ming Qing said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Ming said it well. If I punish Wang Dong, I will hurt the hearts of the Wuming Hall disciples. But have you thought about it? If I don't punish Wang Dong, how can I face the Misty School disciples? Won't I hurt the hearts of the Misty School disciples even more? Do you think I can still sit in the position of Misty Sect's sect master? Zhang Xiaohu's words were heavier and louder than the previous. By the time he was done, apart from Gao Kunheng and Ming Qing, all the other ethereal sect disciples were so excited that they almost clapped and cheered. Ming Qing glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Gao Kunheng. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Wang Dong was a Wuming Hall disciple previously. Our leader gave him to me. I don't dare to let others judge him. Ah, Zhang Xiaohu laughed. Is Wang Dong a Wuming Hall disciple or a Misty School disciple now? Of course he is a Misty School disciple. Ming Qing hesitated but still nodded. I am the Misty School's gang leader. Do I have the authority to punish Wang Dong, a Misty School disciple? Zhang Xiaohu asked immediately. Of course you can. Ming Qing wanted to continue but was interrupted by Zhang Xiaohu. There are no buts. Even if Wang Dong was wronged, I can still punish him. Ming Qing's eyes narrowed. He thought for a while and said coldly, of course gang leader Zhang can punish him, but if gang leader Zhang doesn't punish him properly, I have the authority to stop the law enforcement hall. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu frowned as well. After deciphering Ming Qing's meaning, he retorted, He, Vice Sect Master Ming, are you implying that if the disciples of the Hall of Justice execute my orders, you're going to bring out your status as Ethereal Sect's Vice Sect Master to stop them? I'm only saying, if the punishment is unfair. Ming Qing didn't back down. Deputy Gang Leader Ming is the Misty School's Deputy Gang Leader. Of course you can bully others and make the law enforcement hall not dare to do anything. But what if I do it myself? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed as well. He stared at Ming Qing. Ming Qing was secretly happy. He glanced at Gao Kunheng and said with a smile, since gang leader Zhang said that I'm bullying others by stopping the law enforcement hall won't dare to overstep their boundaries. If gang leader Zhang does it yourself, that's even more bullying. Of course, I won't dare to overstep my boundaries. But, does gang leader Zhang really want to do it himself? Gao Kunheng said worriedly, Wang Dong is a disciple of the Wuming Hall and his martial arts are very good. If gang leader Zhang brings people there, it's inevitable that the original Wuming Hall will have a common enemy. It's not good for the harmony between the two factions. But, if gang leader Zhang goes there alone, if Wang Dong is driven to desperation and hurts gang leader Zhang, we will be letting down Sir Leader Zhang's trust. Ha! Zhang Xiaohu looked up and laughed. A real man has things to do and things not to do. Since I'm the Misty School's deputy gang leader, there are some things that I have to do. If I can't even get revenge for the humiliation of Mingzue Hall's junior sister and have to give her away, I might as well die in front of the Misty School's disciples and give them a proper image. And isn't this what some people want? As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Chang'e and Qin Chen's faces were full of panic. But this was the meeting hall. There was no place for them to speak. They could only watch anxiously, their hearts aching silently. Aunt Qin, Du Feng and Ding Chao were all shocked. They immediately wanted to say, Deputy Gang Leader, please reconsider. But just as they reached their mouths, they swallowed their words. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's aura was at its peak. Their words would be a blow to the Misty School's aura. Good, Ming Qing was very agreeable when he heard this. Even Gao Kunheng, who was beside him, smiled. Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang to be such a hot-blooded man. I really admire you. If Deputy Gang Leader Zhang makes a move, I definitely won't dare to stop you. Moreover, I'll definitely restrain the disciples of Wuming Hall to protect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's dignity. It's just that Wang Dong is drunk. If we let Deputy Gang Leader Zhang go now, first, we won't be able to show Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's bravery. Second, we won't be able to give Wang Dong a fair chance. This is quite difficult. Even now, Gao Kunheng didn't forget to add insult to injury. No matter. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand. 7 days later, I'll personally punish Wang Dong. 7 days? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were stunned. Then they nodded. We'll follow Deputy Gang Leader's orders. I'm sure Wang Dong will have sobered up in 7 days. Ignoring their sarcasm, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, You can leave first. I still have things to discuss with the 2 newly appointed Deputy Hall Masters. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were very pleased with themselves. They bowed and were about to leave when Zhang Xiaohu said, Oh, also, I'll be in seclusion to cultivate in these 7 days. I'll need the 2 deputy gang leaders to take care of the matters in the gang. Don't let this hard-won victory go down the drain. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu meant, but they still nodded. Chapter 1079. After Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng had walked far away, the anxious Chang'e and Qin were at a loss for words. Their brows were furrowed and their eyes were filled with worry. Madame Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohu for a while and sighed. Master Zhang, actually, it doesn't have to be like this. Why do you have to sacrifice your life? Madame Qin's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohu was obvious. If it weren't for Chang'e, she wouldn't have cared about Zhang Xiaohu at all. As for Zhang Xiaohu becoming the master of Misty School, she felt even more uncomfortable. Madame Qin knew that she could at most be a deputy master of Misty School, but Li Jian and the others' martial arts had been destroyed. When Wenhai and the others' martial arts had also been destroyed. She was still the deputy master of Misty School. When Misty School was re-established, she was still the master of Mingsui Hall and didn't advance any further. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu was just a villager. He was only accepted as a disciple by Wenhai and became the chief disciple of Misty School by chance. Now he could become her master. She couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with such a change in status. Therefore, from Shixin Peak to Misty Heights, Madame Qin and Zhang Xiaohu spoke no more than 10 sentences. She also intended to tell Zhang Xiaohu about today's matter and see how Zhang Xiaohu would deal with it. Madame Qin expected that Zhang Xiaohu would either settle things peacefully and have a good discussion with Ming Qing so that Ming Qing would compromise, or he would use Nanjingyi to pressure Ming Qing with his status as the master of Misty School and force Ming Qing to compromise. But no matter what, even if the final outcome was not as severe as Gao Kunheng's, Wang Dong would definitely not be severely punished. The only one who was hurt was the female disciple from Mingsui Hall, as well as a few innocent Misty School disciples who were hurt. This was because in Aunt Qin's heart, the Misty School's disciples were the weaker party. While the Fragrance Cult's disciples were the strongest, Zhang Xiaohu had to rely on the Fragrance Cult's disciples to maintain his position as the leader of the Misty School and abandon the Misty School's disciples. Wasn't this Nanjingyi's wishful thinking? However, the current situation was definitely out of Aunt Qin's expectations. Even Du Feng and Ding Chao had a whole new level of respect for Zhang Xiaohu. The two of them knew that if they were the ones handling it, it would definitely not be like this. Therefore, Aunt Qin was completely convinced when she addressed him as Leader Zhang. She even changed the way she addressed him to you. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin, then at Du Feng and Ding Chao. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. I am indebted to my fellow junior brothers and martial uncles for thinking so highly of me and making me the chief disciple of the Misty School. How could I not work hard for the Misty School? Actually, in my heart, being the chief disciple of the Misty School is more important than being the leader of the Misty School that Nanjingyi of the Incense Cult gave me. There is a saying in my hometown, if an official doesn't make decisions for the people, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. It's perfectly said. If I can't be the chief disciple and make decisions for the Misty School's disciples, how could I still have the face to sit on the chair of the Misty School's gang leader? Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao's faces turned cold. They all stood up and bowed. Leader Zhang is righteous and righteous. We understand. In the future, we will follow Leader Zhang's lead and revitalize the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. He stood up and also saluted. Revitalizing the Misty School is not a matter of time. In the future, I will need everyone's cooperation. Only then will we be able to restore the glory of our Misty School as a great immortal sect. Then, he said, I will be leaving Misty Mountain Villa in a while. If anything happens in the sect, I will need the 3 of you to take care of it. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, of course, they will also take care of the sect's affairs. However, there are many things in our Misty School that we have to take care of ourselves. However, I estimate that after what happened just now, there won't be any changes in the next 7 days. As for the Alliance of Righteous Dao, they won't have much of a reaction in the short term either. Aunt Qin tried to probe. Nothing else. Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to say more. If they ask, just say that I went into seclusion. Aunt Qin said respectfully. Then Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao all turned around and left the meeting hall. After everyone left, Changgu said faintly, Xiaohu, even if we can't sit on the position of the Misty School's leader, we can just not sit on it. Why should we put our lives on the line? Although your martial arts improve by leaps and bounds, compared to the disciples of Wuming Hall, there is still a big gap. At this time next year I won't dissuade you, but now, why do you have to do this? Chen didn't speak, but her big eyes showed her mood. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu without blinking, with both longing and love. Sigh, Changgu, I know what you mean. However, do you think that if tonight's matter wasn't like this, what better way do I have? Suppress Ming Qing and capture Wang Dong? Or did he forcefully suppress Auntie Qin and make this matter disappear? Changgu shook her head slightly. Both were impossible. Maybe let Du Feng and Ding Chao do it for you? Chen bit her lips and said hesitantly, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Since things have come to this and I have made a decision, let's leave it to fate. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, Now, the two of you, are you willing to go back to the Guizhuang house with me? Although Zhang Xiaohu's voice was very light, in the ears of Changgu and Qin, it was like thunder in the clear sky. Changgu and Qin immediately blushed. Qin was even more surprised. She peeped at Changgu and murmured, It's right for senior brother to go back with senior sister Changgu. Why should I go? Changgu was first embarrassed, and then she realized. The red tide on her face disappeared and she even turned pale. She had always wanted to hear Zhang Xiaohu say this. Even when she asked Zhang Xiaohu tentatively just now, Zhang Xiaohu said that he was busy with the gang and it was inappropriate for him to go back now. But in a moment, Zhang Xiaohu changed his mind and said that he would take them back to the Guizhuang house. Well, it was them, not only her, but also Changgu. What did it mean? Changgu clenched her fists, bit her lips, and said with a sad smile, Of course, as long as Mr. Zhang wants, I will never refuse. Senior sister? Qin heard the farewell in Chang Ji's words and was stunned. She looked up and saw Chang Ji's sad eyes. Her heart tightened. Changgu glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Qin. She reached out and held Qin's little hand. She pursed her lips and said, Little Qin, now, you have grown up. I know your feelings for Xiaohu, but who is willing to share their lover with others? Although you grew up with me, but I also feel a little uncomfortable. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu has me in his heart and seems to have feelings for you. To be honest, he didn't want to agree so easily. It's just that, since my dear Zhang is willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the ethereal sect, how can I reject this little thought of his? Senior sister? Chen's face was hot, but she was stunned when she heard the last part. Let's go, Qin. It's the same as when Mr. Zhang and I went to the Guizhuang house. Maybe we won't have a good ending, but we can see Mr. Zhang's parents. Don't blame us for knowing Mr. Zhang. Qin finally understood. It turned out that this trip to the Guizhuang house was a farewell. Her heart ached and tears almost fell from her eyes. She murmured, There, no other way? No, Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile and said, In 7 days, Grandmaster Li and the others will be back. Master will also be there. How can there not be a good way? We're just going back to the Guizhuang house. I haven't been back for several years and I always see my mother in my dreams. I'm anxious to go back and see her. Changgu knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully, so she comforted Qin. If Mr. Zhang says it's okay, then it's okay. If little Qin doesn't want to go to the Guizhuang house, Mr. Zhang and I won't force you. Senior sister, Qin said strangely, When did I say that I won't go with senior brother? As she spoke, her face turned red again. At night, 3 black shadows used lightness skill to jump out of the Misty Mountain Villa. Because it was the first day of taking over the Misty Mountain Villa, the disciples of the Misty School did not set up a very strict defense, so no one knew. 2 days later, in the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua was playing with Zhang Byron at the entrance of the village. Beside them were Ji Xiaohua, Xiaohe and Xiaohuang. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of Lu Town. She smiled and said, "They came so fast. I thought it would take at least half a month." Then she said to Ji Xiaohua, "Apprentice, go with you? Forget it. Tell my mother to quickly prepare pancakes and shrimp rolls." Ji Xiaohua was stunned, but she did not dare to ask more. She just nodded and said, "Yes, master." Then she turned around and entered the village. Seeing Ji Xiaohua go back obediently, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Haha, it feels good to be a master." "Master, master, master," Zhang Byron next to her heard and also raised his head and shouted. "Yes, yes, yes," Zhang Xiaohua responded several times and said angrily, "You call me every day. How can I not answer? I am the first disciple of Beidou school." Xiaohua. Xiaohua. A series of voices came from the entrance of the village. "What's the matter, mother?" "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and answered with a smile. "Do you want to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls? Or?" Guo Fei said with uncertainty. "Mother, when did you know that I like to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "That is second brother's strong suit." "Your second brother is back?" Guo Fei confirmed her guess and said with surprise, "Where is he?" "Soon, he will probably be back around noon." "Ah? Noon?" Guo Fei looked at the sky and could not believe it. "Apprentice, quickly go to the river and catch some shrimp. When your martial uncle comes back, have a drink with him. Oh, right, catch 2 loaches too. Your martial uncle also brought 2 mistresses. Loaches are very good at nourishing yin and strengthening yang energy." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua answered honestly and walked towards the river at the entrance of the village in a serious manner. "What? There are 2 more girls?" Guo Fei could not hold back and did not care about what Zhang Xiaohua said. She muttered and quickly turned around. "Please vote, please vote." Chapter 1080. Seeing the outline of the Guizhuang house in the distance, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were a little hot. When he left the Guizhuang house several years ago, he was full of regret. He hated that he couldn't protect his younger brother and let his parents worry about him. At that time, he just wanted to get the news of his younger brother as soon as possible and didn't think too much. However, in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. There was news of his younger brother and he was probably at home now. As for himself, although he had a certain position, but this position was mostly a puppet. Moreover, he returned home at such a helpless time. "Mr. Zhang? Is that the Guizhuang house in front?" Since leaving the ethereal heights, Chang'e no longer called Zhang Xiaohu junior brother. She didn't even call him Xiaohu. She only called him Mr. Zhang. How could Zhang Xiaohu not know the determination behind Chang'e's name? He felt sweet and painful in his heart. "Well, yes, that's the Guizhuang house, the place where I was born and raised." Zhang Xiaohu murmured. "It looks very ordinary, senior brother." Chen was embarrassed to call him Mr. Zhang, so she had to call him senior brother. However, Chang'e also knew her thoughts. It was no different from Chang'e's own decision. The mountain is famous not because of its height but because of its immortal. The water is famous not because of its depth but because of its dragon. Chang'e said with a smile, "This Guizhuang house will be famous in the world in the future." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the 2 women with a smile and said, "If so, will also be regarded as immortals." Chang'e's face was a little pale, but she also smiled. Only Chen was puzzled. She looked up at the Guizhuang house in the distance. Zhang Xiaohu thought he would bring a surprise to his family in the Guizhuang house. However, before he went down the official road, he saw his father, mother, elder brother and sister-in-law, and his mysterious younger brother holding a child he had never seen before. They came out of the village entrance of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and looked back at Chang'e and Chen. They got off their horses and ran to the front of the crowd with their lightness skills. Looking at his mother who was dressed up and his father who was dressed in new clothes, Zhang Xiaohu blurted out, "Mother, which family are you going to have a wedding banquet?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed first. He stepped forward, hugged Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Ha, you are really back. Mother mentioned it just now, I thought it was a joke." Zhang Xiaohu also hugged his elder brother who was thinner and weaker than him. He was more surprised than the reunion. He asked curiously, "You are here to pick up us?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaolong let go of Zhang Xiaohu and pulled his new clothes. He said, "I heard that you brought 2 sisters-in-law back. Your sister-in-law insisted that I wear new clothes. She said it was the first time they came here." Ahem. Lu Qian next to him coughed twice. Zhang Xiaolong quickly stopped talking. "Mother, father, I'm back." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Guosufei and Zhang Kai and said. His eyes were hot and he quickly bowed to them to hide the tears in his eyes. "Son," Guosufei had already received the news that Zhang Xiaohu was coming back. She thought she was prepared and would not cry. However, when she saw her son who she had not seen for years and thought had died, she still could not control herself. She held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and burst into tears. Son's mother, Zhang Kai next to them carried Guosufei on his shoulder and pointed his chin at the 2 women behind Zhang Xiaohu who were blushing. Guosufei suddenly understood and quickly wiped the tears in her eyes and face with her sleeves. She put on a smile and said, "Xiaohu, these 2. Before Zhang Xiaohu introduced them, Chang'e came forward and bowed to them. She said, "Mother." Zhang Xiaohu stared in shock. He knew that Chang'e had already made up her mind, but he still felt a bit of a fluke in his heart. He wanted to use the next few days to console her, but now that she was calling her mother, how could Chang'e possibly have a way out? He was deeply moved. Hearing Chang'e call her mother, Chen Chen blushed and said in a voice as low as an ant's, "Mother." Guosufei was stunned at first, and then she was overjoyed. She looked at the 2 women's abdomens. "Mother?" Zhang Xiaohu was very perceptive. He called out, "You are." In fact, not only Guosufei, but also Lu Qian had the same idea. In the countryside, the most important thing was the etiquette. If there were no etiquette, how could she directly call her mother? Chang'e and Qinshan were people in Jianghu, so they probably did not know these things. Seeing Guosufei like this, they were quite panicked and afraid that they would forget some etiquette. They looked at their sweetheart and secretly asked for help. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? However, Zhang Xiaohua next to him snickered and said, "Mother, the disciples of the Misty School have been in ethereal heights since childhood and don't know the rules of our countryside. If you propose marriage, I'm afraid you have to ask Aunt Qin, the master of Mingzue Hall in ethereal heights." Then he said to the 2 women, "If you want to call her mother, I'm afraid you have to wait until we get married. Do you want to call her mother now? Isn't it too early?" Chang'e and Qinshan blushed even more. Chang'e looked at them and went forward to salute Zhang Kai, saying, "Father." Chen Chen's face was so red that it was about to drip water, but she still called him. Zhang Kai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his hands and said, "Get up, get up." Then he took something out of his sleeve. However, after a long time, he took nothing out. He didn't expect that the 2 daughters-in-law called him at the first meeting. How could they prepare a gift? Zhang Xiaohua was still the quick-witted one. She stretched out her hand and stuffed the copy of, like water, into her father's hands. She smiled and said, "Father, this is our Zhang family's betrothal gift. You can't be stingy." Zhang Kai took the secret manual that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and hesitated. He thought to himself, "I already told you not to be stingy. Why are you still giving me that lousy book? Don't you have a lot of gold, silver, and jewels? Can't you take out a box?" But his hand had already reached there, so he had to give it to them and said embarrassedly, "You too?" Well, at this moment, everyone realized that the 2 women hadn't introduced their names. Even Zhang Xiaohua only said that there were 2 female disciples and didn't mention their names. Zhang Xiaohua immediately said with a smile, "Father, the one in front of you is beautiful but virtuous. She looks serious. She is my eldest sister-in-law, Chang'e. The one behind her is very pretty and shy. She is my youngest sister-in-law, Qinshan." Hearing this, the 2 women were even more shy. "Well, Chang'e, Qinshan, it's your first time to visit our Zhang family. This is a small gift. Take it first." As he said, Zhang Kai put water like flowing water in front of Chang'e. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say that it was a betrothal gift, Chang'e was even more embarrassed to take it. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and nodded slightly. Chang'e reached out to take it, but she immediately handed it to Qin Qin. Qin Qin took it. Seeing the 3 words on the cover, she knew it was a secret book of martial arts. She casually turned to the first page and was about to put it away, but when she saw the last few words, she couldn't help exclaiming. Of course, it was impolite to open a gift from an elder in front of others. But after all, Qin Qin was inexperienced and others didn't care about it. But her exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Chang'e frowned slightly and was about to scold her when Qin Qin stepped forward and whispered something in her ear. Hearing this, Chang'e's face changed greatly. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua with gratitude in her eyes, and then bowed to Zhang Kai and said, "Father, such a gift is really too precious. Chang'e is really grateful." But after saying this, she seemed to think of something and her eyes became a little sad again. At this time, not only Guosufei felt a little strange, but also Lu Qian was puzzled. It seemed that they were going to say goodbye to each other. It had to be said that a woman's 6th sense was very sensitive. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was a cultivator of immortality, couldn't reach it. When Zhang Xiaohua was complacent, Zhang Kai waved his hand in astonishment and said, "No, Chang'e, it's too simple. It's too simple." Well, how could Zhang Kai know the meaning of, like water, for Chang'e and Qin Qin? Well, mother, father, hurry up and take the 2 sisters-in-law back to the house. Didn't you see that the villagers of Guozhuang House are coming out? Lu Qian said while thinking. Of course, the Zhang family came out in full force, which had already attracted the attention of others. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu come back in a neat suit with 2 valiant beauties, most of the people in Guozhuang House came out to watch the fun. Go back to the house, let's talk about it in the house. Although Guosufei said so, she didn't move. She was eager to stay at the entrance of the village for a while. In the past few years, she was frightened and the villagers often gossiped about her. Now her 2 sons came back, and her 2nd son brought 2 daughters-in-law. How could she not be proud? Of course, she wanted to make the villagers envy her. How could Zhang Kai not know Guosufei's mood? Since he married into the Guozhuang house, it seemed that this was the only time he was most proud. He raised his little tail for a long time before he smiled and said, "Mother, let's go. Let the 3 children pay their respects to their mother first. It's better to welcome them. From Pingyang City to here. It's tiring." Of course, looking at the tired faces of Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2, Guosufei immediately felt sorry for them. She took the 3 of them and walked into the Guozhuang house. Along the way, the Guozhuang house was lively. The people around all looked at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration, and the 2 young ladies greeted Zhang Xiaohu politely. Presumably, after today, more young men would come back to Lu Town or Pingyang City to make a fortune. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that the Zhang family's courtyard was completely different, his heart was filled with emotions. He had been busy outside, but he had never brought any benefits to the family. The changes in the family must be the work of his father, elder brother, or younger brother. However, when he thought about the future, Zhang Xiaohu felt sad again. Once he entered the courtyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohu smelled the familiar fragrance and couldn't help but feel hungry. He forced a smile and said, "Mother, I haven't eaten your pancakes and river prawns for a long time. Why did you suddenly make this today? Elder brother and Xiaohua don't seem to eat much." Your younger brother said that you were coming back today, so I hurriedly made this. Luckily, I didn't delay things. Quickly wash your hands and go to the back to make a grave for your grandmother. You can eat it when you come back." Xiaohua? He's so capable? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the back and was still chatting with the villagers. Zhang Xiaohua sensed something and looked up at Zhang Xiaohu. She blinked at him and gave him 2 thumbs up, facing each other, as if she was kowtowing. "I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohu almost fell down. Chapter 1081. Guosufei and Zhang Kai took Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qianxia to the back of the house to pay their respects to their grandmother. Lu Qian took Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua to prepare food. Zhang Xiaohua didn't help. She held Zhang Byron in her arms and taught them how to walk. In the past few days, the two little things had gradually understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. They stayed on the ground or on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. They only flew in the air when there was no one around. Everything was ready. Guosufei and Lu Qian had been busy the entire morning, so they only needed to place the items on the table. Now that they had some free time, Lu Qian pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered to him about her discovery. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle drum and only said that she didn't believe it. Moreover, he also mentioned Zhang Xiaohu's current position as the sect master of the Misty Sect. He was one of the few people in Jianghu. Although he was only a puppet, he still had the sect master of the incense cult behind him. What kind of trouble could make Chang'e act like that? Lu Qian believed in her own judgment and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaohu himself." Obviously, Chang'e called his mother and father unexpectedly. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe it. "Sai, why don't you ask mother if she feels the same way as me? If she does, you have to ask her again. You and Little Tiger are the only ones in our family who roam the pugilistic world. We can't help you." "Well, I know, sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. While they were talking, Zhang Xiaohu returned with Guosufei and others. Mr. Lu also rushed over. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qianxia also came forward to greet him. "Xiaohua, come out quickly and go to the mountain to get some spring water." Lu Qian shouted outside. "Yes," Xiaohua answered and was about to go out. "Xiaohua? Didn't he call you?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. Hey. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She called out, "Disciple, come over and greet your three martial uncles." It was not until now that Zhang Xiaohua figured out that the term master's wife was not suitable for Chang'e and Qianxia. It was really a mistake to address them as master's wife at the entrance of the village. "Disciple." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so complacent, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qianxia were very surprised. They were even more surprised than when they heard Lu Qian ask Xiaohua to go out instead of Zhang Xiaohua. "Greetings, martial uncles." Xiaohua Ji bowed politely. "Oh, I remember." Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, "You are Ji Xiaohua. Xiaohua told me before." "Martial uncle has a good memory. My name is Xiaohua Ji, and I am now master's disciple." Xiaohua Ji nodded. "Well, there's no need for a greeting gift. Xiaohua, our Beidou school doesn't lack these things. Go get the water." Zhang Xiaohua boldly instructed Ji Xiaohua. Compared to Zhang Xiaohu, the leader of the Misty School, instructing the Misty School's disciples, it looked more proper. After Ji Xiaohua left, Qianxia said anxiously, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're really going to establish a faction?" He, I haven't established a faction yet. I just accepted a disciple." Zhang Xiaohua Ji said proudly. "What's so great about having a disciple?" Qianxia pouted and looked at Zhang Xiaohu Ji. "Senior has thousands of disciples." He, second sister-in-law, I have to correct you. First, I have a direct disciple. Does second brother have one? Second, I don't just have one disciple, I have two. Qianxia was embarrassed by Zhang Xiaohua Ji calling her second sister-in-law, but she was still curious. Besides Ji Xiaohua, who else is there? Also, Zhang Xiaohua Ji raised Zhang Byron and said, "This is the first disciple of our Beidou school." Byron? Chang'e and Qianxia already knew Byron's name, and they couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Zhang Xiaohua Ji was joking. Zhang Xiaohua Ji knew that they didn't believe it, so she raised Zhang Byron and said, "Byron, you see, you're too new and don't believe it." Zhang Byron immediately raised his hands and said, Master, which made everyone laugh. During the meal, Chang'e and Qianxia showed the pride of children in Jianghu. They frequently raised their glasses to Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu, which was completely different from Lu Qian's quiet behavior. However, the two people's toasts showed the good manners of the Misty School. They were generous and courteous, which not only made Zhang Kai and Guosufei feel gratified, but also made Mr. Lu look at them in a new light. Although Zhang Xiaohuji was a good drinker, he didn't eat with his family for many years, so he was a little worried. Unexpectedly, he was a little drunk. When he spoke, it seemed that he was going to tell his family about the things after his death, which made Zhang Xiaohuaji frown. Zhang Xiaohuaji had to call her mother out and asked her in a low voice. Sure enough, Guosufei had the same feeling as Lu Qian. No matter how generous the children in Jianghu were, they couldn't call their parents casually without a baby or betrothal gift. Well, Zhang Xiaohuaji nodded secretly and comforted her mother. When they returned to the table, the cups and plates were in a mess. After Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and Ji Xiaohuaji cleaned up the central room and made the yunwu tea, the room became quiet. Zhang Xiaohu and the other two first praised the fragrance of the tea. After a few mouthfuls of the tea, the ethereal qi of heaven and earth washed the meridians of the three people. The drunkenness was gone, and Zhang Xiaohuji's eyes showed emptiness. Thinking of his gaffe just now, he was quite regretful, so he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Chang'e and Qinchin also did the same. Seeing that their sweetheart didn't speak, they also lowered their heads and drank the tea, becoming silent gourds. Zhang Xiaohuaji glanced at Zhang Xiaolong, who coughed and said, "Xiaohu, you came back just in time. A few days ago, Xiaohua came back and told us something. She wants to ask your opinion." "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohuji raised his head and asked. "It's like this. Our Zhang family can't live in the Guizhuang house anymore. I heard from Xiaohua that your Misty School has a Huanxi villa, which is very good. My parents also agree. We are just waiting for you to come back." You see, Zhang Xiaohuji was stunned and panicked. He hurriedly said, "Why? Isn't it good to live in the Guizhuang house? Why do you suddenly want to move to the Huanxi villa?" "It's like this." Zhang Xiaolongji told him about the bandits in Shizue Mountain, and then said with lingering fear, "If Xiaohua hadn't come back that day, our family would have been burned to ashes. Even if you become a gang leader, you can't see us." Zhang Xiaohuji and others were shocked and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohuaji. "Well, elder brother is right. If I didn't come back, I'm afraid you can't see your family now." Zhang Xiaohuaji nodded and said, "Moreover, you are now the big gang leader of the Misty School. Your details will definitely be found out by the Righteous Alliance and other sections. Although the Jianghu morals don't allow them to do anything to your family, they can't rule out some sneaky actions. Therefore, I think it's no longer appropriate for my parents to live in the Guizhuang house. It's better to move to the Huanxi villa. We'll talk about this later. Since you're back now, I think it's better to solve it as soon as possible in case something happens." But Zhang Xiaohuji was very embarrassed and said, "Now there are many disciples of the aroma cult in the ethereal heights, and they don't listen to my orders. The Huanxi villa is the property of Miss O. I'm afraid I can't make the decision." Zhang Xiaohuaji frowned and said, "Second brother, do you mean you don't want us to go to Pingyang City? We can go to Pingyang City, but we don't have to go to the Huanxi villa." Zhang Xiaohuji said with a little guilty conscience. "Second brother, are you hiding something from us?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. "It's nothing." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head in denial. Seeing her lover embarrassed, Chang'e changed the topic and asked, "By the way, those bandits in Shizue Mountain were killed by Xiaohua, right? What about Shizue Mountain? Why don't we send a team of disciples to wipe out all the bandits in Shizue Mountain when we get back?" "Hee, I don't need it. All the bandits in West Chui Mountain were killed by Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaolong laughed. "All?" Qinchin covered her mouth. "Yes, those bandits of West Jade Mountain are subordinates of the Azure Flame Order, and the Azure Flame Order is a secret organization of the Righteous Dao Alliance." Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She told him everything that happened afterward and said, "So, I killed Ban Fugue and the 4 consecrators that day." "Ah?" The 3 of them were even more surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. That immortal was really you?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "Do you think that someone would help for no reason?" But Chen Chen still didn't believe it and said, that immortal's face is much more handsome than yours, and he is also much shorter. Although he was in the air, but he could be seen clearly. Haha, disciple, I'll let you see how powerful your master is. Zhang Xiaohua's words were directed at Ji Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua stood up from his chair and formed a hand seal. In just a moment, a handsome pan and appeared in front of everyone. This. Not only was Ji Xiaohua dumbfounded, but everyone in the central room was stunned. Only Zhang Byron still called, Master, Master. Immediately, Chang'e and Qin Shen's faces lit up with joy. Yes, almost ecstasy. They both stepped forward and said, Xiaohua, can you become your second brother? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Why become my second brother? Could it be that you want to hold 2 weddings at the same time? But Chang'e spat. Even if your second brother and I agree, can Ye Qianyu and Meng agree? Second brother, Zhang Xiaohua shouted and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She said, how can we talk about it now? Ye Qianyu? Meng? Who is it? Guosufei was stunned and quickly looked at Zhang Kai with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and reached out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohu. Then, the two of them quickly changed positions. Immediately, 2 Zhang Xiaohu who looked exactly the same appeared in front of everyone. Ah? Everyone was shocked again. They were even more shocked than when they saw Pan and just now. Which one of us is Zhang Xiaohu? One of the Zhang Xiaohu asked. Ha, Chang'e laughed. Do you still need to ask? It's definitely not you. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1082. Don't we look the same? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. No, it's exactly the same. Lu Qian smiled and said, but the clothes on Xiaohu must have been made by Sister Chang'e herself. How could she not recognize it? Zhang Xiaohua patted her head. Yes, she had changed her appearance, but her clothes hadn't. No matter how she disguised herself, she was still Zhang Xiaohua. After changing back to her original appearance, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Yes, my 2 sisters-in-law, you should be careful. When I find suitable clothes, you won't be able to tell me apart. Hee, Xiaohua, although you have changed your appearance, your senior brother is still your senior brother. You don't have the tacit understanding between close people. How can you fool us? Qin Shen blurted out. Yes, close people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. This made both Chang'e and Qin Shen blush. But if it's someone else, they won't be able to tell. Mr. Lu next to them was stunned. He stroked his beard and said, if Xiaohua and Xiaohu's clothes weren't different, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize them. That's good. Qin Shen smiled and clapped her hands. Seeing that they didn't understand, Qin Shen told them what had happened in the Misty School. Finally, she said, senior brother probably has a plan in his heart, so he came back to see his parents, and Sister Chang'e and I. In the end, she stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohu and said in a low voice, although I didn't ask for your opinion, if I can't avenge senior brother, I will also go with senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua was moved and nodded. She said, second sister-in-law, you also have the same idea? At this point, Chang'e didn't hide it anymore and said with a smile, we'll support you on the road to the netherworld. You won't be lonely. Zhang Xiaohu had already understood what they meant, but he still felt a little jealous and said, I'm really incompetent. I've made you worry. Zhang Xiaolong clapped. Good. People often say, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster comes, they fly separately. But Xiaohu and his 2 younger siblings are different. Although they are not husband and wife, they are more like husband and wife. Such love is stronger than gold. It is really admirable. The words, not husband and wife, but better than husband and wife, suddenly made the atmosphere in the central room more ambiguous. Lu Qian glared at him, looked at Chang'e and Qin Shen, who were a little embarrassed, and said, now, with our all-powerful brother, everything can be solved. It seems that Xiaohua's martial arts are very high. Let him turn into a little tiger like just now and slap that damn dog until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Won't that be enough? Chang'e and Qinshin also smiled sweetly and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Then, thank you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said with a smile, "We're all family." Second sister-in-law, why are you being so polite? Swish, Chang'e and Qinshin's faces became hot again. Xiaohua, I want to do it myself. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to do it. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated and said, "As the gang leader of the Misty School, I can't rely on you to solve everything." Zhang Xiaohua stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said word by word, "Second brother, remember, if you can solve it, I'll definitely let you solve it. If you can't solve it, I'll help you solve it. You only need to be the gang leader of the Misty School, do what you like, and carry forward the legacy of Master O." Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat unreasonable words made Zhang Xiaohu a little embarrassed, but Mr. Lu clapped his hands and said, "Xiaohua's words are quite reasonable. Xiaohu, haven't you heard? A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, and a man who is too rigid is easy to break. If you always want to do things beyond your ability, I'm afraid it won't be good. That's right, Xiaohua isn't an outsider. It's better for him to help you than for Nanjingyi to use you," Chang'e said on the side. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. "I just want to solve the problem with my own strength. I didn't say that I wouldn't let Xiaohua help, right? Look at you. Why are you all speaking for Xiaohua? Is it because he's the founder of Beidou School? Go." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Let's not talk about it first. Second brother, when do you plan to go back? Tomorrow or 2 days later? The appointment with Ming Qing is 7 days." Zhang Xiaohu's matter was settled, and there was no more sorrow in his tone. "That bastard Ming Qing, when I broke into Lingxiang Peak, he used some kind of trap to deceive me. Gao Kunhang also set his sights on the position of the gang leader of the Misty School. Big brother, you don't have to worry about them. I'll find a way to solve them for you. Don't take too many risks." Zhang Xiaohu said hurriedly, "Nanjingyi of Chuanxiang cult is not to be trifled with. It won't be too late to turn against her when my Misty School has a foundation. Hee, according to what you said, Grandmaster Li and the others will be back soon. Ethereal Heights is so small and can't be compared to Shixin Peak. I'm afraid that our little secret won't last long. It's better to think of a way early." "Is there a foolproof plan?" Zhang Xiaohu was at his wit's end. Don't worry, I have a good plan." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. "However, I have a gift for second brother," Zhang Xiaohua said to Chang'e and Qinshin, "You two sisters-in-law, rest in big brother's yard today. Let me borrow second brother for tonight." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Xiaohu thought of the way his mother looked at Chang'e's abdomen and felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiaohua from talking nonsense. At this time, it was just afternoon, far from night, but Chang'e and Qinshin had rushed over overnight and were already tired. In addition, a big weight on their hearts had been lifted, so they could not help but yawn. Seeing this, Lu Qian winked at Guosufei and led the two of them back to the small courtyard. Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu were still chatting in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Xiaohu to the small house and then said to Zhang Xiaolong, who followed them, "I have something to do with second brother and can't be disturbed. Big brother, stay outside this house and guard with Ji Xiaohua. Don't let anyone in." Zhang Xiaolong was stunned, then nodded and stood outside the house with Ji Xiaohua. In the small house, Zhang Xiaohua said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Second brother, how is your practice of ethereal divine skill and plain mental cultivation method?" "It's very good. Didn't I tell you before?" Zhang Xiaohu faintly sensed Zhang Xiaohua's intention and said excitedly, "Xiaohua, do you want to, yes, I wanted to give you the pills when we were at the incense religion, but I was afraid that Abbess Jingyi would find out and harm you. Now that you're in charge of a place and have become the leader of the Misty School, your martial arts, you must be good, otherwise, no one will listen to you." Zhang Xiaohu nodded with deep feelings. "Sit cross-legged, like before." Zhang Xiaohua had given Zhang Xiaohu the meridian soothing pill before, so she was familiar with the process. But Zhang Xiaohu sat cross-legged in accordance with her words, his palms facing the sky, and began to operate the ethereal divine skill. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was ready, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the jade bottle containing the qi-generating pills. Just as she was about to pour the qi-generating pills out, she changed her mind and put the bottle away. She took out a meridian soothing pill and said with a smile, "Second brother hasn't taken a meridian soothing pill yet, right?" "Meridian soothing pill? No, didn't you say that taking it again would have no effect?" Zhang Xiaohu honestly replied. In any case, there's no harm. You guys try taking another one." As she spoke, she put a meridian soothing pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhang Xiaohu felt the meridian soothing pill melt in his mouth, transforming into pure internal energy that entered his meridians. He immediately held his breath and concentrated his mind, operating the ethereal divine skill. He refined the internal energy thread by thread, and it slowly flowed into the yin and yang qi in his lower dantian. After 36 circulations were completed, not even 10% of the meridian soothing pill's medicinal power had been refined. Following that, the Suhuan mental cultivation method naturally operated. While continuing to refine the remaining medicinal power, his meridians also produced internal energy at the same time. When the Suhuan mental cultivation method finished 36 circulations, the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill still hadn't been completely refined. Some of it gradually settled down along with his meridians, but there were still many that slowly wanted to dissipate. "Second brother, pay attention. I'll help you." When Zhang Xiaohu heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, he secretly knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of Zhen Qi into his meridians. In his meridians, Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy was like a runaway wild horse, quickly running along his meridians, over and over again, one circulatory cycle after another. Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little green. If he hadn't experienced it before, wouldn't he have jumped up already? He didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know how many circulations the ethereal divine skill and Suhuan mental cultivation method alternated. Most of the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill had been refined, turning into pure internal energy that was injected into the black and white qi. Only a small part of it became a thin layer that surrounded the qi. "Second brother, try it. How is your skill?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Okay." Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony. He urged the black and white qi to circulate his internal energy. After a little testing, his eyebrows raised in joy. "Not bad, it seems to be 4 times stronger than before my dantian was broken. Moreover, the circulation of my internal energy is very smooth. It's not as obscure as before, and there's no feeling of powerlessness." "Breaking and then building, it's true." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Congratulations, second brother. After a great disaster, there's good fortune after good fortune. Presumably, with this kind of cultivation, if you just cultivate, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more years?" "AI, that's right." Zhang Xiaohu sighed. "Also, second brother is now cultivating hard and soft cultivation methods, so the effect is doubled. Now, there's still a small part of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, but you can get better results than before. If the medicinal power of this meridian soothing pill is refined by you, won't your skill be equivalent to 2 meridian soothing pills? You'll have about 20 years of skill." "That much?" Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. "Who knows, second brother, I'm just guessing." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and took out a jade bottle from her chest. "However, what I know is that just now was only a small plate of pickled vegetables. This is the pancake-rolled river prawns." "What is this?" Zhang Xiaohu was already used to seeing strange things and said very normally, "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. If you like this work, you can come to Chidian. Come to vote recommendation or monthly." Chapter 1083. This is called the qi-generating pill. I heard from Elder Zhang of Rejuvenation Valley that taking this pill can increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. 30 years. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. This meridian nourishing pill of yours can increase one's cultivation by several years. It's already extremely frightening. This qi-generating pill can actually increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Isn't this a joke? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, I also heard rumors. I don't really know, so I can't answer you. Is this a joke or not? However, I obtained this pill from a secret place. It should be extremely precious. I'm 80% sure that this pill is indeed like what Elder Zhang said. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, Then, are you going to take it or not? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, There's no danger to my life. What matter isn't dangerous. It's just a matter of how dangerous it is. The greater the risk, the more abundant the harvest. And okay. Zhang Xiaohu immediately clenched his teeth and said, I'll listen to you. Soon after, he said with a bit of a guilty conscience, I think you won't let Chang'e and Qin down. Pei, Zhang Xiaohua spat and said, I don't have any junior sisters. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately, she said with a smile, Don't worry. Father and mother have just met 2 sisters-in-law. How could I let them down? But Zhang Xiaohu looked at the already dark sky outside and nodded. After Zhang Xiaohu sat down like before, Zhang Xiaohua took out the qi-generating pill. This was a scarlet, thumb-sized pill. It had one thing in common with the pills refined by Zhang Xiaohua, and that was that it didn't have any special medicinal fragrance. Looking at the appearance of the pill, Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head inwardly. That pill should be real. Furthermore, the refining method was much better than hers. When the qi-generating pill entered his mouth, it also transformed into a delicate fragrance that flowed into his abdomen. In a split second, a medicinal strength that was several times stronger than the meridian's nourishing pill rushed into his meridians. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohu to urge, and she immediately mobilized the Su Huan mantra's internal force from Zhang Xiaohu's black and white qi mass. She used the Su Huan mantra to help Zhang Xiaohu temper the medicinal strength that rushed into his meridians. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was extremely abundant, and the refined internal force was also boundless. Zhang Xiaohua urged the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art to circulate for an unknown number of cycles. Even Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were somewhat torn. She hadn't even refined 30% of the pill. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion rushed into her mind. Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart and anxiously said, Second brother, I want to sleep. You sit there and don't move. Just like before, alternate the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art. Before her voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes. In the sky, starlight suddenly appeared, wrapping Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu brothers together. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words before she went to sleep, Zhang Xiaohu practically wanted to jump up. Making others, like this, and actually tilting her head to sleep, truly irresponsible. However, at this moment, the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was gradually being refined. Wave after wave of impact impacted Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. How could Zhang Xiaohu still be concerned about fixing Zhang Xiaohua? Fortunately, he already had this kind of experience before. Zhang Xiaohu immediately calmed his heart and discarded all distracting thoughts. He concentrated on operating the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art, wholeheartedly refining the medicinal efficacy in his meridians. And when he really began to refine the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill, he knew that it was not easy. It was far from being as easy as watching Zhang Xiaohua use her qi to refine. As a result, Zhang Xiaohu was like a person carrying 1,000 jin of burden on his shoulders, walking on a steep cliff. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his body to be smashed to pieces. Zhang Xiaohu also did not have the time to be grateful to his own blood-related younger brother. He only wholeheartedly walked every step of the way. Zhang Xiaohu could also be considered as a genius figure. His kind of single-minded mentality was exactly what he needed at this time. Although the medicinal efficacy was unceasingly impacting his meridians like a tide, he did not pay attention to it in the slightest. Bit by bit, he pushed his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy, transforming it into his own pure internal energy. Although the efficiency of this kind of painstaking effort was very low, the effect was very good. It was much more suitable than Zhang Xiaohua's rapid refining. Of course, this also had a drawback. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was wreaking havoc in his meridians and was simply uncontrollable. Although Zhang Xiaohu's meridians had previously been solidified by starlight and were much tougher and wider than ordinary people, they still could not withstand the impact of such a huge amount of medicinal efficacy. In just a moment, his meridians were torn apart. A severe pain was transmitted to Zhang Xiaohu's mind. Zhang Xiaohu was only slightly distracted when he felt that there were signs of qi deviation. Thus, he steeled his heart and ignored it, only concentrating on refining his internal energy. And at this moment, a cool flow suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. Like a sweet rain, the torn meridians were quickly repaired. Zhang Xiaohu did not know that this was the starlight that had been drawn in when Zhang Xiaohua was unconscious. But since he no longer had any worries, how could he still care about investigating the source of the cool flow? He immediately urged his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Thus, for the entire night, Zhang Xiaohu alternated between the primal expanse heart technique and the ethereal divine art, passing by little, and the medicinal efficacy that he had painstakingly refined was also converted into pure internal energy that was stored in the black and white qi mass. The night in the Guozhuang house was unusually quiet. In the darkness, there were always a few oil lamps that were still lit. Perhaps they were coaxing their children, or preparing for tomorrow's work, or perhaps they were stimulated by Zhang Xiaohu's return and were preparing to stay up all night to plan for their future. Just when everything was asleep and the sky and earth were dark, far to the west of Lu Town, the Yao Mountain that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before suddenly emitted a gorgeous brilliance in the sky under the dark clouds. The brilliance was multicolored and scattered in all directions in the air. It did not have a fixed shape and looked extremely beautiful. The originally blurry silhouette of the Yao Mountain appeared majestic under the multicolored brilliance. And at the side of a mountain spring some distance away from the Yao Mountain, in an area that looked like a forest, a person walked out very abruptly, attracted by the abnormality of the Yao Mountain. Then, the person turned around and disappeared into the forest as if he had just appeared. Then, more than 10 people walked out of the area, looking at the brilliance in the distance with surprise on their faces. After a long while, when the brilliance gradually faded, one of them turned around and ordered, "You, quickly go and prepare. When the sun rises, we will set off straight to between the clouds and the water and report the abnormality of the Yao Mountain to Bai Zhangmen. If this old man is not surprised, this should be the Immortal's mansion that Bai Zhangmen is looking for." "Yes, I understand. I will go and prepare now. And release the few carrier pigeons that we brought. This is unusual and seems to be far from Bai Zhangmen's expectations. With such a huge commotion, I am afraid that the whole Jianghu will know about it. Although we between the clouds and the water have the advantage and set up an ambush in advance, but if we get it in advance, I am afraid it will be difficult." After a while, the brilliance disappeared and the whole world fell into darkness again. The dozen people between the clouds and the water also retreated and soon disappeared. Perhaps the villagers of the Guozhuang house and the people of Shulu town did not know about the brilliance of the Yao Mountain, but how could the people of the Jianghu not know? At the same time that the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water discovered the abnormality, Pingyang City, Yu City, and other places that were slightly closer to Yao Mountain could also vaguely see the abnormality. Although they could not pinpoint the exact location, they all urgently reported the situation to the sect leaders of the various sects. In the Guozhuang house, which was very close to the Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was still in deep sleep. She only woke up when the sky was bright. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohu sitting peacefully beside her, looking calm and composed, she finally relaxed and channeled her essential qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were twice as wide as yesterday, she could not help but be stunned. Then she used her essential qi to mobilize the inner energy in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and was about to help him refine the medicinal power when she heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "Xiaohua, you don't have to help me refine it." gather the remaining medicinal power in my dantian and let me slowly refine it myself in the future. But Zhang Xiaohua was troubled. You have only refined less than a minute of the medicinal power last night. As for the remaining medicinal power, how long do you want to refine it? If I help you, it will probably be done in the time it takes to have a meal. Hee, although it will be faster if you help me, you are the one who refined it after all. Compared to me refining it myself, there is still a big difference in terms of usage. You can't help me forever, right? As for the remaining, it is better for me to refine it myself. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment and nodded. What second brother said is extremely reasonable. Then I won't help you refine it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua gathered all of the medicinal power of the qi-generating pill in Zhang Xiaohu's body around the black and white qi ball, mixing it with the previous medicinal power of the meridian-nourishing pill. Only then did she draw out the essential qi. Second brother, how do you feel? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Hey, too wonderful for words. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and said, just now, I roughly checked. Last night, I was busy all night. The amount of inner energy that increased in my meridians is about 30% of the meridian-nourishing pill that you helped me refine last night. If it is, as you said, that meridian-nourishing pill has 10 years of power, then this 30% should be about 3 years. Since it is 10% of the qi-generating pill, in other words, if I completely refine it, I should be able to increase my power by 30 years. Last night's hard work, in addition to your help, should have increased my internal energy by about 13 years. It really is a divine pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. Second brother, your calculation should be for the average person. You mustn't forget that you are currently cultivating the yin and yang mental cultivation techniques. The increase in inner energy from each mental cultivation technique will lead to the increase in inner energy from the other mental cultivation technique. You took the meridian-nourishing pill yesterday. Although there is still 10% of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, it should still be 17 or 18 years of inner energy. And that 10% of the qi-generating pill should also be 6 years of inner energy. Therefore, second brother should now have about 25 years of inner energy cultivation. If you completely refine the medicinal power of the qi-generating pill, hey, I'm afraid that you will have about 80 years of inner energy cultivation. Ah? That much? Zhang Xiaohu himself was dumbstruck. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1084. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Life was short. If one could have 80 years of cultivation, then, even if one started to practice at the age of 5 or 6, he would have to practice until he was 86 years old. Who could do that? But he had just taken 2 elixirs, and the good thing that he had never dreamed of was about to happen to him. Second brother. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was almost drooling, Zhang Xiaohua quickly woke him up. She took out the blade-breaking force from her arms and handed it to him. She said, no matter how profound your martial cultivation is, you are as powerless as a child in front of the immortal way. This mental cultivation method of internal strength is a treasure book for martial cultivation. Take a look at it. When you have enough power, you can practice it. Is there such a good thing? Zhang Xiaohu grabbed it and said with a smile, isn't it the same as what you gave Chang'e yesterday? Well, one is for men to practice and the other is for women to practice. It's also a congratulatory gift from me. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. What about you? Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. Aren't you going to set up a sect? Don't you need this? I have made a copy. Second brother, you can take it without worry. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had a backup plan, Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse. He put the blade-breaking force into his arms, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, let's go. Mother must have gotten up. Yes, of course. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Even Chang'e and Qin have gotten up. So early? Zhang Xiaohu was a little surprised. You even know about this? Zhang Xiaohua looked pensive. Come on. Zhang Xiaohu jumped up from the Kong. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Along the way, we went from the fragrant school to the misty school together. Even if we were together, how could we not know when she got up? After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Don't tell me you didn't stay with the dream when you went out with her?" The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile, causing Zhang Xiaohu to be taken aback. He squinted his eyes and asked curiously, "Could it be, huh?" Zhang Xiaohua dashed out of the house and said, "I won't tell you." Zhang Xiaohu immediately used ethereal steps to chase after him. In the small courtyard, Guosufei was preparing breakfast, and Chang'e and Qinchen were clumsily helping her. Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua were also sleepy, but they forced themselves to stand at the door of the hut. Seeing them come out, Zhang Xiaolong became energetic and shouted, "How's it going?" Zhang Xiaohua stood upright in the courtyard and said with a smile, "The founder of Beidou School helped. How can it not be done?" Chang'e and Qinchen were also overjoyed when they saw this. They wanted to go over and ask, but felt embarrassed. Guosufei smiled and said, "Go ahead. Cooking is not for people like you. I can do it alone." Then she raised her head and said, "Xiaohua, come and help." Okay, two voices sounded at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ji Xiaohua and touched her nose, saying, "Disciple, go and help. Later, I'll give you an elixir so that you can catch up with your uncle." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua obediently walked in front of Guosufei and helped her with her work. Chang'e and Qinchen covered their mouths and ran to Zhang Xiaohu with laughter. Chang'e even hit Zhang Xiaohu with her palm. How could Zhang Xiaohu be afraid of her? He raised his left palm and hit it. With a light sound, the two separated at once. Chang'e's face was full of joy, but she was not surprised. Qinchen couldn't help asking, "Sister, senior brother, ask him." Chang'e said with a smile. Qinchen was a little shy and gently stamped her feet. "Huh." Seeing Qinchen's shyness, Zhang Xiaohu said, "It's nothing. He's just as good as your senior sister." "Ah? Really?" Qinchen was surprised. She knew that Chang'e was the top disciple of Mingsui Hall. After she got the meridian moistening elixir, her internal energy was almost as good as Aunt Qin's. Zhang Xiaohu had only practiced for a short time. Yesterday, his internal energy was not as good as hers. Only one night, he had surpassed her. However, thinking that she had taken the meridian moistening elixir and her internal energy had improved by leaps and bounds, she was not too surprised. She just looked at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Thank you, Xiaohua." Well, this was the first time that Qinchen called Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, instead of Zhang Xiaohua, since she met her. "Don't be so polite, second sister-in-law. We're family. Why do you have to be so polite?" As soon as Zhang Xiaohua said that, Qinchen felt ashamed. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said, "You're so naughty." While they were talking, Xiaohe and Xiaohuang flew out of the hut and landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Qinchen's eyes lit up. She pointed at Xiaohe and said, "This is the little black dog that used to close its eyes, right?" Xiaohe seemed to understand. It raised its little head and looked at Qinchen disdainfully. "Well, that's it. It has grown up now." "Tut, tut, it has grown so big in just a few months." Chang'e also said. Lu Qian also came to the yard and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that you haven't seen a puppy before. If it was an ordinary puppy, it would be 3 times as big as Xiaohe after several months. But Xiaohe doesn't grow. It's really strange." "Sister-in-law, don't you see that Xiaohe can fly? Of course, it's different from ordinary puppies." Qinchen and Chang'e got familiar with each other after a night together. "Sister-in-law, where is Byron?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "He hasn't woken up yet. Why do you miss your eldest apprentice?" Lu Qian smiled and went to Guosufei to help her. "It's okay, huh?" Zhang Xiaohua patted Xiaohe's head. The two little things reluctantly flew over the walls of the 2 yards and went to take care of Zhang Byron. After breakfast, Guosufei and Lu Qian took Chang'e and Qinchen to look around the Guozhuang house. It was not only to let them familiarize themselves with the place where Zhang Xiaohu grew up as a child, but also to show off in the village. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu, and others set up tables and chairs in the yard and asked Xiaohua Ji to make tea. They discussed the matter of moving. Previously, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his return to Ethereal Villa this time boded ill rather than well and did not want to let his family go, but now he had Zhang Xiaohua's support. Well, even if he did not have Zhang Xiaohua's support, he might not be no match for Wang Dong after a few more days of cultivation, so he agreed to this matter. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was right. If there were really enemies of Misty School coming to Guizhuang House, if Zhang Xiaohua was not there, would it not be very bad? However, Zhang Xiaohu still had some misgivings. Dad, Xiaohua's suggestion is very good, but it's still a little inappropriate. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What else is inappropriate? It's like this. Zhang Xiaohu explained the relationship between Ethereal Villa and Huanxi Villa and smiled bitterly. Although I'm now the leader of Misty School, but in fact, I can't control Huanxi Villa. That's Miss O's villa. Well, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, in fact, to put it bluntly, Huanxi Villa should belong to Chang'e and Qin in the future, but Miss O hasn't let go yet. I guess this is also the reason why Nun Jingyi chose her first. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and said, and at this time, the Misty School is under the control of the former disciples of the fragrance cult. I can't completely control it yet. The specific situation can only be known when Grandmaster Li and Master return to Ethereal Villa. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, well, second brother, I have a plan. Needless to say, didn't I say that the disciples of the fragrance cult are all disciples of fragrance cult? Just leave it to me. In order to deal with them, I have to go to Ethereal Villa. Since I'm going to Ethereal Villa, then Father and Mother must go with me, otherwise I won't be at ease. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua would deal with these disciples, he thought for a moment and said, that's good. Let Father and Mother live in Huanxi Villa temporarily. I think Miss O will give us face. Later, Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Kai, Father, you and eldest brother can take your time to pack. I have an appointment with the disciple of the fragrance cult. Moreover, I've been out for a long time. I'm afraid that others will find out, so I have to rush back to Pingyang City tomorrow. Will you go? Don't worry about the family. Xiaohua is at home. Nothing can be difficult for her. Zhang Xiaohua also said, second brother, you go first tomorrow. I'll stay at home and pack with eldest brother. When the time comes, I'll naturally go back. Don't worry, it's just a meal. It won't delay your business. Happy times were always short-lived. Zhang Xiaohu felt that he hadn't stayed in the Guizhuang house for long, and now he had to leave. Of course, his mood when he left was different from when he came. There was no sadness or sadness. Moreover, in 10 days his family would also arrive at Pingyang City. At that time, the family would be able to reunite again. This time, it could only be said to be a temporary farewell. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qin said goodbye to everyone, mounted their horses and hurriedly left. Seeing her son leave again, Guosufei didn't feel as sentimental as before, but her heart was still worried. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu's figure was not there, she deliberately turned back and asked, Xiaohua, are you sure about your second brother's matter? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that I have to help eldest brother dig out those boxes, I would have followed him to Pingyang City now. Well, okay, as long as you know what to do. Guosufei was relieved. In the next few days, the Zhang family was busy. Although Guosufei and Zhang Kai had agreed to stay in Pingyang City temporarily, they were still reluctant to leave the house that they had lived in for decades. Looking at this, touching that, they wanted to take everything with them. They even wanted to take the entire small courtyard with them. Mr. Liu was still open-minded. He had only moved to the Guizhuang house for a few years. Now that he had to move again, he only needed to take some books and didn't need to bring anything else. Of course, there were still two things in the Guizhuang house that couldn't be taken away. One was the tomb of Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother and Ji Xiaohua's mother. The other was the mountain spring that was rich in the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Thinking that he might not be able to drink such good spring water in the future, Mr. Liu almost wanted to stay. However, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the primordial energy in the mountain spring would be discovered by the people of the way of immortality sooner or later. This was also a disaster for the Zhang family. They had to use the opportunity of moving to get rid of this disaster. Anyway, he had primordial stones. How could the spring water soaked in primordial stones be inferior to this mountain spring water? Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1085. The night was still dark. On the official road leading to Pingyang City, there was a rush of horse hooves. 3 horses were carrying Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qinshan back to ethereal heights. Husband Zhang, now I understand that you don't have any profound martial art skills. As long as you have this younger brother, there's nothing you can't go to in this big world. I'm afraid that it'll be easy for you to secure the position of the leader of Misty School. Chang'e had seen Zhang Xiaohua's unimaginable means, and he couldn't help but be convinced. He told Zhang Xiaohu about it. Ever since this kid started cultivating the immortal Dao, he's become more and more unfathomable to me. Back then, he was just a little brat who peed on me. Zhang Xiaohu sighed. Qinshan laughed out loud. That's right. The first time I saw Xiaohua was at the martial arts exhibition. He was so old and still had the nerve to compete with the disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall. Moreover, he was so clumsy that people didn't think highly of him. In just a few years, he actually achieved so much. I'm afraid that Leader O back then may not be his opponent. Chang'e nodded and said, it's normal that Xiaohu doesn't know. I've seen Leader O's skills. To be honest, as you said, Leader O is much worse than him. According to what you said, Xiaohua is the most suitable leader of Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Damn, how is that possible? Xiaohua wants to start his own sect. How can he take our Misty School seriously? Chang'e curled her lips. At this moment, a gorgeous 7-colored light lit up behind them, making the sky behind them extremely beautiful. What's that? The 3 of them discovered it at the same time. They unconsciously stopped their horses and turned to look. But this time, the flowing brilliance only existed for a very short time. When Zhang Xiaohu saw its position, it disappeared. Chang'e and Qinshan were stunned and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu also shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. But judging from the direction, it seems to be Yaoshan. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure in Yaoshan? At this point, the 3 of them looked excited and said in unison, the Immortal Dao. Of course, it could only be the Immortal Dao. Only an Immortal Dao treasure could emit such a dazzling brilliance. Hurry up and return to the Misty School. Martial Ancestor Li and the others will be back soon. Let's finish dealing with the matters of the Misty Mountain Villa and quickly send disciples to Yaoshan to take a look. That's right. In Jianghu, among the 5 immortal inheritances, only our Misty School is the closest to Yaoshan. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by in 10,000 years. If we can get something good from it, it will be easy for us to leave the incense cult and revive the glory of the Misty School. Okay, let's go. We'll rush through the night. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohu rushing back to Pingyang City, in the distant south, in the magnificent hall between the clouds and the water, everyone was silent. Li Su and Li Li of the Huiming Hall were also silently standing at the head of the crowd. They lowered their heads and counted the ants in the hall. In front of Li Su, Bai Yanqiu was sitting high above. At this time, Bai Yanqiu's chest was heaving up and down. He was breathing heavily, biting his lips, and his eyes were shrinking. His face was unusually red. Obviously, he was angry. As expected, Bai Yanqiu slammed his hand on the chair and stood up. He shouted, Li Su, tell us that so-called immortal, where did he come from? Li Su raised his head. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. He said helplessly, Sect Master, I have already said it 14 times. That immortal, he was holding an immortal sword and broke the protective array between the clouds and the water with a wave of his hand. Then he waved his sleeves and the fog on the island disappeared. This was seen by all the disciples on the island. Phew! Bai Yanqiu almost cursed. He pointed and said, "Li Su, with which eye did you see the immortal break the array with an immortal sword? How did he do it? Why don't you tell me the details?" "Bai Zhangmen, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm just a martial artist. Although my internal strength is excellent, but, not to mention Bai Zhangmen, who are immortals, I'm not even a match for Liang Zhangshu or Peng Yeyu." But when he said this, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Indeed, Bai Yanqiu's face changed again. He almost frowned and shouted, "Li, tell us, what happened to Peng Yeyu? Why did he let Ren Xiaoyao and Xixia go? And what about him? Where did Peng Yeyu go? If he was alive, no one could find him. If he was dead, no corpse could be found. What happened between the clouds and the water?" Alas, how could Bai Yanqiu not be angry? At the fragrance cult, she wanted to take back the Shindao sect's secret book, Blade Breaking Force, but failed. She was teased by Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Her own immortal cultivation was not enough in front of Jingyi Nun, Elder Changxing, and Garuda. If she wanted to bully someone, she could only bully the poor leader of the Shindao sect. In the end, at the Fragrance Cult Martial Arts Conference, she only got the title of Champion of the Sword Competition, which seemed to be very glorious. She also got a fake immortal magic weapon. This immortal magic weapon might be very important to other sects, but to Between the Clouds and the Water, it was simply rubbish. The Shindao sect had passed down countless immortal magic weapons. Any one of them might not be worse than the fake purple phoenix hairpin. Therefore, Bai Yanqiu gave the fake purple phoenix hairpin to Liang Zhangshu without hesitation. Between the Clouds and the Water's plan to show off at the martial arts conference and attract the attention of the whole Jianghu to attract other sects to join them was also ruined by the fragrance cult and Zhang Xiaohua. Just as Bai Yanqiu left Dianqi Lake and returned to Between the Clouds and the Water with a gloomy heart, she received a message from a disciple Between the Clouds and the Water. She knew that Between the Clouds and the Water had been visited by immortals. She could not help but be shocked. Others did not know, but she knew very well that there was something under the ground between the clouds and the water. That, for Between the Clouds and the Water, it was very important. It was something that could kill. Sure enough, when she rushed back to Between the Clouds and the Water with all her might, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground and shattered. The jade materials that she had painstakingly collected for practicing martial arts were taken away. The Haotian mirror, the most precious immortal treasure of Between the Clouds and the Water, was also gone. The dozens of elixir furnaces that were regarded as the most precious immortal treasure by the ancestors of the Shindao sect, but whose uses were unknown, were also gone. Most importantly, the mist pearl, which was the foundation of the protective formation Between the Clouds and the Water, was also taken away. The thief had really left the building empty. Bai Yanqiu wanted to cry, but he could not. But what made Bai Yanqiu very happy was that the jade slips of the Shindao sect's immortal cultivation methods had not been taken away. Otherwise, Bai Yanqiu would have wanted to commit suicide. However, what puzzled Bai Yanqiu was that in the inheritance of the Godly Saber sect, there were many top-grade cultivation techniques, but the immortal did not take a fancy to them. He only took the inconspicuous wood escape, and right beside the wood escape, the jade slip recorded the 5 elements escape technique. In Bai Yanqiu's eyes, it was of a much higher level than the wood escape. Although he did not understand, Bai Yanqiu still secretly felt lucky. The escape method of wood was of little value, so it was not a big deal to take it. Well, what Bai Yanqiu did not understand the most was Peng Yeyu. This guy was a disciple of the way of the immortals that had been trained by Between the Clouds and the Water since he was a child. Like Liang Zhangshu, he was one of the few emissaries Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he have disobeyed his orders and let Ren Xiaoyao and Xixia of the incense cult go? This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that Peng Yeyu had let Xixia go, but he had used some unknown method to let Ren Xiaoyao go. Moreover, after he had left Between the Clouds and the Water, he had immediately disappeared without a trace. Even his horse could not be found. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had been searching for dozens of days, but there was no clue at all. Alas, strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. Bai Yanqiu sighed inwardly. If Peng Yeyu had not let Ren Xiaoyao go, how could Between the Clouds and the Water have suffered at the hands of the incense cult? Perhaps the blade-breaking technique is Between the Clouds and the Water? But if Peng Yeyu had not let Zixia go, how could he have known that Zixia was the saintess of the Tenryu sect if he had not seen Zixia? If Jingyi Shirtai had not seen Zixia that day and pushed the responsibility to Between the Clouds and the Water, how would the Tenryu sect deal with me Between the Clouds and the Water? Peng Yeyu had done a good thing. Thinking of the Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu was suddenly shocked and almost stood up from his seat. Peng Yeyu, could it be that he is a member of the Tenryu sect? He saw Zixia and knew that she was the saintess of the Tenryu sect, so he let her go without permission? But that doesn't make sense. Peng Yeyu had seen Zixia when she had just left Dianqi Lake. Why did he not recognize her until Between the Clouds and the Water and let her go? Moreover, according to Ren Xiaoyao's words, Peng Yeyu seemed to be interested in Zixia. The more Bai Yanqiu thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was reasonable. However, the more he guessed, the more he couldn't find any evidence or reasonable explanation. He couldn't help but ask again, Li Su, tell me more about what happened that day. Details, you must tell me all the details. How did you meet Peng Yeyu that night? With a bitter face, Li Su looked at the people around him. He had no choice but to tell them what happened that night for the 15th time. Sect leader Liang Zongxiu, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stepped forward and bowed. Sect leader, your disciple has heard everything that Hall Master Li has said. There are no flaws in it. Disciples' suspicions are based on what the Immortal said. It seems that he is trying to take back something that belongs to him. Bai Yanqiu was furious. How can I not know how to trace it back? But when did I offend anyone from the Immortal sect? How can I trace it back? And the things that our sect lost are all the inheritance of the Shindao sect. What does it have to do with other people? Maybe it's a senior from the Shindao sect? No, several elders of our sect are meditating in the mountains and have never left. According to them, the Shindao sect only has a few inheritances. There are no other branches at all. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1086. Bai Yanqiu thought about it for a long time, but he still could not figure out what kind of entanglement he had with this immortal who could use a flying sword. Among the artifacts he had lost, which one could possibly have belonged to this immortal? This question had been bothering him for a few days. In the end, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand helplessly and said, Li, send some people to pay more attention to the Tenryu sect. See if there is any news about Peng Yeyu. Li Su was stunned. Tenryu sect? But then he came to his senses and nodded. I understand. I will go now. But what about immortals? Immortals? Bai Yanqiu smiled bitterly. Unless we invite the elders of the mountain, even if you and I find immortals, what can they do? I understand. Li Su nodded, knowing that he had finally escaped the fate of repeating the details of the incident. He was so happy that he was about to walk out. Wait. Bai Yanqiu suddenly said, Li, oh no. Li Su secretly complained, do I want more details? Fortunately, he heard Bai Yanqiu say, the martial arts assembly of the incense sect has ended. Between the Clouds and the Water has also become famous in the Jianghu. It is time to start developing our forces. Reporting to the sect leader, no, I have been making arrangements in the Jianghu for many years under the sect leader's command. Now we just need to slowly gather them. Yes, this is all thanks to you. I remember it clearly. Bai Yanqiu smiled. What I want to ask is, how is the matter in the north? Is there any news about the Immortal's mansion that ancestral master Huan mentioned? Reporting to the sect leader, a disciple just sent a message. We have searched the entire mountain range but did not find any clues. Could it be that what the ancestral master said was wrong? Bai Yanqiu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Maybe. what the ancestral master said was something that happened many years ago. The sea has changed into mulberry fields, so much so that we don't know what it is anymore. But then he shook his head. What is an immortal mansion? Even the ancestral master himself couldn't easily discover it. He only saw it from some old books. If the ancestral master didn't rely on the mysterious books to deduce the approximate location, how could we, the disciples, know? After thinking for a while, he stood up and said, "How about this, Li? Our plan between the clouds and the water to set up Jianghu will continue to be carried out. Those plans won't be very effective in the short term. However, we can't ignore the divine mansion that the patriarch mentioned. If we can take the divine mansion between the clouds and the water for ourselves, the cult of incense and the Tenryu sect will have to submit to us. Make the necessary arrangements. I'll bring my sect's elites to Mount Yao and see for myself what's going on." "Yes, I will arrange it now." Li Su agreed and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, "Oh yes, sect master, Mount Yao is very close to Pingyang City. It's where the Misty School is located. Misty School has also reappeared in Jianghu. Sect master, is it appropriate to go to Mount Yao?" "Ha," Bai Yanxiu laughed. "Misty School has borrowed the power of the cult of incense and is fighting with the alliance of the righteous sects. Misty School is also a branch of the cult of incense. I've suffered in the cult of incense, so I'm going to Pingyang City to watch the show. I want to see the cult of incense and the alliance of the righteous sects fight to the death." Not to mention between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanxiu was preparing to go to Mount Yao to find the divine mansion. Inside the ethereal villa, on a clear morning, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng slowly walked over from a distance outside an exquisite small courtyard. Gao Kunheng said in a low voice, "Senior brother Ming, have you instructed Wang Dong? Can you?" Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng and shook his head slightly. "Junior brother Ming, I know what you're thinking. But now is not the best time. Let's attack Zhang Xiaohu's arrogance. In the future, we still need to rely on him to suppress the Misty School disciples. If anything happens to him, I'm afraid we won't be able to answer to the sect master." Senior brother Ming, of course I know what you mean. But do you think Zhang Xiaohu is someone who will admit defeat? How can he listen to your instructions? Not listen to me? Ming Qing sneered and looked at the attic in the courtyard. He said sternly, "I control the disciples of Wuming Hall. I can chop Zhang Xiaohu into minced meat with just one command. He dares to not listen to me? I must teach him a lesson. He must know that he can only be the sect master of the Misty sect if he listens to me obediently. Otherwise, even though he has the approval of the sect master, he can only make it difficult for him to move forward." Then he looked at Gao Kunheng from the corner of his eyes. "Maybe his life will be in danger." Gao Kunheng smiled and said, Of course I have to listen to Senior Brother Ming's instructions. Also, I will follow Senior Brother Ming's lead in all matters of the Misty School. As long as Junior Brother Ming knows." Ming Qing walked away, leaving Gao Kunheng behind with his head lowered. No one could see the expression in his eyes. Before the two of them could get close, Du Feng and Ding Chao stopped them. They cupped their hands and said, "Greetings to the two deputy sect masters." "Yes, we are here to invite Sect Master Zhang. Deputy sect masters, please make way." Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at each other and smiled. Sect Master Zhang has orders. He is in seclusion. Without his orders, no one is allowed to come near. Ming Qing was unhappy. "Not even me?" Ding Chao smiled and said, "Sect Master Zhang said that no one is allowed to come near." Ming Qing was about to fly into a rage when Gao Kunheng held him back and asked curiously, "Could it be that Sect Master Zhang has been in seclusion in the courtyard for the past 7 days?" "Yes, Deputy Sect Master Ming knows. That is exactly the case." Not to mention 7 days, even if it was 17 or 70 days, it might not be what? Might not be Wang Dong's match? Two voices sounded at the same time. When everyone looked up, they saw Aunt Qin from Mingzue Hall rushing over with Chang'e and Qin Qin. In the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohu also walked out energetically. I dare not. Ming Qing immediately changed his attitude and said, martial arts is all about gradual progress. A day's work is a day's work. However, Sect Master Zhang has excellent talent. If he can cultivate in seclusion for 70 days, he might be able to surpass me. I'll take Deputy Sect Master Ming's auspicious words. If one day my martial arts surpass Deputy Sect Master Ming's, I would like to seek your guidance. I dare not. Aunt Qin ignored Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. She stepped forward and saluted Zhang Xiaohu. Has Sect Master Zhang finished his seclusion? Yes, thank you for your concern, Hall Master Qin. I have just finished my seclusion. Then, today is the 7-day period between Sect Master Zhang and Wang Dong. I wonder, how will Sect Master Zhang act? According to Deputy Sect Master Ming and Deputy Sect Master Gao, how should I act? I can't say. Please make your own decision, Sect Master Zhang. Gao Kunheng immediately declined. How about this? The original disciples of the incense cult are all gathered in the pharmacy. I will go to the pharmacy and capture Wang Dong and the people who hurt the disciples of the Misty School. What do you think? Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, Sect Master Zhang's words are very good. I also think it is appropriate. Gao Kunheng shook his head and said, Sect Master Zhang's move is wise, but how can Wang Dong compare with Sect Master Zhang's noble body? Sect Master Zhang can act without any scruples, but Wang Dong doesn't dare. If he injures Sect Master Zhang, how will he report this to the cult leader? What will we do then? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, according to Deputy Sect Master Ming, what should we do? Gao Kunheng took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, when I came here from the pharmacy, I met Wang Dong. He asked me to bring this to Sect Master Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu opened it in confusion. For large words were written on it, Life and Death Declaration. When Zhang Xiaohu finished reading the contents, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This was the Life and Death Declaration. It stated that while Zhang Xiaohu was capturing Wang Dong, the two of them could fight to the death. If there were any casualties, they would not be held responsible. Humph! Zhang Xiaohu snorted coldly. Deputy Sect Master Ming, you've prepared it very carefully. This was written by Wang Dong. I dare not do so. Good, get the brush and ink. Zhang Xiaohu ordered. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu signed the Life and Death Declaration and said with a smile, Deputy Sect Master Ming, do you want to follow me? Ming Qing shook his head. No, Sect Master Zhang is going to capture him personally. I dare not steal Sect Master Zhang's prestige. I'll wait in the square. You go too. Zhang Xiaohu said to the others, after I capture Wang Dong, I'll bring him to the square in front of the meeting hall. Everyone accepted the order and went to the square. Only Chang'e and Qinshan looked back as they walked, very concerned. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and stood up. It was the Misty School's ethereal steps. At this time, when Zhang Xiaohu used it, it was much better than 10 days ago. At this time, the disciples of the Misty School also knew about the battle today. They were all proud of Zhang Xiaohu for stepping forward bravely. Therefore, today, they gathered in 2s and 3s at the square in front of the meeting hall, wanting to see the final result. The disciples of the original incense order were the same. Except for a few disciples who disliked the Misty School, the rest of the disciples also gathered in the square. On the way up, Zhang Xiaohu greeted countless disciples on the way to the pharmacy hall. It was obvious that there were many more disciples greeting Zhang Xiaohu today than before. Zhang Xiaohu was not in a hurry. He entered the pharmacy hall at an even slower pace, looking around vigilantly. When there was no one around, he called out a few times in a low voice. When he reached the guest room that he and Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in, a voice came from the stone beside him. Second brother, go into the guest room first. Zhang Xiaohu responded and entered the guest room. In just a moment, another Zhang Xiaohu came out from inside. He looked around and floated up. It was the ethereal steps, and he rushed straight to a corner of the pharmacy hall. After crossing several courtyards, In a small courtyard of the pharmacy hall, Wang Dong was holding a long sword and sitting on a stool in the courtyard with a calm expression. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1087. When Wang Dong saw Zhang Xiaohu come in, he was slightly surprised. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were low, and he was only a direct disciple of the Misty School under his master's shadow. However, the way Zhang Xiaohu floated in just now was clearly the advanced lightness skill of the Misty School. Could it be this Zhang Xiaohu is hiding something? Wang Dong thought. He immediately stood up and cupped his hands. Sect leader Zhang, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and sneered. I don't deserve to be your sect leader. If you still see me as your sect leader, why would I personally come to arrest you? Wang Dong slightly gripped his sword and bit his lip. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued. Although sect leader Zhang doesn't recognize me, I am still a disciple of the Misty School. That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohu laughed. I'm curious. If you knew you were a disciple of the Misty School, why did you break the sect's rules? Even if you broke the rules, why didn't you receive punishment? Now that things have come to this, you want to say some soft words? Wang Dong felt wronged and said, I drank too much that day and made a big mistake. After I sobered up, I wanted to go to the assembly hall to receive punishment, but the situation was already out of my control. The disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the Fragrant School fought each other and many were injured. Have the heart but not the strength. How could Zhang Xiaohu be moved by his soft words? He stretched out his index finger, shook it slightly and said, if you know your mistake now, then surrender and let me take you to the square. Even if you are cut into pieces by the law enforcement hall, in the end, you can still have a good reputation for atonement. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was unmoved, Wang Dong waved his sword and said, I already know the rules of the Misty School. It's just death. Since that's the case, why don't I fight? Maybe there's some hope? Ha! Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. You finally revealed your tale. You brat, you've been talking for so long. Are you trying to get me to show mercy? Show mercy? Wang Dong also sneered, Gang leader Zhang, don't forget that you and I have signed a life and death agreement. Even if I kill you, neither the Fragrance Cult nor the Misty School will be able to punish me, and my previous crimes will be written off. Zhang Xiaohu was obviously stunned, and then his face turned cold. I understand. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Are the people behind you the ones who hurt the Misty School students that night? Wang Dong was stunned for a moment before he nodded slightly. That's right. Then, he said loudly, Senior brothers, you'd better come out. Gang leader Zhang already knows that you're inside. While they were talking, a few valiant disciples of Wuming Hall jumped out and stood in a row on Wang Dong's left and right. Do you want to come together? Or do you want to come one by one? Zhang Xiaohu looked at them and said coldly. The others didn't know why Wang Dong suddenly gave in. When they heard Zhang Xiaohu's provocation, they couldn't help but laugh. One of them said, let our gang leader Zhang know that I'm not talented, and I'm the weakest among my senior brothers, but I don't want to bully you with numbers. Fortunately, this guy still called Zhang Xiaohu gang leader Zhang, and didn't directly say that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were weak. Instead, he said that he didn't want to bully you with numbers. Well, very good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. I'm here to capture Wang Dong. You guys only acted rashly because of the friendship between senior and junior brothers. Just go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Heh. The disciple wanted to mock him, but Zhang Xiaohu flew up and punched Wang Dong. He shouted, Wang Dong, I'm coming to get you. Wang Dong had been on guard since a long time ago. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu's punch coming at him, he saw that there was no order to it and that there were countless openings all over his body. He could not help but smile. Sect Master Zhang, I'll have to offend you. You've already signed the life and death contract. How can you offend me? Zhang Xiaohu sneered. Shua. Wang Dong waved his long sword and cut Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, where the tendon was. Then he moved his left foot slightly forward, ready to wait for Zhang Xiaohu to change his move. Wang Dong responded immediately. However, when the tip of his sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, Zhang Xiaohu's fist didn't change. Wang Dong was slightly stunned. He took the opportunity to turn this feint into a real move. Since he had already signed the life and death contract, it wasn't a big deal to cut off the tendon. Unexpectedly, just as the tip of Wang Dong's sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, two fingers suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword. It was Zhang Xiaohu's clenched fist. He stretched out his hand and the two fingers clamped down on the tip of Wang Dong's sword. Pumph! Wang Dong snorted and twisted his wrist, trying to break Zhang Xiaohu's fingers. However, no matter how hard he tried, the long sword didn't budge at all. Wang Dong was shocked. Just as he was about to pull out his sword again, Zhang Xiaohu pulled him back. Wang Dong's body was pulled by Zhang Xiaohu and he staggered. Before Wang Dong could consider whether he should abandon his sword, Zhang Xiaohu's other fist was already close to him. This fist came quickly and was different from the previous one. Wang Dong had just seen it when the fist was already at his dantian. Shit! Wang Dong was shocked. He swung his left hand downward, wanting to cut Zhang Xiaohu's arm. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care at all. His fist didn't change and hit Wang Dong's dantian before his left hand could cut his arm. Without any sound, Zhang Xiaohu's fist smashed into Wang Dong's dantian. A wisp of true energy entered Wang Dong's dantian along with his fist. Wang Dong didn't seem to be struck by lightning. He swayed and his face instantly turned pale. His left hand slashed at Zhang Xiaohu's arm and drooped down powerlessly. Then, with a pu sound, Wang Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. This fist had already damaged his internal organs. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, he clenched his fist and his fingers that were holding the long sword. Without waiting for the long sword to fall to the ground, he grabbed the back of Wang Dong's neck and lifted Wang Dong, who was about to collapse to the ground. He turned his head to look at the other disciples who had yet to recover from their shock and sneered, "I'm going to the plaza now. You all follow closely behind and admit your mistakes. My Misty School has a lot of things to do now, so I won't mistreat you. If not, hee." Before he finished speaking, his figure floated away and headed straight for the wall. The few disciples were shocked. They knew very well how good Wang Dong's martial arts were. He was definitely better than them, but in the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Zhang Xiaohu in one move. Looking at the position of his fist, Wang Dong's martial arts must have been crippled. Was this still the same sect leader Zhang Xiaohu who had weak martial arts? Quick, let's go. A quick-witted disciple came back to his senses and exclaimed, "Sect leader Zhang crippled Wang Dong's martial arts to make an example out of him. He wants us to follow him to the plaza and admit our mistakes to give us a way out. This is clearly a clear indication of rewards and punishments. If we don't seize this opportunity, our lives will be in danger." As he spoke, he immediately used his qinggong and leaped up. When he looked at Zhang Xiaohu again, his figure had already disappeared into the guest room. The other disciples also came to their senses and immediately chased after that disciple. After a while, they saw Zhang Xiaohu's figure appear in front of the guest room again. The speed of his qinggong had decreased a lot. It was obvious that he was waiting for them. Everyone was afraid and did not dare to approach. They only followed from a distance and ran to the plaza. At this time, in the plaza in front of the meeting hall of the Ethereal Heights, many disciples had gathered. These disciples were clearly divided into two groups. Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao looked slightly anxious and looked in the direction of the pharmacy from time to time. Changgu and Qinshan looked relaxed. They lowered their heads and whispered, as if they had a plan in mind. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood on the other side. Seeing the different expressions of Aunt Qin and the others and Changgu, they were also surprised. However, when they thought of their own arrangements, they also felt a lot more relaxed. At this time, from outside the archway of the Ethereal Heights, a disciple ran quickly to the plaza. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. He came to Aunt Qin and whispered a few words. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was pleasantly surprised but then became a little gloomy. She nodded and pointed to Ming Qing. The disciple came to Ming Qing and reported. When Wen Hai and the others came back together with Li Jian and the others, Ming Qing listened to the report of the Misty School disciple and nodded slightly. He said, "Let Hall Master Qin arrange this matter." After that, he looked at Aunt Qin, who had already said something to Du Feng and Ding Chao, and ignored them. How could he care about a group of loyal Misty School disciples who had lost their martial arts? The disciple nodded and returned to Aunt Qin's side. Has it been reported to Deputy Gang Leader? Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming asks Hall Master Qin to make the decision. The disciple said respectfully. Sigh, Gang Leader Zhang. Things bode ill for him. Aunt Qin was a little emotional. She looked at the people in the plaza and said to Ding Chao, Deputy Gang Leader Ding, Gang Leader Zhang's situation is critical. I'm afraid that there will be some internal strife. I'll stay here to guard against Ming Qing and the others. Welcome Elder Li and Wen Hai on behalf of the Misty School disciples. Yes, I'll go now. Ding Chao nodded and hurriedly left with the disciple with a few others. Outside the Misty Mountain Villa, under the quaint archway, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Hai, Xue Qing, Lu Yueming, and the others were standing steadily. However, the turbulent emotions in their hearts couldn't be explained with words. Li Jian's eyes were a little moist. He sighed and said, I didn't think that I would be able to return to the Misty Mountain Villa one day. This was the common thought of everyone. They were all sighing. Why hasn't Zhang Xiaohu come out to welcome us? Lu Qingyang sighed and shouted. 5. Li Jian scolded, Little who is now the gang leader of Misty School. You can't shout like this. Then he looked at Wen Hai and said gently, Hai, we are all thanks to you. Martial Uncle Li, Wen Hai quickly bowed. This disciple doesn't dare. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle. Chapter 1088. Hehe, my blessing? Li Jian raised his head and looked at the thousands of Misty School disciples behind him who had already recovered their martial arts. Like Li Jian, they were very excited and said with a smile, If it weren't for you, even if we came back, we would still be trash. We would have no reason to be Jingyi's hostage to contain the Misty School. But now, we need to conserve our energy and carefully cherish our feathers. When we have the opportunity, we will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xue Qing said cleverly. Ha, Lu Qingyang laughed. Little girl, you really know how to talk. You know what I'm thinking. At this moment, Ding Chao and the others quickly walked out of Misty Mountain Villa and ran towards Li Jian. Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian was stunned. Could it be that after becoming the Grand Faction leader, he's putting on airs? Lu Qingyang said angrily. Martial Uncle Lu. The honest Stone Ox said, Little Tiger is not that kind of person. I'm afraid it's to cover us. Li Jian said with a smile, That's why we have to be so low-key. With that, Li Jian led the crowd forward. Greetings, Martial Ancestor Li. When Ding Chao arrived in front of them, he immediately saluted. The disciples behind him also saluted. Ding Chao didn't have time to salute the others. He led everyone into the Ethereal Mountain Villa and told Li Jian and the others about what happened in the Ethereal Mountain Villa. Li Jian and the others were dissatisfied with Ding Chao's lack of etiquette, but when they heard Ding Chao's explanation, they immediately understood. Lu Qingyang shouted, Disciple of Fragrance Cult, how can he be so arrogant? Little Tiger. No, our Grand Faction leader Zhang. Just let the Law Enforcement Hall disciples go. Why did he take the risk? His martial arts? Old 5. Li Jian's face was gloomy. When he heard Ding Chao's report, he had already seen the whole story and saw Zhang Xiaohu's difficulties and humiliation. He said, You are not the Grand Faction leader, so you don't know the hardships. Oh right, when you enter Misty Mountain Villa, when Grand Faction leader Zhang doesn't allow you to show your martial arts, you must never show your martial arts. Otherwise, Grand Faction leader Zhang's plan. What's the big deal? Even his life may not be spared. Lu Qingyang muttered in a low voice. The Stone Ox was also rubbing his fists. But when he heard Li Jian's order, he hurriedly said, But we can't possibly see Grand Faction Leader Zhang and lose our lives. Alas, now that things have come to this, it's already too late. If only we had come a day earlier, Wen Wenhai, who was next to him, regretted. Martial uncle, it's all my fault. I thought that going back to the ethereal villa with you would make you happy, so let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in and take a look. With a wave of his hand, Li Jian raised his head and entered the ethereal heights. In front of the meeting hall, the disciples of the Misty School were still looking in the direction of the medicine hall, anxiously waiting for the results. When Li Jian and the others first entered, they didn't attract anyone's attention. However, when they saw Aunt Qin and the others going over to greet them, the disciples of the Misty School finally noticed the commotion at the entrance of the villa. Wow! All the disciples turned around and looked at the elder of the older generation of the Misty sect. No one knew what they were feeling right now. That's right. Ever since the Misty School was destroyed several years ago, they hadn't seen Li Jian and the others. Who were these people? They were their idols since they were young. They were the targets that they had been determined to follow since they were young. Moreover, many of the disciples behind Li Jian were also their teachers. When they saw these people, the disciples felt a sense of dependence, a sense of intimacy, and a sense of belonging from the bottom of their hearts. It was just as Zhang Xiaohu said. Only with these people in the Misty School could the Misty School become a Misty School. Only then could they find the Misty School of the past. Aunt Qin walked in front of Li Jian and bowed. In the square, the disciples of the Misty School also bowed together and said, "Greetings, Elder." Their voices were unusually crisp, unusually unified, and unusually excited. His voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal sex square, almost dispersing the clouds in the sky. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult stood quietly. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's faces were gloomy. Perhaps they were shocked by the scene, or perhaps they didn't expect Li Jian and the others to have such high prestige. However, they still stood there, motionless. "Everyone rise." Li Jian calmly waved his hand and slowly walked to the side of the square. Wherever he walked, the disciples of the Misty School immediately opened up a wide space for him to walk to the front of the crowd. Before he could steady himself, several figures appeared in the direction of the medicine hall. When they got closer, the disciples could clearly see that the person in front was their big gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu. Unknowingly, the disciples of the Misty School who had just calmed down were stirred up again. The whole square was suddenly filled with thunderous cheers. The crowd was in high spirits. Big gang leader Zhang. Big gang leader Zhang. It was unknown which female disciple of the Mingcue Hall started to cheer. In just a moment, the entire square was filled with the crisp shouts of the female disciples of the Mingcue Hall. The male disciples of the Misty School were not to be outdone. Similarly, it was unknown who started it. "Mighty! Mighty!" That low, mighty voice represented the deep and suppressed emotions of the male disciples. It resounded through the square and matched with the crisp voices of the female disciples. Then, the voices of the male and female became even more harmonious. "Big gang leader Zhang. Mighty! Big gang leader Zhang. Mighty!" One voice after another, high and low, thick and thin, it was a combination of cheerful laughter and a feeling of prosperity. In contrast to the smiles on the faces of Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and the others, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's faces were as gloomy as dark clouds. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult all had awkward expressions. Their morale was at a freezing point. Zhang Xiaohu had long heard the voices of the disciples calling out to Grandmaster Li. He was delighted. When he heard the cheers of the disciples now, he felt warm in his heart, as if he had eaten an immortal fruit. He felt that his many days of forbearance and the sacrifice that he had long wanted to make had finally gained the understanding and recognition of the disciples. Zhang Xiaohu was carrying Wang Dong, who seemed to have had his acupoint sealed. Behind him were several disciples who were cowering with their heads lowered. They arrived at the square. He put Wang Dong down. Wang Dong stood there in a daze with his eyes slightly closed. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists at Li Jian, Hai, and the others. He gestured with both hands to make the disciples stop shouting. He said in a clear voice, "Disciples, I believe that all of you know about what happened at Ethereal Peak 7 days ago. First of all, as the big gang leader of the Misty School, I did not set up the law enforcement hall in time. I did not announce the rules of the Misty School to all the disciples of the Misty School. This is my fault." He apologized to all the disciples. With that, he bowed deeply. Without waiting for the disciples to speak, Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice again. "In order to make up for my mistake, I have decided to personally capture the disciple who violated the rules, Wang Dong. I will punish him and make him face the music." "Good," the disciples of the Misty School cheered. Zhang Xiaohu looked around the square and saw Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He patted Wang Dong's shoulder. Wang Dong opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a daze. "Wang Dong, do you know your mistake?" "I know my mistake." "Do you know what you did wrong?" "I know. I shouldn't have acted rashly after drinking. I used my identity as an outer sect disciple of the incense cult to flirt with a female disciple of the Mingtsue Hall. According to the rules of the Misty School, those who flirt with a male disciple of the Mingtsue Hall will be killed. Not only did you flirt with a female disciple of the Mingtsue Hall, you also caused a fight between the disciples of the two sections. Your crime is unforgivable." "Yes, my crime is unforgivable. Please punish me, Big Gang Leader." "Big Gang Leader Zhang?" Ming Qing saw that something was amiss. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with Wang Dong? He seems to be delirious." Delirious?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed. "He already signed the life and death contract. Why do you care if he's delirious?" But then he had a thought. He asked again, "Wang Dong, let me ask you. Why did you think of signing the life and death contract?" Reporting to Big Gang Leader Zhang, the matter of the life and death contract wasn't my idea. It was Deputy Gang Leader Gao who taught me. He told me to take Big Gang Leader Zhang's life in the fight, but I didn't dare. I secretly asked Deputy Gang Leader Ming. Deputy Gang Leader Ming didn't want me to be ruthless. He only told me to injure Big Gang Leader Zhang. It would be best if I could take an arm or, without waiting for Wang Dong to continue, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's expressions changed. They leaped forward and shouted, "Wang Dong, are you crazy?" "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. He reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Dong's neck. He said, "Wang Dong, you have violated the rules of our Misty School. I will personally cast a spell to make you the first person to die for the law after the re-establishment of our Misty School. You will be able to leave your name in the history of our Misty School." With that said, he exerted force in his hand. With a crack, Wang Dong's neck was snapped by Zhang Xiaohu. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Dong's mouth as his body slumped to the ground. According to Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's thoughts, it was impossible for Wang Dong to be captured by Zhang Xiaohu. Their preparations were all about how to deal a blow to Zhang Xiaohu and how to lower Zhang Xiaohu's prestige in the Misty School. However, Wang Dong's capture made them flustered. Their first reaction was to rescue Wang Dong. If Wang Dong was executed, the situation between them and Zhang Xiaohu would be reversed. They would be the ones to suffer the blow. But when they heard Wang Dong confess all the secrets they had told him on the spot, they were already shocked. How could they still have the heart to rescue him? Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohu reach out and crush Wang Dong to death like he was killing a chicken, they immediately felt relieved. They said in unison, "Grand Gang Leader Zhang. Wang Dong, he's spouting nonsense. Don't believe him." "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. "You all said that he was delirious. How can I believe that?" Then he raised his head and shouted, "Deputy Hall Master Ding?" Ding Chao responded and came over. He bowed and said, "Grand Gang Leader Zhang, what are your orders?" Zhang Xiaohu turned to look at the ashen-faced disciples behind him and said, "These disciples were involved in a private fight and even injured a disciple of our sect. Deal with them according to the sect rules." Then he berated, "Why aren't you all going to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment? Do you want me to do it personally?" The Divine Cultivation Journey. Chapter 1089. The disciples seemed to be shocked by the hustle and bustle in the square, or perhaps they were intimidated by Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and might, but they didn't resist. They looked at the puzzled faces of Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, then lowered their heads and followed Ding Chao out of the square. After they left, Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He smiled and said, "Deputy faction leaders, I've already dealt with Wang Dong's violation of the faction's rules. Do you have anything to add?" "We wouldn't dare. Faction leader Zhang handles matters fairly and magnanimously. We have no objections." Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng, clearly unhappy. He cupped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, I'm going to welcome our faction's elders. Deputy faction leaders, do you want to come with me?" Gao Kunheng glanced sideways at Li Jian and the others. He smiled and said, "These were the original elders of the Misty School. Now that the Misty School has been rebuilt, they are no longer elders. Faction leader Zhang is on good terms with them. Naturally, you have to go." "We don't need to." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Zhang Xiaohu and left. Ming Qing also smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. After the two deputy faction leaders left, the incense cult disciples in the square also slowly dispersed. Only the Misty School disciples clustered around Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian, and the others. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and quickly stepped forward. He bowed and saluted, "Greetings, martial ancestor Li. Kid, you're pretty good, aren't you? I didn't realize that your martial arts were so high. How did you do it just now? You actually let that kid speak the truth?" Lu Qingyang said first. Li Jian glared at him and returned the salute. "Greetings, faction leader Zhang." Lu Qingyang could only bow to Li Jian. The disciples behind him, including Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming, all bowed to Li Jian with a respectful look on their faces. Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with shock, and he hurriedly returned the greeting again. He held Li Jian's arm and said, "Grandmaster Li, don't do this. You're killing me." Li Jian said sternly, "You can't. You are now the leader of our Misty School. Even if we become the elders of the Misty School in the future, or some hall master, it will still be the same." Zhang Xiaohu knew that Li Jian had heard Gao Kunheng's words. He bitterly smiled and said, "My Misty School is still weak right now. Let's talk about it later." Afterwards, he raised his hand and said, "Would Master Ancestor Li please step forward? Let's go to the assembly hall to speak." "Please, after you, faction leader Zhang." Li Jian didn't want to go first. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, then entered the meeting hall hand in hand. "Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Lu Qingyang muttered in a low voice as he walked behind. Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming also slowly entered the assembly hall with some qualified disciples. Du Feng and the others ordered the disciples to arrange the food and lodging for the returning disciples. These were the loyal disciples of the Misty School, so they couldn't be neglected. In the distant pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohu, who was wearing the same clothes as Zhang Xiaohu, was sitting cross-legged in the guest room. She could clearly see the situation in the square. She couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the way her second brother handled things. This faction leader was really forced. If it was her, wouldn't she have already killed Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng? But in this way, those disciples of the Misty School who weren't loyal to the fragrant cult would be in trouble. She couldn't just kill them all. Looking at Li Jian and the others' respect for Zhang Xiaohu and their recognition of Zhang Xiaohu's identity as the faction leader, Zhang Xiaohua felt that her hard work on Shixin Peak was worth it. When everyone entered the assembly hall, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "Second brother's matter is done. I still have to move. I don't know if Miss O will give second brother face. With so many people moving to Huanxi Villa, it will cost a lot of copper coins every month." However, when Zhang Xiaohua left the guest room and was about to turn invisible and fly away, her eyes fell on the mountain road that led to the Misty Peak's forbidden area from the pharmacy hall. At that time, He Tianshu had repeatedly warned her not to go there. If she fell into the white fog, she would be doomed eternally. That was then and this is now. Maybe it's time to go and have a look. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said to herself, "It's still early. I'll go to the Misty School's forbidden area and then go back to the Guizhuang house for dinner. Wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking of this, she saw that some disciples had returned to the pharmacy hall. Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went directly outside the forbidden area. The white fog in the forbidden area was still there, and it even expanded a lot. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was the reason why the qi of heaven and earth gradually began to recover. Approaching the forbidden area that had been regarded as poisonous by the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. She just released her divine sense and looked carefully. The forbidden area that was visible to the naked eye was white fog. But in her divine sense, there was a passage with some chaotic fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. However, this passage was a little winding, like a small maze. In this passage, there were a lot of bones, which must have been left by the disciples who had mistakenly entered the forbidden area. This is a little strange. Looking at the passage in her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From her divine sense, this passage only had chaotic fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. Other than the fact that it was a little complicated to walk through, there was nothing strange about it. If ordinary disciples mistakenly entered, they would probably be attacked by the forbidden area, but what about people from the path of immortality? Wouldn't they be able to enter directly with their divine sense? Previously, when the Misty School was destroyed, Nun Jingyi and Master Chang Xing had also been here. Also had divine sense. Could it be that they had already entered? If that was the case, then Nun Jingyi had a reason to restore the Misty School. After all, she had also been to the forbidden area of the Misty School and taken everything inside. Thinking that Nun Jingyi might have already been here, Zhang Xiaohua's courage was greatly boosted. She slowly walked to the side of the white fog of the forbidden area and stepped into it. As soon as she stepped in, the scene in front of her immediately shook violently. It felt like the world was turning upside down, causing Zhang Xiaohua to almost feel dizzy. When she blinked slightly, the scene in front of her changed again. It was a world of ice and snow. Illusion. Zhang Xiaohua immediately determined that it was an illusion and released his divine sense without hesitation. However, the moment her divine sense left her body, a fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth came from all directions of the forbidden area. Like a moth to a flame, it rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. In an instant, an unparalleled pain traveled along her divine sense to Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately withdrew her divine sense, wanting to avoid the fluctuation. However, the fluctuation followed her divine sense to attack her Naiwen Palace. Oh no, this forbidden area, why is it similar to the attack of the black fog? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Thinking of her previous experience, she immediately used spirit guidance and activated the essence of herbalism in her Naiwen Palace. She saw that the two dragon and tiger talismans were shining with a golden light. They danced like dragons and tigers, and a similar fluctuation was immediately generated, meeting the fluctuation of the forbidden area's attack. The two types of energy waves collided. There was no sound, no movement. The energy waves from the seals were suddenly annihilated and disappeared without a trace. The dragon and tiger talisman outside the Dan heart also stopped dancing and slowly rotated along with the layer of golden innate divine seals. Haha. Although Zhang Xiaohua suffered a setback, she wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "I guessed wrong. This forbidden area is an illusion array. For disciples without divine sense, what they see is a strange place. Once they fall into it, they won't be able to get out. For those who practice the way of immortality, this forbidden area is powerful because it attacks the divine sense, forcing the person who enters to withdraw their divine sense. For those who practice the way of immortality without divine sense, how different are they from those who practice the way of martial arts? Nun Jingyi and Elder Chang Sheng might have been repelled by this restriction. As for what's inside, I guess Nun Jingyi and Elder don't know." Smiling, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and followed the passage in her divine sense, slowly walking inside. This restriction was rather peculiar. After the attacks were ineffective, It did not continue attacking. Although the passageway was full of twists and turns, there was a certain pattern to it. Zhang Xiaohua did not take long to reach the end of the passageway. What greeted him was a pure white jade door. Sigh, perhaps this is where the Misty School's Immortal Dao legacy is. What a pity, who knows how many years it's been since someone came here. Zhang Xiaohua thought and used her divine sense to observe the white jade door for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing strange, she stretched out her hand and pushed the door open. The jade door looked heavy, but with a push, the door opened easily. When Zhang Xiaohua saw everything inside, she couldn't help but frown again. The jade door was very precious. However, behind the door was not the hall that Zhang Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it was a spacious cave. But this Immortal Dao's abode is in the mountains? That mysterious place of fragrance cult is in the mountains, Shandao sect. Oh, between the clouds and the water is also underground, and this misty school looks like it's also in ethereal peak. Don't tell me, the Immortal Dao that Wan Wuxin mentioned is also in Yaoshan? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, and stepped into the mountain path. The mountain path of Misty School was different from that of Fragrance Cult. It was abnormally spacious, and the bright luminous pearl beside the mountain path illuminated the entire path. Moreover, the mountain path seemed to have been empty for many years, for there wasn't any dust. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, and felt that there were restrictions all around the mountain path, bouncing her divine sense back. As she went deeper, her divine sense was gradually suppressed. The mountain path led downwards. After walking for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, it turned a corner, and a white jade platform appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. After climbing up the steps, a huge square appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the square, which was comparable to the Huayu Palace of Fragrance Cult. Her mouth was agape, and she almost couldn't close it. She had thought that Misty School was a rundown place, and that this mountain path would at most be like the immortal fiery dragon's abode in Serpent Mountain, a cave of ethereal peak. But she didn't expect that, before she even stepped into the room, she would be shocked by the extravagance of the jade stone square. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua only had one thought: rich and imposing. Yes, and also, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1090. The Immortal Dao inheritance is really different from the wild fox Zen. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the entire square and sighed. Venerable Fiery Dragon is considered an expert of his generation, but, compared to the Misty School, he is really poor. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to take everything in the Misty School for herself. This Dao inheritance. Isn't it much more orthodox than Venerable Fiery Dragons? However, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and chased away this greedy thought. The Misty School had a close relationship with her and was also her second brother's sect. This Dao inheritance would definitely be her second brother's inheritance in the future. She had no reason to snatch it away. No matter how important Dao inheritance was, it couldn't be compared to kinship. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw a few steps similar to the one she had taken to ascend the square. She guessed that these were the other forbidden areas of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet. Looking at the quiet square and the huge mountain rock above the square, as well as the luminous pearl embedded in the rock, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She then used her flying skill and was about to fly towards the end of the square when she realized that flying skills were also restricted in the square. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only use her ethereal steps and her qing gong to fly towards the end of the square. At the end of the square was a majestic palace, similar to the Huayu Palace. Walking to the front of the palace, there was a huge plaque above the palace door. On it were 3 simple ancient words: Misty Palace. The Misty, in these 3 big characters, was different from the Misty on the decorated archway outside the Misty Villa. It was more lively and less weathered. It gave people a feeling of being high and mighty. as Zhang Xiaohua had a deep impression of the misty on the archway. When she saw the misty on the misty palace, she couldn't help but stop and savor it carefully. After a short while, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, different cultivations, different states of mind, different experiences, this word is also different. But, no matter what, this word is still misty, and the meaning it conveys is the same. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood. No matter if it was the Misty School, the Incense Cult, or the Shendao sect, they were all celestial sects. Even Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was a small branch of the celestial Dao. Perhaps their paths were different, but their goals were the same. Then, what is the goal that all the sects are pursuing? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand. She had always been immersed in comprehending the heavenly Dao and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She felt that the heavenly Dao was the goal that she wanted to pursue. But now that she thought of others, she couldn't help but feel lost. Forget it, who would know about such things in the current state of the celestial Dao? If I had a master or something, I could still ask. But now, I'll just walk my own path. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head again and looked at the 3 words, Misty Palace. Raising her head, she walked past the plaque and stepped into the palace. The Misty Palace was very grand, and the decorations inside were even better than the Huayu Palace. But at this moment, the palace was quiet and desolate. Looking around the entire palace, there was nothing special. Zhang Xiaohua came to the front of the screen at the top of the palace. Behind the screen, there were 2 corridors, one on the left and one on the right, leading to 2 places. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a while and chose the corridor on the left. At the end, there was another stone wall with a stone door. Using her divine sense, she didn't find any restrictions on the stone door. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was another mountain path, which also led downwards. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She had been walking down the mountain path for a long time. If she went further down, where would it lead to? Sure enough, after she walked down the mountain path for a long time, she saw a huge space. But this space looked very rough and even simple. It was completely different from the Misty Palace. On the stone wall of this space, there were about a dozen caves of different sizes, all of which were covered by stone doors. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Smiling, she pushed open a stone door. The stone door opened, and what came into view was an earth fire, a futon, and a shelf with jade bottles. This was the Misty School's alchemy room. I knew it. The Misty School also needs alchemy. This place is deep underground and there are caves in the stone wall. What is it if not an alchemy room? Zhang Xiaohua was very proud. She walked in and took the jade bottle on the shelf. As expected, it was empty. Then she walked to the earth fire and used her divine sense to scan it. She waved her hand and a light yellow flame appeared. Zhang Xiaohua injected a few more spells into the flame, and the flame gradually turned blue and then green. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. That's good. With this earth fire, the promise to second brother is settled. But I don't know. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, as though he was pondering something. Following that, the fingers on his left hand moved and he injected a few unfamiliar seals into it. The earth fire, which had already turned blue, rose up high with a ting sound. However, it gradually dimmed. But just as it dimmed, the flames within it gradually turned white. As the color of the flames changed, the temperature around the earth fire began to drop. Furthermore, on the stone platform beside the earth fire, white snowflakes gradually formed. Wow, this is amazing! This ice fire is really powerful. Since it's fire, it can even freeze the surroundings. If I didn't get the spells of this ice fire from Abbess Jingang's jade slip, I would never believe it. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and waved her hand. The flame on the earth fire slowly turned green, and the surrounding temperatures slowly rose. The white ice flowers turned into water droplets and condensed on the stone platform. After a while, the water droplets disappeared and turned into gas that disappeared in the air. Immortal Dao, oh Immortal Dao, it's so mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. I didn't expect that refining the meridian soothing pill requires yang fire, and refining the soul intimidating pill requires ice fire. I wonder if there's fire? Then, what kind of elixir is it refining? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and took out an 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron from her belt. She wanted to place it above the earth fire. However, the moment the cauldron appeared, before Zhang Xiaohua could release her hand, the cauldron in midair trembled slightly and emitted a faint buzzing sound. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When she looked carefully, she realized that the cauldron she took out was the cauldron she had obtained from the fragrance cult's mountain peak. It was not the cauldron that had been merged between the clouds and the water underground. Could it be that the Misty School has a similar cauldron? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the similar scene between the clouds and the water and was pleasantly surprised. After that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She walked out of the cave with the huge 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in her hand. As soon as she walked out of the cave, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron felt like it was flying out of her hand. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were about to turn into crescents as she followed her intuition and walked inside. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered the 3rd elixir room from the back. It was a similar elixir room as the previous one. However, there was no shelf in the place where there should be a shelf. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and felt a little strange. She used her divine sense to scan the room, but she still did not find it. Did I enter the wrong place? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, the cauldron in her hand trembled even more violently. Zhang Xiaohua could feel the excitement of the cauldron. Could it be here? Zhang Xiaohua followed the direction of the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron and came to the front of the stone wall where the shelf should be. She reached out and touched the stone wall. The stone wall did not seem to exist. Zhang Xiaohua's hands sank into it. Haha, it's actually here. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and stretched her head out. Sure enough, behind the stone wall where her divine sense and the naked eye could not detect anything strange, there was another flight of stairs leading downwards. She walked all the way down. Sure enough, after walking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, what appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua was an empty space about 10 feet wide. On that empty space, there were 6 cauldrons that looked like the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. The shape of these 6 cauldrons was very strange. They were not the kind of circle between the clouds and the water. Instead, they were shaped like spoons. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to approach, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in his hand flew out with a whoosh sound. The 6 cauldrons on the empty space vibrated at the same time and flew into the air. The 7 cauldrons gathered together and spun rapidly. Just like what happened between the clouds and the water, the 7 cauldrons collided and merged into one. 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form a new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron. 49 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons. What is the use of these 7 new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons floating quietly in the air and could not help but feel a little puzzled. Looking at the positions where the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons were placed, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. She waved her hand and the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons flew out from her belt and landed in the same 6 positions. Buzz 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 buzz. The 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons vibrated at the same time in response to the cauldron in the air. As the cauldron in the air vibrated, it established an inexplicable connection with the other 6 cauldrons. This connection kept twisting among the 7 cauldrons. With the twisting of the connection, the cauldron in the air gradually descended and slowly landed at the spot where the 6 cauldrons formed the handle of the ladle. Bang! The cauldron landed and the 7 cauldrons immediately stopped vibrating. The space was silent. However, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move, the 7 cauldrons flew into the air at the same time with a whoosh sound. They maintained the same shape and vibrated at the same time again. In her divine sense, each of the 7 cauldrons separated a stream of heaven and earth yuan qi and gathered in the air. Like a mountain spring, it gushed upwards and through the stone wall and the layer of soil above, it went straight into the air. Not long after, the heaven and earth yuan qi gradually dissipated. A stream of 7-colored light fell from above and divided into 7 streams according to the color. It went straight into the 7 cauldrons. Bang! The 7 cauldrons fell to the ground at the same time and there was no more movement. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1091. Seeing the 7 alchemy furnaces fall to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua did not go up. She only waited not far away, quietly waiting for the magic to happen. However, the magic seemed to have ended. Zhang Xiaohua waited for half a cup of tea's time, but the 7 alchemy furnaces did not move at all. There was only a vague connection between the 7 alchemy furnaces. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the nearest alchemy furnace flew into her belt. There was no change in the other 6 furnaces. Is the show over? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She took out the alchemy furnace again and immersed her divine sense in it. She found that there was no change from before. There must be a change. It's just that I can't find it, Zhang Xiaohua thought. She kept the 7 alchemy furnaces into her belt. Looking at the empty ground, she walked up the stairs and returned to the alchemy room. After crossing the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua still did not give up. She used her divine sense to check carefully. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi on the stone wall. She could see with her naked eyes that it was also a stone wall. It was exactly the same as the surrounding stone walls. When I saw the money bag at the ferry, I also encountered such a magical illusion array. However, that illusion array had a trace of primordial qi. But this illusion array in front of me has no trace of primordial qi. I don't know what method is used. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. If not for the previous alchemy furnace, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked through all the alchemy rooms. Except for this alchemy room which was a little strange, the other alchemy rooms were ordinary. In all the alchemy rooms, the jade bottles were empty. There was not a single elixir. It's strange again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was used to picking up leftovers, muttered in her heart. Why is there not even a jade slip? Coming out of the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua followed the mountain path to the back of the ethereal palace. Opposite her was the corridor that led to the right. The end of the corridor was a little different from the end behind her. Facing her was a stone door carved out of white jade. Although it was the same stone door as the entrance of the ethereal palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. Could it be? Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not wait any longer. He pushed open the jade door. Sure enough, there was a not very big hall behind the jade door. There were countless luminous pearls on the walls, illuminating the entire hall. In this hall, other than the white jade carved stone table and stone chairs, there were some dispensable curtains. Zhang Xiaohua. All the furnishings in this hall were, and some dispensable able curtains. Of all the furnishings in this hall, that was familiar. Yes, it was the hall carved out of white jade that Zhang Xiaohua saw on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was also the white jade hall where Zhang Xiaohua met Wan Wuxin. Could it be, this hall is also carved out of white jade? Having confirmed this guess in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua naturally looked at the wall of the hall. On that wall, there were indeed 3 portraits. The portraits were of Yu Mingxin, Wan Wuxin and Yang Haoya. The difference was that Yang Haoya's portrait was placed at the top. Similarly, beside the 3rd portrait of Wan Wuxin, there was a blank space. Presumably, there used to be a portrait of the founder of the devil cult, Di Shirtian. This Di Shirtian is really powerful. He went to Lingering Fragrance Peak, Sumeru World, and even the forbidden area of Spreading Fragrance Cult. But why did Di Shirtian take away his own portrait? Could there be something strange about it? As Zhang Xiaohua thought, she looked around the entire hall to see if there was anything she could take away. What is this? When Zhang Xiaohua saw a pillar in the jade hall, she unconsciously stopped. Because she had already observed 2 halls that were exactly the same as this jade hall, she knew the furnishings inside like the back of her hand. Therefore, she saw that on the originally smooth jade stone pillar, there was an extra palm-sized recessed area. Her heart was flabbergasted. Carefully walking to the front of the jade stone pillar, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the recessed area. This was a recessed area with distinct layers of protrusions at the edges of the recessed area. On the flat surface of the recessed area, there was also a slight pattern that was depressed. Seeing that there was no fluctuation of vitality and nothing unusual, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and used her fingers to slowly touch the pattern in the recessed area. The feeling from her fingertips clearly told Zhang Xiaohua that this pattern was very familiar. Where have I seen this pattern before? Zhang Xiaohua used her finger to aimlessly circle the recessed area as she carefully recalled. Zhang Xiaohua had been to the other 2 jade rooms before. After carefully recalling, those 2 jade rooms definitely did not have such a recessed area, let alone similar patterns. Could it be the rough tablet at the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. That rough tablet was the only thing that Zhang Xiaohua had set her mind on, but she had no chance to keep it. That's not it either. Zhang Xiaohua carefully thought again and eliminated the possibility of it being the rough tablet. Is it this one? When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze fell on the recessed area, she immediately thought of the pile of things she found in the floating mound peak, Heaven and Earth Hall, and Treasure Pavilion. Wasn't the token that she found in the Heaven Pavilion a square shape? As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the square-shaped token from her money pouch. When she held the token in her hand, the raised pattern on the token told Zhang Xiaohua that her luck had once again exploded. Sure enough, this token fit perfectly into the recessed area of the jade pillar. Moreover, the moment the token was placed on the jade pillar, the entire pillar began to shine. The pattern on the token floated up from the token and gradually rotated. As it rotated, the pattern grew larger and larger. In the end, the pattern left the token and completely wrapped around the jade pillar. It was like a dragon coiling around the pillar and dancing up and down. In just a moment, the pattern that had transformed into a dragon had completely wrapped around the entire transparent pillar. Suddenly, it lit up again, so bright that Zhang Xiaohua naturally closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pillar in front of him had already disappeared. In the place where the pillar used to be, there was a large hole, and in the hole, there were stairs that led down. Sigh, I have to go down again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, but her heart was blooming with joy. Needless to say, there must be something good in this hole. After going down the stairs, she was faced with an identical jade pillar. The token was also embedded on the pillar. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the extremely high stairs and raised her hand to take down the token. Sure enough, the stairs behind her gradually became transparent and then slowly disappeared, leaving only a jade pillar standing there. Going around the pillar, Zhang Xiaohua saw a small door in front of her. After passing through the small door, there was a rather large space. In the middle of the space, there was an extremely delicate palace standing there. Yes, there was a delicate feeling to it. This palace was much smaller than the ethereal palace. But whether it was the roof or the walls, they were all carved with patterns. The patterns were exquisite and smooth, giving people a pleasing feeling. Even on the door of the palace, there was a small plaque with the same handwriting as the words on the ethereal palace, Heritage Pavilion. Haha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. After searching for so long, wasn't it just these things? Zhang Xiaohua stepped in without hesitation. Just as her foot stepped into the palace door of the Heritage Pavilion, a layer of faint purple light flashed and blocked her front. Like a flash of lightning, a light flashed and attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He hadn't encountered any formidable restrictions along the way, but he hadn't expected it to appear here. Before Zhang Xiaohua could even think about it, the light had already struck him. At this moment, a profound fluctuation suddenly appeared from the four-cornered command token in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and it moved forward to meet the light. As soon as the light touched the fluctuation, it immediately vanished. The light purple brilliance flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on her forehead and gripped the four-sided token even tighter. The Heritage Pavilion was a 3-story building. The first floor was very spacious, with only a portrait of Yang Haoye hanging on the wall. In front of it was a table with some sacrificial items. Below the table were some praying mats. Presumably, these were used by the Misty School's disciples when worshipping Yang Haoye. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table and bowed. She whispered, "Senior Yang, Immortal Path's disciple Zhang Xiaohua greets you." Disciple took the Carefree Heart Sutra from your Misty School and stepped onto the path of immortality. Disciple has an inseparable attachment to the Misty School. Disciple doesn't know if the Carefree Heart Sutra is an original cultivation technique from your Misty School. If it is, Disciple will find an opportunity to return the Carefree Heart Sutra to your Misty School. If it isn't, then Disciple owes Misty School a favor. In the future, Beta School and Misty School will support each other and advance and retreat together. Of course, my second brother is the current sect leader of your Misty School. Even if the Carefree Heart Sutra belongs to your Misty School, I can't fight with my second brother for the position of sect leader. Please understand, Senior Yang. Senior Yang's legacy in the Misty School could be said to be a disaster. Now that it has just recovered, I hope that Senior Yang's spirit in heaven will bless the Misty School and my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. After he finished speaking, he bowed 3 more times before getting up and turning to look at the stairs leading to the second floor. This was the Misty School's legacy pavilion, so it must contain the legacy cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Misty School. Since Zhang Xiaohua had already decided to leave these cultivation techniques to Zhang Xiaohu, he gave up on the idea of going up to take a look. However, when he retracted his gaze from the stairs and was about to leave, he suddenly had a thought. I'm being too pedantic. That white fog in the Misty School's forbidden area prevents even Abbess Jing Yi and the elders from entering. I only relied on the innate divine restriction in my Naiwan palace to escape the divine sense attack. Second brother is just an ordinary martial arts expert. If I let him in, who knows how long it'll take for him to enter? I can't bring him in every time, can I? If I can't find a way to enter and exit the forbidden area, not only will second brother not be able to obtain the legacy, but the Misty School will also continue to decline. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and went up to the second floor of the Legacy Pavilion. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a bookmark, and a tip. Chapter 1092. Upon reaching the second level of the Hall of Inheritance, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. His mouth was agape and his saliva was almost dripping onto the floor. He had thought that the Misty School's inheritance would attract people, but he had never thought that it would be this attractive. The entire second level of the Hall of Inheritance was filled with rows of shelves. The shelves were made of an unknown material and looked similar to ordinary wooden shelves. Even the stripes on the shelves were similar. When he touched them, he could feel that they were cold and tight. On the shelves, there were jade scrolls of different colors and shapes arranged neatly. What moved Zhang Xiaohua the most was that the shelves on the second level were divided into different sections. On each section of the shelves, there were faint red words. They were respectively cultivation method, pill refining, array. And in the last section, there were actually words, magical equipment. And on the shelves, there were different types of magical equipment. However, these Dharma artifacts all had powerful restrictions on them. When Zhang Xiaohua first saw Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy, he already felt that it was inconceivable. It was like a pie falling from the sky. But when compared to the jade scrolls in front of him, that pie was too small. The difference between the clouds and the mud can't be mentioned in the same breath. This was Zhang Xiaohua's only thought. Sigh, I'm rich, I'm rich. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart and complained weakly, Second brother, why did you have to be the sect leader of the Misty School? There are so many good things, but as your biological brother, I can only look at them and can't take them away. Sigh, since I can't take them away, why did I come up? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly regretting. He then forced himself to look away from these tempting magical equipment, and in a flash, he came to the array section. It was as if the magical equipment had a weakness that he was afraid of. What Zhang Xiaohua did not expect was that in the innermost section of the magical equipment section, there was an even smaller shelf. This shelf was placed with the most powerful restrictions, and on the shelf, there were faint red words. Those words were magical equipment. Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the array formation area. There were several shelves in this area, and there were many jade slips on the shelves. However, unlike magic tools, these jade slips did not have restrictions placed on them. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and muttered, "Second brother, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm only looking at these formations because I want to find a way for you to come in. I don't know where the way to break the illusion formation is, so I'm only looking at the jade slips one by one. You know that I've always been smart and have a photographic memory. I'm going to look at all the formations in your Misty School and remember them all. Don't blame me." Hee, Zhang Xiaohua was also very cute. At this moment he was the only one here. Even if he did not tell Zhang Xiaohu about the situation here, how could Zhang Xiaohu know about it? If that was the case, Pern would have already obtained the succession. Moreover, even if Zhang Xiaohua took away all the inheritance jade slips in the inheritance pavilion, who would know? Well, even if he took a step back and took a few jade slips, only the heavens and earth would know. Yang Haoya's portrait downstairs would know. Zhang Xiaohua had done this countless times in the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water. However, at this moment, when he thought about how these jade slips were his second brother's inheritance, he did not have any intention of taking them for free. Even if he wanted to take a second look, he would have to find a lame excuse. Fortunately, after more than half a day, Zhang Xiaohua looked at several jade slips and memorized the Misty School's secret array and so on. Only then did he discover the method to break the restriction. Picking up the jade slip that contained the method to break the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua looked at it carefully again before reluctantly putting it back on the shelf. He sighed and was about to leave, but when he turned around he suddenly saw a purple jade slip beside the jade slip that contained the method to break the restriction. Zhang Xiaohua also saw it just now, but he did not pay much attention to it. Now, he inadvertently saw that there was a purple jade hairpin beside the purple jade slip. The jade hairpin and the jade slip were placed side by side, very close together. The color was also the same. If he did not walk closer to take a closer look, he would not be able to tell and would think that it was one with the jade slip. Why does it look the same as the purple phoenix hairpin? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw the jade hairpin. He walked over and took it in his hand. This is a magic weapon. Why is it placed in the cultivation method area? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua also took out his purple phoenix hairpin from the money bag. Sure enough, the male and female purple phoenix hairpins were exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Strange, besides the male and female hairpins, is it possible that there is also a little cub? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head in confusion. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the jade slip, he suddenly realized that although the purple phoenix hairpin had the fluctuation of vitality, there was no restriction. When his divine sense entered, it was actually a jade slip that was refined in the shape of a purple phoenix hairpin. It was not a magic weapon. No wonder. It was placed in the cultivation method area. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly, but the contents of the jade slip immediately made Zhang Xiaohua very surprised. What do you think? The jade slip in the shape of the purple phoenix hairpin recorded the usage of the purple phoenix hairpin. Moreover, the contents of the jade slip were obviously more detailed than the jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained from Jinggang Nun. It even described the subtle differences between the two purple phoenix hairpins. This, the purple phoenix hairpin of the Chuanxiang cult. Even they don't know the sacrificial refining methods so clearly. How could the Misty School have it? Could it be that the Chuanxiang cult took the purple phoenix hairpin from the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, oh, that's not right. The purple phoenix hairpin was taken from Jinggang Nun's two precious disciples. There is no jade slip that contains the sacrificial refining method. The jade slip in Jinggang Nun's hand does not specifically record the usage of the purple phoenix hairpin. It contains the usage of other magic weapons. Presumably, Jinggang Nun herself does not have the detailed refining method. It can't be that the Chuanxiang cult does not have it. It's just that. However, after thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could not figure out the reason. Perhaps there was some so-called karma behind the purple phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate and put the jade slip away. Anyway, the Misty School did not have any purple phoenix hairpins. What was the point of keeping it? It was better to make the best use of it and let her use it. And it could also be considered as comforting Zhang Xiaohua's hurt feelings. After that, Zhang Xiaohua left the jade slip and walked to the side of the stairs. She raised her head and looked at the stairs leading to the third floor. She was a little hesitant. But in a moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked up the stairs. She had already seen the first 2 floors of the Hall of Inheritance. Why would she care about the third floor? When she reached the third floor, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The third floor was empty. There was only a futon in the middle. There was nothing else. Could it be that the third floor was robbed? Was it all moved away? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself and slowly walked to the side of the futon. He had forgotten that he had done this kind of shady business many times in the past. The praying mat was also ordinary and nothing special about it. However, when Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and looked above the praying mat, he gasped. "Dear esteemed guests, what do you think Zhang Xiaohua saw? A sky, a resplendent night sky. It was like a child looking up at the night sky on a summer's night to count the stars." In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the Hall of Inheritance was a 3-story palace. Although it was unusually exquisite, it was still just a building. Besides the roof, what else could there be? He only raised his head occasionally. But when he saw the starry sky above the futon, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the means of immortals. Although the roof of the Hall of Inheritance was extremely far from the stone wall, the immortal seniors of the Misty School had countless means to show the starry sky above the roof. Zhang Xiaohua looked for a while and felt that something was wrong. It should be afternoon now. How could there be a night sky? Moreover, the stars in the night sky were divided into 5 regions. It was different from what they usually saw. Most importantly, the stars in the night sky were resplendent, but the stars in the night sky were very dim. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's good eyesight, he would not have been able to see them. Strange. What's this for? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. But when he looked down at the futon at his feet, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I'm so stupid. The Hall of Inheritance, isn't it used for passing down inheritances? The first floor is for worshipping Yang Haoya and commemorating the founder. The second floor is for jade slips and dharma artifacts to pass down the Misty School's techniques and arrays. Then what about the third floor? Of course, it's the place for passing down inheritances. No wonder the stars in the sky are dim. It must be because the items used for passing down inheritances have no energy left." With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua naturally released his divine sense, wanting to see what the starlight was. Once his divine sense was released, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was no restriction on divine sense on the third floor of the Hall of Inheritance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense rushed out like a waterfall. When he saw the stars in the night sky clearly, he nodded his head slightly. The dim stars were none other than piles of primordial stones. Looking at the 5 colors, they should be the 5 elements primordial stones. Sigh, what a pity. I don't know what Yang Haoya was thinking that day. In the Misty Peak of the Misty School, there are no jade mines nor any dragon veins to support it. So he could only use his own primordial stones to set up arrays. Look at this array. It's similar to the one under the jade mines of the fragrant cult. But the array is reversed. It should be an authentic spirit-gathering array. I think the Dalin Temple, the Shundao sect and the fragrant cult also have places for passing down inheritances. It's a pity that compared to the other sects, the Misty School is congenitally deficient. This Misty Peak is not a paradise and it doesn't have abundant primordial energy of heaven and earth. So, after thousands of years of inheritance, it has become a dilapidated place. Now, it can no longer pass down its inheritance. It has long forgotten about the way of immortality and has degenerated into a martial arts sect. It's even worse than the Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head as he carefully memorized the spirit-gathering array. Previously, he had seen a similar array on the dragon veins of the fragrant cult. But that array was reversed and the primordial stones were hidden in the void. This was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could do with his current cultivation. Seeing a ready-made spirit-gathering array, how could he not learn it? After Zhang Xiaohua memorized the array, he withdrew his divine sense. Suddenly, his heart moved and he thought to himself, "That's right, the Misty Peak is not a famous mountain or river. There's also no defense that can be relied on. It's just close to..." Yes, here. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was clear. He vaguely felt that the Misty School's mountain gate here should be related to the Immortal's mansion in Yaoshan. But why not directly open it in Yaoshan? This was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could know. The way of immortality is indeed unpredictable. Even choosing a mountain gate is also very particular. In the territory of the fragrant cult, there is a Huanshu where the earth's core is refined. In the territory of the Misty School, there is also an Immortal's mansion. But what is the Shundao sect between the clouds and the water? That's right, is the Buddha's space in the Daoist temple considered an ancient ruin? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he walked down the hall. When he arrived at the jade pillar, he placed the 4 tokens back into the indent. With a flash of light, the pillar began to turn transparent. The inscriptions on the pillar began to rotate. In front of him, from top to bottom, the stairs began to appear. When the stairs were in front of Zhang Xiaohua, the jade pillar became transparent and disappeared. He walked up the stairs and came to the jade hall. The pillar was also faintly discernible in the air. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the token. The hole under the pillar disappeared and the entire jade pillar gradually turned to stone. Finally, it returned to the jade pillar that he saw earlier. Such a magical array. If not for this token, even if I racked my brains, I would not have been able to go underground. No wonder. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and quickly walked through the corridor and returned to the alchemy room. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua's face was slightly pale. In his hand, he held a small ingot-shaped jade token and walked out of the alchemy room with a smile. When he reached the jade plaza, he casually found an exit and walked in. The restriction was like the white fog in the alchemy hall. It still attacked the divine sense and was still an inexplicable illusory array. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out the ingot-shaped jade token, the jade token emitted a faint fluctuation that gradually matched the fluctuation of the entire restriction. As far as the eye could see, the white fog had disappeared and so had the illusion. In front of him was a smooth mountain path and a few skeletons. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the end of the mountain path, there was a small stone door. He pushed it with his hand and came to a huge hall. There were tables and chairs in the hall. Looking at the hall, Zhang Xiaohua found that it was different from the underground ethereal palace. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Looking at the ceiling and the lines on the stone walls, Zhang Xiaohua understood that this should be the inside of the ethereal peak. There were a few small doors at the side. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that there were ordinary stone rooms behind the stone doors. Looking forward, in front of the hall, there was a mountain path. Countless torches lit up the mountain path. His divine sense went through the winding mountain path and kept moving forward. Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing. At the end of the mountain path was a small door. Outside the door, there were dozens of men from the Misty School and dozens of tables. It was the meeting hall of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu was accompanying Li Jian and Lu Qingyang to welcome them. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1093. In the meeting hall of the Misty Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting at the first table with Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and the others. Du Feng, Ding Chao, and the others were also sitting at the other tables. Perhaps the people at the table were their elders, but there were talented people in every generation. At this time, the time belonged to Zhang Xiaohu and the others. At this time, how could the disciples of the Misty School think so much? Escaping from death, recovering all their martial arts, and returning to the Misty Mountain Villa. A year ago, this was something that they would never have dreamed of. Now, they were drinking in the meeting hall. It was like a dream. How did all this come about? Everyone who was drunk unconsciously looked at the humble leader of the Misty School who was sitting at the head of the table. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's face was also red. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. However, Lu Qingyang did not intend to let him go. Lu Qingyang raised a big bowl and put it in front of Zhang Xiaohu. He grinned and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, I didn't expect you to be the leader of the Misty School now. Come. Not only do I have to congratulate you on becoming the leader, but I also have to thank you for your grace. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be lying on the chair." With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu raised his small wine cup and clinked it against the large bowl in front of him. He said, "Ancestor Lu, this disciple really can't handle alcohol. Plus, I don't dare to ask for a toast from you. Everything your disciple has done is for the ethereal sect and for everyone. Don't ever mention anything about gratitude." At this point, Zhang Xiaohu was suddenly stunned. He turned his head and asked, Master Lu, and the others? When they entered the villa, didn't they sit on the chairs?" Li Jian was also stunned. His slightly red face also showed an awkward smile. He said, "Leader Zhang, please forgive us. Because we haven't returned to the Misty Mountain Villa for a long time, we were too excited and forgot about it. I'm afraid Ming Qing and the others will notice." After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu said non-committally, "In the square this morning, they suffered a setback and are thinking of countermeasures. Maybe it's normal that they didn't notice." When Wenhai, who was beside him, also felt regretful. He nodded and said, "I hope so. Ming Qing and the others have never interacted with the Misty School's disciples. They probably don't know the exact situation of Master Lu and the others. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Qingyang gulped down a large bowl of wine and belched, "I've long found the fragrant religion to be an eyesore. If they find out, I'll directly kill them. Let me release all the grievances I've accumulated over the past few years." "Old 5. Li Jian scolded. "If Abbess Jing-yi discovers that something is amiss, the one who will be in trouble is clan leader Zhang. Moreover, our Misty School will be attacked from both sides." Master Li is right. Right now, our Misty School's strength is still weak. We still have to rely on Ming Qing and the other fragrant religion disciples. We can't turn our backs on them for the time being. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "However, even if Abbess Jing-yi finds out that Master Li and the others have recovered their martial arts, she'll definitely investigate the reason. However, if she wants to talk about dealing with our Misty School, I'm afraid she won't." Yes, clan leader Zhang's words are reasonable. Xue Qin, who was beside him, blushed and said with a smile, "I heard that Abbess Jing-yi announced at the martial arts convention that she would send our Misty School out of the fragrant religion and support our Misty School's recovery. If she were to deal with our Misty School, wouldn't that be going back on her words? Even if the people of Jianghu didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to live with it." While they were talking, a disciple of the Misty School hurried in and stood in front of Du Feng. He lowered his head and said a few words. Du Feng frowned and waved his hand to dismiss the disciple. He then walked to Zhang Xiaohu and said in a low voice, "Clan leader Zhang, a disciple reported that a 7-colored brilliance descended from the sky and sprinkled on our Misty Peak. That disciple was afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he asked the patrolling disciples. 30% of them also saw it. Did anything happen on the Misty Peak?" Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled and asked. The patrolling disciples checked the Misty Peak briefly and just returned. They didn't find anything unusual. However, Du Feng hesitated and said, "However, I feel that this 7-colored brilliance is somewhat similar to the one in the northwest. Is it the brilliance that often appears in the northwest these few nights?" Zhang Xiaohu asked. I don't know. It's just a guess, Du Feng said respectfully. Yes. Perhaps it's an auspicious omen that the heavens have specially given to our Misty School for the revival of our Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. As he said that, he gestured for Du Feng to return to his table. Zhang Xiaohu raised his cup and stood up. Everyone, I just received a disciple's report that a 7-colored auspicious light fell on our misty peak just now. I believe that the heavens must be welcoming all of you back. It's also an omen that our Misty School will prosper. Come, let's drink to the prosperity of our Misty School. Everyone was excited and raised their cups. To the Misty School. Cheers. In the secret chamber, Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was so relaxed and at ease. She smiled and made a hand gesture to escape from the misty peak. After determining the direction, she flew straight to Guizhuang House. A few days passed. At noon on this day, several horse carriages were traveling on the official road to Pingyang City. They could see Pingyang City from afar. On the second horse carriage, the driver raised his head and looked at Pingyang City in the distance. He shouted, Xiaohua, is this Pingyang City? Yes, big brother. This is Pingyang City. A voice came from the first horse carriage. The person who answered was the tall and thin young man. Wasn't this person Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around. He smiled and said, Brother, we'll reach Pingyang City in half a meal's time. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua shook the reins and the horse carriage caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. He said, It's actually so far from Guizhuang House to Pingyang City. Back then you and Xiaohu, it really wasn't easy. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, It's already been 6 years. Thinking about it now, it seems like it was just yesterday. Then, she jumped up and stood at the front of the horse carriage. She turned around and looked at the few horse carriages behind her. She smiled and said, Father, disciple, drive carefully. We'll reach Pingyang City soon. I know. It's not my first time driving. It's okay. This was Zhang Kai's voice. Yes, master. I know. This was Xiaohua's voice. Master. A voice came from Zhang Xiaolong's horse carriage. Lu Qian helplessly carried Zhang Byron out and said, Xiaohua, stop for a while. Byron wants to go to your horse carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped the horse carriage, Lu Qian sent Zhang Byron up the horse carriage. Xiao Huang and Xiao He came out from the carriage cover. When Zhang Byron saw them, he immediately smiled and reached out his small hands to grab them. The 4 horse carriages followed the official road and came close to Pingyang City. Then, they turned and went to Ethereal Heights. When they were close to Huanxi Heights, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse carriage and said, Father, Mother, Big Brother, wait for a moment. I'll go and take a look first. Go quickly and come back quickly. Guosufei jumped down from the horse and looked at the unfamiliar place and instructed. Yes, Mother. Zhang Xiaohua said and walked to a hidden place. She turned around and disappeared. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua turned back with a waste token in her hand and said, Let's go, Mother. Second brother is already waiting in the villa. However, he's afraid of attracting attention, so he didn't come out to welcome us. Well, then let's go in quickly. Guosufei heard and looked a little nervous. She looked around as if someone was staring at them. Zhang Xiaohua led the 4 horse carriages to a gate of Ethereal Heights. She showed the waist token to the guard and drove the horse carriages to the front of a yard. In front of the yard, Zhang Xiaohu was waiting with Chang'e and Qin. O Yen and Qiu Tong were also there. However, O Yen had an inexplicable matter with Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e on Lingxiang Peak, so at this time, they looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped the horse carriage and jumped down. She jumped in front of O Yen and saluted, Greetings to Miss O and Sister Qiu Tong. Seeing this, O Yen didn't dare to neglect and quickly returned the salute. She even complained, Xiaohua, when did you become so polite? Just call me Sister O. Hee, seeing that Huanxi Heights is still the same as before, I unconsciously thought of the past and called you Miss O. Sister O, don't blame me. With that, Zhang Kai, Guosufei and others also got down from the horse carriage. Seeing this, Yen quickly left Zhang Xiaohua and walked over to greet them. Greetings to uncle and aunt. Seeing an elegant woman coming over to greet them, Zhang Kai and Guosufei were at a loss. They hurriedly returned the salute and didn't know how to address her. Zhang Xiaohua quickly came over and said, "Father, mother, this is Miss O, who I told you before. She is very good to me. Huanxi Heights is Miss O's." Miss O? Zhang Kai and Guosufei were stunned. In their impression, Miss O was the person with the highest status. They immediately panicked and wanted to salute but didn't know how to do so. They were afraid that they would lose their son's face if they saluted too much, but they would be laughed at if they didn't. Seeing this, Yen hurried to help Guosufei and said with a smile, "Don't listen to Xiaohua's nonsense. Miss O is for outsiders. When Xiaohua was here, I asked him to call me sister. If aunt doesn't mind, you can call me Yen directly." Guosufei was a little flattered. She looked at the ethereal villa, which covered a large area, and then looked at the small courtyard with carved beams and painted pillars. She was a little embarrassed. "Villa head O? Aunt," Yen said with a wry smile, "although I live in Huanxi Heights now, Huanxi Heights is the property of the Misty School. It has always been under the control of the gang leader's wife. Previously, my eldest brother gave Huanxi Heights to me because he loved me. Now my eldest brother has passed away. I have no relatives in this world. And gang leader Zhang is in charge of the Misty School. Huanxi Heights will naturally be under the control of Chang'e. How can I still be the villa head? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 1094. Guosufei couldn't understand the reason, but when she heard that Yen was alone in this world, her eyes turned red. She felt that this noble was also a pitiful person who was inferior to her. She stretched out her hand and held Yen. "Poor child. Alas, then I'll call you Yen." Yen was happy and said sweetly, "Auntie, that's the best." Guosufei turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Xiaohu? I don't know too much, but Yen wants to stay here for a day. Don't drive her away." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "Mother, Miss O is the younger sister of the previous leader of the Misty School. Even if I want to drive her away, my master, grandmaster, and my disciples won't allow it." Then he said hesitantly, "As for the ownership of Huanxi Manor, it's too early to talk about it, Miss O." Yen smiled and said, "It's just a matter of time. Don't you think so, Chang'e?" Chang'e and Yen were familiar with each other. At this time, Chang'e blushed and didn't know how to answer. Yen turned and saw Lu Qian and Zhang Xiaolong. She couldn't help but smile and said, "This is brother Zhang and sister Zhang." Then she went forward to greet them and asked Lu Qian, "Sister Zhang, why is your skin so good? You look much younger than me." Hearing Yen praise her youth, Lu Qian was happy and said to Yen with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu next to them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yen was Peng's younger sister, and Zhang Xiaohu was Wen Wenhai's disciple. This generation gap was 2 generations. This was one of the reasons why Chang'e couldn't answer just now. But Yen was brother Zhang and sister Zhang, so wouldn't it be messed up? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think so much. When he entered Huanxi Manor, he called Qiu Tong and Yen elder sister. At this time, he saw that Yen was very close to his family, so he was happy. Seeing Qiu Tong looking at Yen with a smile, she hurriedly went over and bowed. "Long time no see, big sister Qiu Tong. How is everything?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Good, good, very good. I even went to your little house yesterday." "Ah? Big sister Qiu Tong, don't tell me you still want me to stay there." Qiu Tong laughed and said, "Of course not. You're now gang leader Zhang's younger brother. We can't wait to flatter you. How could we dare to let you stay in that small house?" Later, led by Yen, she took Zhang Xiaohua and the others to a separate small courtyard and said with a smile, "After gang leader Zhang told me a few days ago, I asked the servants to clean this courtyard. It is close to the ethereal villa and separated from the other places in the Huanxi villa, so it is convenient for gang leader Zhang to come and visit. I wonder if uncle and auntie are willing? Before Guosufei entered the small courtyard, she was first attracted by the beauty of the small courtyard and said repeatedly, "Great, great. It's much more beautiful than our Guozhuang house. I'm happy. Seeing this, Yen smiled like a flower and said, "Since auntie is happy, I'm relieved. Because gang leader Zhang told us to keep it a secret, no one will disturb us in the future. Today, Xiaohua will have to move by herself." Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Gang leader Zhang, I won't disturb you. If there's anything, please tell me as soon as possible." After that, she saluted and left. After Yen left, Guosufei said with emotion, "Miss O is really a kind person. She has such a noble identity, but she is so kind to us. Xiaohu, you have to be nicer to her in the future." Mom, Zhang Xiaohu's face was slightly red. He looked at Chang'e, who pretended not to hear it, and complained, "What are you talking about? I'll be nicer to Chang'e and Qin. Why do you involve Miss O?" Guosufei said curiously, "I didn't say anything. I just asked you to be nicer to her in the future." What does it have to do with Chang'e and Qin? Well, the more she said, the less clear it was. Zhang Xiaohu simply stopped talking. He rolled up his arms and moved the things in the 4 carriages one by one into the courtyard with Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua. Of course, with Zhang Xiaohua, who had infinite strength, the other 3 were just doing small things. When the big things were moved in, Guosufei found that there was everything in the several rooms in the small courtyard. Alas, it gave Zhang Xiaohua a headache again. Under the command of her mother, she moved all the furnishings in the room. After putting all the things brought from the Guozhuang house into the room, Guosufei let Zhang Xiaohua out. In the yard, under the grape trellis, Mr. Lu and Zhang Kai had already sat on the stone chairs. The tea set had been placed on the stone table. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were accompanying them and chatting leisurely. In the corner of the small courtyard, there was a clear small pond, a few lotus leaves and a few small fish, which attracted Zhang Byron and Ji Xiaohua to watch over them carefully. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Zhang Xiaohu poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. He smiled and said, "You're finally done?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua took the cup and drank it up. She complained, "I was busy inside. Why didn't you help me? Do you have any humanity?" He, Big Brother and I wanted to help, but you could lift a cabinet with one hand. Big Brother and I couldn't lift it together. If we went inside to help, it would only hurt our pride. So, it's better to accompany Father and Mr. Lu. Is it necessary? Zhang Xiaohua put down the cup and smacked her lips. She said, "Father, this tea is just as it." "All right, wait a minute." As she said that, she took out a small stone from her pocket and walked to the kitchen. Looking at the water tank, she threw the stone in and said, "Big Brother, don't touch the stone in the water tank. It can make the water taste good." "What? Who can make the water taste good?" How could Zhang Xiaolong believe it? "If you don't believe, you'll know when you drink it tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Disciple, remember, don't throw the stone away when you're cleaning the water tank." "I know, Master." Ji Xiaohua answered from afar. I remember now." "Xiaohua, is that stone the same as the one you gave to Byron?" Zhang Xiaolong suddenly realized. "And that's right. What's the lesson in it?" Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously. Big Brother, it's better if you don't know about these things." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and shook her head. She said, "Maybe second brother Su only knows a little about it now." Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand. "Don't pull me, I don't know anything." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She said, "I don't believe that your Misty School doesn't have any immortal teachings." Zhang Xiaohu heard this and smiled bitterly. He said, "Misty School is a great sect that has immortal teachings. This is already recognized in Jianghu. How can I not know?" Sect leader O died suddenly and martial uncle Zhang Qingyue also passed away early. Regarding the inheritance, only the 2 of them know about it. Even my master doesn't know the details. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "What if I teach you the inheritance of your misty school?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and immediately became ecstatic. However, he still couldn't believe it. He said, "The inheritance of my misty school is in my misty mountain villa." "You? How do you know?" "Hee, second brother, did you forget? After helping you capture Wang Dong that day, I had nothing to do and went to your forbidden area." "Ah? You went to the forbidden area?" Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and suddenly realized. "That rainbow light that day, was it you who made it?" "You also saw that rainbow light?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "At that time, I was in your forbidden area. It was also in that forbidden area that I found the Misty Palace and the Inheritance Pavilion." "Ah, there really is the Misty Palace? There really is the Inheritance Pavilion?" Zhang Xiaohu believed it. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, "I heard from my master that there is something about the Misty Palace and the Inheritance Pavilion in the legends. I didn't expect it to really be in the Misty Peak. It's unimaginable, unimaginable." Then he asked, Can I go and take a look now?" At this point, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Zhang Xiaohu was scared. His martial arts had not reached the peak of martial arts and was far from the immortal path. He didn't even know if he could enter the forbidden area. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "The inheritance of the Misty School is yours. Why can't you go? It's just that is the inheritance of the immortal path. If you can't step into the immortal path, the things inside are useless to you." "My own?" Zhang Xiaohu murmured, "Although it's useless to me, can I take a look?" "I also want to take a look," Zhang Xiaolong interrupted. Zhang Xiaohu refused. "Big brother is not a disciple of the Misty School. He can't enter the forbidden area of the Misty School and can't see the inheritance of our Misty School." "But Xiaohua is not a disciple of the Misty School. He entered the forbidden area and saw the inheritance." Zhang Xiaolong laughed. "Xiaohua is different. He will be an elder of the Misty School in the future. He has the right to see it." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Don't, second brother. I don't want to be an elder of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. "If you become an elder of the Misty School, you can establish a Beidou school in the future. The Misty School can also support you," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. "Support? Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "The inheritance of your Misty School was given to you by me. You have the nerve to talk about support." Zhang Xiaohu became thick-skinned and said, "You are my brother. It's natural for you to give me things." Then he said, "Let's go. Let me take a look at the inheritance of our Misty School. Although I can't use it, it's still okay to let me see it." But seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua got up and said, "Do you know the small door behind the Ethereal Heights Conference Hall?" "I know. Martial Ancestor Li already told me that it's the place where the Misty School holds confidential meetings." "How do you know?" The moment he asked, Zhang Xiaohu regretted it. His younger brother had even gone to the Legacy Pavilion. Knowing such a small secret was probably nothing much. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1095. After hearing Zhang Xiaohu's rhetorical question, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. She curled her lips and said, "Forget it. You're Misty School now. What secrets do you have from me? You're all so naked." "Father, you see," Zhang Xiaohu immediately turned to Zhang Kai and said, "Xiaohua has learned bad things. She even said such things." Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect her second brother to complain about her. She looked at her father and Mr. Lu and felt embarrassed. However, Zhang Kai didn't think much of it. He glared at Zhang Xiaohu and scolded, "You only want to find 2 wives for yourself. Don't you want Xiaohua to have some thoughts? Xiaohua is also in her prime now. What's wrong with saying such things?" Then, he turned to Mr. Lu and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you think I'm right?" "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He wasn't surprised by his father's love for his younger brother, But Zhang Kai's prime really made goosebumps rise on his arms. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and saw that she was also cold. Only Zhang Xiaolong was calm, as if he had been tested for a long time. In-law, you're right. Mr. Lu stroked his beard and acted like a good teacher. He smiled and said, although Little Blossom is 18 or 19 years old, he still looks young. This flower season, and rainy season, is used wonderfully. Zhang Kai said proudly, it's all thanks to Mr. Lu's influence. You flatter me, you flatter me. Mr. Lu laughed. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and quickly rubbed her hands. She couldn't be bothered to attack her second brother. She urged, are you going or not? If you don't want to go, then forget it. When I have time, I'll tidy up the place. Everything will belong to my Beidou school. Zhang Xiaohu jumped up and grabbed Zhang Xiao's hand. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait to see it. Zhang Xiaolong's face lit up with joy as he said, you won't go in. I'll keep a lookout, how about that? No, Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu said in unison, Xiaolong, stay here and make us tea. Yes, Zhang Xiaolong said with a bitter expression. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and entered the ground, while Zhang Xiaohu hurried back to the meeting hall. When he arrived at the secret chamber behind the meeting hall, Zhang Xiaohua was already waiting there. Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to ask, where is it? That small house. Zhang Xiaohua pointed. Let's go. Zhang Xiaohu took a step forward, wanting to go over. Don't rush, second brother. Zhang Xiaohua said as she took out a jade talisman shaped like an ingot and handed it over. She said, take this. Without this, you'll die if you go in. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He said, can't you bring it in? I'm not sure, but you should take it. In the future, when you want to come, you can come by yourself. You don't have to drag me along. Oh, okay. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, Zhang Xiaohu understood that this was his younger brother telling him the way to enter the forbidden area. In the future, he could come at any time. In other words, his younger brother was handing over the inheritance of the Misty School to him. Zhang Xiaohu took the jade talisman and scolded with a smile, one look at this thing and I know you're a money grubber. Hee, I like the shape. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. After that, Zhang Xiaohua led the way and led Zhang Xiaohu into the forbidden area. As she didn't know what dangers Zhang Xiaohu would encounter in the forbidden area, Zhang Xiaohua specially put the Crimson Spirit protection on top of her head to protect both of them. Unexpectedly, this jade talisman was very magical. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua was holding it herself. The path in front of Zhang Xiaohu was unobstructed and there were no attacks. Therefore, after taking a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua put away the Crimson Spirit protection. Looking at the incomparably huge jade square, Zhang Xiaohu was completely dumbfounded. He was even more greedy than Zhang Xiaohua. His saliva dripped onto the ground. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally shut his mouth and licked his dry lips. Trembling, he asked, Is this an ethereal peak? Who cares where it is? Second brother, as long as it already belongs to you, it's fine. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She finally felt a little better after making a fool of herself yesterday. Moreover, she was looking forward to seeing Zhang Xiaohu's expression next. Indeed, Ethereal Palace, Jade Hall, as well as the steps and jade pillars leading to and from the Pavilion of Legacy left Zhang Xiaohu dumbfounded again and again. Until they reached the entrance of the Pavilion of Legacy, Zhang Xiaohu almost thought that he was in a dream. Xiaohua, I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the beautiful Pavilion of Legacy hesitantly and murmured. Easy, pinch your own thigh or slap yourself in the face. Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua. Play along with the mood. It's not like I've never seen the methods of immortals before. Just now, it seems like some descriptions of legends. Second brother is right. Perhaps the things in legends are seen from the immortal's magical powers. Because of this, it becomes a legend. Sigh, I don't know if Leader O has been here before. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and was about to go up. Wait, second brother. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled him back and handed over the four-sided token. You have to use this token to enter the Pavilion of Legacy. I don't know if two people can use one token. Moreover, the Pavilion of Legacy's protection is very tight. I'm afraid I can't handle it. You should go in by yourself. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Is there any danger inside? It's all the legacies of your Misty School inside. What danger can there be? However, the things on the second floor are the real legacies. You can't understand them now, so it's better not to touch them. In any case, it won't be too late to cultivate them when you're strong enough and use the blade-breaking force to enter the path of immortals. Even if I can't cultivate them, I can still pass them on to the next generation. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. He held the four-sided token in his hand and slowly walked into the Pavilion of Legacy. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, watched quietly. Zhang Xiaohu calmly entered the Pavilion of Legacy. The first thing he saw was, of course, the portrait of Yang Haoye. When he was in the Jade Hall, Zhang Xiaohua had already told him that there was a place to worship in the Pavilion of Legacy. That was why he didn't kowtow in the Jade Hall. Now that he was here, how could he not do it? Zhang Xiaohu walked to the table. There was a fist-sized incense burner on the table. There were 9 incense sticks stuck on it. The incense burner was simple and unadorned. It was unknown what method was used to carve strange patterns on it. The 9 incense sticks were also different from the usual ones. They were as thick as a baby's thumb and had some faint patterns on them. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the incense burner and pulled out the 9 incense sticks. The incense sticks had faint traces of being burned. He took out a fire sickle and lit the 9 incense sticks on the burner one by one. Then he stuck them on the incense burner one by one. The incense sticks flickered and flickered. However, the smoke that rose from them was 9 perfectly straight lines that floated upwards. Zhang Xiaohu lit the incense sticks and took a few steps back. He knelt on the praying mat and put his palms together. He murmured, "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu is the sect leader of this generation's Misty School. Today, with the help of my younger brother, I came to the Pavilion of Legacy to see the true face of the Patriarch." Disciple pays his respects to the Patriarch and asks for the Patriarch's spirit in the underworld to protect our Misty School. The 9 incense sticks continued to rise to the top of the portrait. They did not scatter, but gathered together. After a while, the gathered smoke gradually formed the shape of a bullet. The 9 incense sticks on the incense burner suddenly extinguished. The bullet seemed to be attracted by something and flew straight to the portrait, hitting Yang Haoye's forehead. As the smoke seeped into the portrait, a bright spot gradually appeared on the portrait. The bright spot slowly brightened, but when it reached a certain point, it gradually dimmed, and then began to shine again. Yang Haoye's face was covered in smoke. The smoke slowly seeped into the portrait, and a bright spot gradually appeared on the portrait. The bright spot slowly lit up, but when it reached a certain point, it gradually dimmed, and then began to shine again. After a few times of this, Zhang Xiaohu finished paying his respects. He respectfully kowtowed 9 times on the praying mat. Just as he was about to get up, he saw the bright spot on the portrait. At this moment, the bright spot seemed to be exerting force. It suddenly lit up and a beam of light shot out from the portrait. Following that, a scholar who looked exactly like the one in the portrait appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing the blank spots on the scholar's body from time to time, Zhang Xiaohu immediately thought of what Zhang Xiaohua had said in the Jade Hall. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Primordial spirit projection?" Sure enough, Yang Haoye said, "What's your name? Which generation of Misty School's disciples are you?" Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to reply, Yang Haoye waved his hand and said sadly, "Forget it, there's no need to say anything. I heard it anyway." Zhang Xiaohu was silent, but he still replied respectfully. Yang Haoye naturally turned a deaf ear to him. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes looking outside. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what was going on. After a while, Yang Haoye said, "Since you're a disciple of Misty School and have come to the Heritage Pavilion, you must be this generation's chief disciple. You're also a candidate for the next generation's leader." "Disciple? is this generation's leader of Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said with a bit of shame. "And, since you've come to the Heritage Pavilion, I'm sure your master has already told you all the secrets of Misty School. Since you're also preparing to accept the inheritance of our school, I won't say anything unnecessary. I'm sure you know that I's appearance here is a primordial spirit projection. I don't appear every generation's chief disciple to accept the inheritance. I's appearance depends on luck. It's just that, even though I's primordial spirit projection, I know that Misty School hasn't had a chief disciple come here to accept the inheritance for a long time. Also, I feel that the heaven and earth yuan qi is getting thinner and thinner. It's no longer enough to sustain I's primordial spirit projection. Is this the reason why our Misty School hasn't had a disciple come here to accept the inheritance?" Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. These words sounded like a legend to him. Even though I's primordial spirit projection, I've always been worried about the Misty School. There hasn't been a chief disciple for a long time. Could it be that the Misty School has already perished? Seeing you here today, I's quite gratified. Finally, before my primordial spirit projection dissipates, I can see this generation's chief disciple. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1096. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Yang Haoya couldn't hear him, so he didn't bother to correct him. But looking at Yang Haoya's flickering spirit projection, he couldn't help but worry. Sure enough, he heard Yang Haoya say, "Although I don't know your name, but you can be considered as a person with profound fortune. I feel that the qi of heaven and earth is extremely scarce. If you came a few years later, I's spirit projection would have dissipated. I'm afraid that even if you wanted to see I, you wouldn't be able to." Then, Yang Haoya's spirit projection flickered a few times. Yang Haoya smiled bitterly and said, "It's still out of I's expectation. I didn't think that it would actually reach such an embarrassing state. Well, since I don't have much time, I can only make a long story short. You are my Misty School's chief disciple. I just don't know if your master is outside. If he is outside, I'll have to trouble you to call him in. These matters still need to be explained to Misty School's leader. Reporting to founder, disciple is Misty School's leader." Zhang Xiaohu helplessly explained again. After waiting for a moment, Yang Haoya said again, "Well, you are Misty School's current leader?" I don't need to explain in detail. I haven't come out for a long time. I'm afraid you haven't seen me. Just now, I already told your disciple that I don't have much time, so I'll make a long story short. As for the Misty School's inheritance, I don't worry. This inheritance pavilion has a spirit gathering array which can gather the qi of heaven and earth for my disciples to use. Even if the qi of heaven and earth is scarce, it can still barely pass down my Misty School's orthodoxy. Moreover, there are many cultivation techniques in the inheritance pavilion. No matter what kind of physique, you can find a suitable cultivation technique. This inheritance pavilion's restriction was personally set up by I. Ordinary people can't enter. And Sakura, I reckon he's long dead. No one can enter, so my inheritance won't be lost. Among the 3 sects of Immortal Path, my Misty School has a relationship with Fragrance Cult and Shandao sect. If the other 2 sects have any requests, we will do our best to satisfy them. Only with the help of the 3 sects can we prosper and pass down our inheritance. Yang Haoya talked a lot about the Immortal Dao as well as the secrets of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu listened with fascination. Although he had endless questions, he didn't dare to ask. He just calmly memorized everything. Then Yang Haoya said with a serious face, "You must remember what I said. It's best if you write it down in a jade slip and pass it down so that the disciples will know the origin of the Misty School." Yes, this disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohu knew the records, but how would he know how to record them into the jade slip? Well, what I am going to say next is another matter that will affect the prosperity of our Misty School. Yang Haoya's expression became more serious. This disciple is all ears. Zhang Xiaohu's expression also turned serious. Do you know why my Misty School was established in Ethereal? Yang Haoya asked. Zhang Xiaohu was depressed and secretly said, "How would I know?" Sure enough, Yang Haoya didn't wait for his reply and said, "The reason why this poor Taoist wants to establish a sect in the Misty Peak is a great secret of the Misty Sect. Since the establishment of the sect until now, this poor Taoist has never told anyone because this matter is of great importance. If the fragrant cult or the godly saber sect were to know about it, there would be a great storm. Perhaps the stability of the three sects would be weakened because of this, or even become enemies." After hearing this, "I'm afraid you don't understand. I will tell you now. It's because in a mountain not far from here, there is an ancient Immortal's mansion hidden." Immortal's mansion? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and asked curiously, "What is that?" Yang Haoya raised the corner of his mouth and said with a faint trace of pride, "Didn't I say just now? I came here with Wan Wuxin and Yu Mingxin. But I happened to get some ancient jade slips by chance. These jade slips faintly mentioned this Immortal's mansion, which was left by an ancient powerful person. There are endless mysteries in it, and if you can get it, you can practice to become an immortal." Become an immortal? Thunder, isn't he an immortal? Zhang Xiaohu was even more stunned. "So, Sai, you can't blame I. There is only one Immortal's mansion, but I and the others have 3 people. If they also know about it, I may not have a chance. So, I first occupied this Misty Peak and set up my Misty School. Although Misty Peak is lacking in resources and can't be compared to Fragrance Cult's Dragon Vein and Shundao Sect's innate water restriction, after all, it is very close to the void where the Immortal's mansion is hidden. As long as the Immortal's mansion appears, my Misty School will be the first to get it. That's not something that Dragon Vein and innate water restriction can compare to. Sai, I's fortune is poor and my experience is quite bumpy. Although I didn't lose my life in the hands of Di Shirtian in Fragrance Cult, but, Sai, the past is unbearable to look back on. Love is really hard to see through. It's not as good as Wan Wuxin, who lost his life in the ruins of Huanshu and didn't have many worries." Yang Haoya's words were somewhat incoherent and Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. After waiting for a while, Yang Haoya continued, "Although I didn't lose my life in Fragrance Cult and there were some unforeseen events later, my life can be considered peaceful. But even so, in the end, I didn't see the Immortal's mansion appear. Presumably, the Immortal's mansion has no fate with I. As for the Immortal's mansion, I'm afraid that only I know about it. Even Yu Mingxin doesn't know about it. Because I'm afraid of bringing disaster to the future disciples, I've been keeping it a secret. If I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to say it." Then, Yang Haoya told Zhang Xiaohu the specific location he knew in detail. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he heard it. Wasn't this Yao Mountain next to Lu Town? Was it also the location of the colorful brilliance that he saw in the middle of the night when he, Chang'e and Qinchin came back from Guozhuang House? Could it be that the Immortal's mansion that the founder talked about is about to appear? Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood. The Immortal's mansion is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can have it. I told you about the Immortal's mansion to let my Misty School have an opportunity before the other sections. If with this opportunity, we still can't snatch the Immortal's mansion, then there's no need to snatch it. That Immortal's mansion has no fate with my Misty School. My Misty School won't give up its inheritance for the Immortal's mansion. And, according to the ancient records, that Immortal's mansion also hid in the void for a very strange reason. It seems to be suppressing something. Of course, these are some of the guesses of the ancient powerful people and may not be true. Becoming an immortal? How can it be so easy? I'm going to cultivate. At this point, the projection of Yang Haoya's spirit blurred and his voice disappeared. After a while, when Yang Haoya became clear again, his face was a little lonely and also a little reluctant. He said, Is it time to leave? Then, there was another wave of blurriness and Yang Haoya became clear again. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He said sadly, Is she well? Then, he said urgently, I have a matter to entrust to you. I implore you to go on behalf of I. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, Founder, please speak. In the south, there is a sorrowless city. In the city, there is a nameless lake. It was later called Sorrowless Lake. I don't know if the frowning pagoda is still there. If you succeed in your cultivation, please go to the bottom of the pagoda for I and tell the woman below the pagoda. AI, there is no need to hide it from you. Tell Yu Mingxin below the pagoda that I regret it. As he said that, his face seemed to be reminiscing. The projection of the primeval stone flickered and gradually turned into specks of light. Forget it. There is still a trace of true yuan left. I will fulfill your wish. It is not a waste for you to go on behalf of me. As he said that, Yang Haoya's head turned into light. The specks of light were like fireflies. They rushed to Zhang Xiaohu's forehead and entered into the meridians in Zhang Xiaohu's head. Then, they followed the meridians all the way down to the lower dantian. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu's black and white qi, they swarmed and wanted to merge with it. What is this? Why? Is there no true yuan? An extremely tiny voice sounded. Even if one was lying on Zhang Xiaohu's stomach, they still wouldn't be able to hear it. This was Yang Haoya's last thought. The projection of Yang Haoya's primordial spirit completely disappeared. The last trace of true yuan was unable to find the true qi in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. It could only wrap around the qi in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, turning it into a thin ball of light that protected the surroundings. The medicinal power of the meridian's nourishing pill and qi-generating pill that were originally on the ball of qi was immediately refined under the brilliance of this light. They turned into tiny traces of true qi and were slowly absorbed by the black and white ball of qi. The true yuan formed by Yang Haoya's primordial spirit projection was refined by Yang Haoya. It couldn't be directly absorbed by Zhang Xiaohu. Even if it entered the lower dantian, Zhang Xiaohu would still have to use the Misty School's Immortal Dao cultivation method to refine it bit by bit and turn it into his own cultivation. The true yuan formed by the medicinal efficacy was different. It was exactly what Zhang Xiaohu could absorb. That trace of true yuan wasn't much, but when it fused with the black and white qi ball, it caused earth-shattering changes inside. I'm sure all of you know that the blade-breaking force, and like water flowing water, are books on how to enter Taoism through martial arts. What they talk about is how to produce the first strand of Zhenqi. It's difficult to go from nothing to something, but it's much easier to go from a little to a lot. Yang Haoya's trace of true yuan refined the medicinal efficacy in Zhang Xiaohu's lower dantian. It was precisely this first trace of true yuan that allowed Zhang Xiaohu to save several decades of bitter cultivation. Seeing the trace of true yuan entering the qi ball, it was like igniting a fuse. Zhang Xiaohu only felt the qi ball in his lower dantian making peng 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 sounds. All the true yuan, whether it was the true yuan of the plain mental cultivation method or the ethereal divine skill, mutated under the influence of the true yuan. They all evolved into the two types of true yuan. Moreover, under the obstruction of the star power in the black and white qi ball, the two didn't mix. It was still you and me and you and me. Stunned, Xiaohu Zhang was as dumb as a wooden chicken. He didn't have the time to control the true yuan, nor did he have the strength to stop the mutation of the inner qi in his lower dantian. When all the inner qi in his lower dantian had turned into true yuan, the black and white qi ball was already as small as it could be. When Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses, he tried to use the plain mental cultivation method and the ethereal divine skills mental cultivation method to mobilize the inner qi in the qi ball again. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how he mobilized the inner qi, the qi ball didn't move an inch. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Com to vote recommendation or monthly. Chapter 1097. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the inheritance pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking at the empty space next to him, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a flash of brilliance at the entrance of the inheritance pavilion. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said with a grin, "Second brother, However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohu's dazed expression, she couldn't help but be astonished. She smiled and said, "What's wrong? You've been in there for so long. Is it because you can't bear to come down after seeing your Misty School's inheritance? Don't be like this, second brother. When you step onto the path of immortality in the future, you can still cultivate these jade slips. Even the magic weapons inside can be used by second brother." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's consolation, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but smile wryly. He stretched out his hand and said, "Don't bother with those useless things. Come and take a look at my dantian." "What's wrong with your dantian?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and sent a wisp of true qi over. She asked curiously, "What's wrong with your dantian?" However, when Zhang Xiaohua's true qi entered Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and saw the true essence in the qi mass in his dantian, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Second brother, why is there true qi in your dantian? Also, why has this qi mass become so small?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua tried to send her true qi into the qi mass. However, how could her true qi compare to Zhang Xiaohu's true essence? Yang Haoya's qi mass had already covered Zhang Xiaohua's qi mass. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Zhang Xiaohu had a fortuitous encounter in the inheritance pavilion, so she asked without thinking, "That's strange, second brother. You just went in for a while. Why did so many changes happen in your dantian?" This. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated for a moment, then roughly explained what had happened in the legacy pavilion, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be extremely envious. "Sigh, this is fate. Second brother, when I went in, I also saw the incense burner and candles. But I'm not a disciple of the Misty School, so I only said a few words to Senior Yang. I didn't think that I would really go and pay my respects. Otherwise, TSK, wouldn't this adventure be mine? Don't be envious of me, Xiaohua. Right now, I can't even use an ounce of inner strength. You know that the Misty School is in a critical situation right now. Without martial arts, I won't be able to hold on to my position for long." Zhang Xiaohua also had no other way. "Senior Yang gave his last trace of true qi to you to protect your dantian. What can I do?" "Oh, that's right. Second brother, do you remember the method I taught you to imitate true qi with your inner strength?" "I remember. You want to, that's right, second brother. I think something might have happened to your inner strength. Why don't you try that method?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he tried the method that Zhang Xiaohua had taught him before, but the ball of qi still didn't have any reaction. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu shake his head, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. But then, his mind lit up, and a jealous expression appeared on his face. He curled his lips and said, "Second brother, how about this? You can use that method in reverse." Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. "Why in reverse?" Zhang Xiaohua said exasperatedly, "Using it in reverse is using inner strength to imitate true qi. Using it in reverse is using true qi to imitate inner strength. Don't you see that I usually use inner strength to deceive people? That's the reason." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. He immediately thought about this method in his mind for a while, then sat cross-legged and slowly tried it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohu's bitter face suddenly bloomed with a smile, and said, "Success, I can mobilize inner strength." "Please, second brother, what kind of inner strength is that?" "It's clearly true qi." Zhang Xiaohua said sourly. "True qi? Is that the true qi in the immortal Dao?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised, but Ancestor Yang's true qi seems to still be in my dantian. How would I know? Second brother, my cultivation is much worse than Senior Yang's. I don't know what he did to your body. Then what about my martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu was still thinking about his martial arts. Second brother. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed and said, "There are 100 people in the Jianghu, and 101 of them want to set foot on the immortal Dao, but they don't have any chance. You, on the other hand, went in and kowtowed a few times. You're already half a person on the immortal Dao, so what kind of martial arts are you still thinking about?" "But," Zhang Xiaohu still argued, "without martial arts, how can I fight with others? Isn't that simple? You just have to familiarize yourself with the method just now and imitate true qi into inner strength. This way, you can use all the martial arts you've practiced before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's enlightened look, Zhang Xiaohua said again, moreover, didn't I tell you about the dragon soaring cultivation method before? Now that you can use it, I believe that with your current inner strength, even Ancestor Li might not be your opponent under the dragon soaring 9 heavens. How is it powerful? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, however, these are all insignificant Daoists, and it's difficult to reach the immortal Dao. What you need to do now is to carefully look at the breaking blade force, and like water, and learn how to operate true qi inside, so that you can use true qi skillfully. What about the Suhuan cultivation method and the ethereal divine art? Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, that's the Misty School's divine art. Of course you don't need to practice it, second brother, think with your heel and you know that it's a cultivation method of the martial Dao. It has no effect on you. What you need to do now is first, familiarize yourself with this new true qi, and second, refine that trace of true qi that Senior Yang gave you. I've worked hard to cultivate for many years, and thought that I was lucky enough. Who knew that compared to you, I'm really far behind. 9 kowtows, and you've exchanged it for the cultivation of the immortal Dao. If I had known earlier, I would have kowtowed 18 times, right? As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and said, give me the token. But Zhang Xiaohu said warily, didn't you want to return the inheritance of the Misty School to me? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said unhappily, please, I'll go and find you 2 of your Misty School's immortal Dao cultivation methods. I have my own inheritance, why would I care about your Misty Schools? I can't find it myself? Zhang Xiaohu took out the token and didn't want to give it to her. Second brother, you haven't gone up to the 2nd floor yet, right? Zhang Xiaohua mocked. When you go up to the 2nd floor, you'll know everything. And I really haven't gone up to the 2nd floor. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and handed the token to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua took it and said, second brother, you can stay here and familiarize yourself with how to mobilize your true qi. I'll go and find it for you. However, there are many cultivation methods on the 2nd floor, and you might need 2 types of cultivation methods. It might take a long time. Alright, off you go. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and sat down cross-legged. He carefully experienced the cultivation methods that Zhang Xiaohua had taught him before, and at the same time, he also experienced the soaring dragon cultivation method in his hands. After about 2 meals, Zhang Xiaohua came out with 2 jade scrolls in her hands. She smiled and said, second brother, after looking for a long time, I only found 2 relatively simple introductory cultivation methods. Simple? Zhang Xiaohu was depressed. Why didn't you find something more subtle? You're biting off more than you can chew, second brother. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, first, the immortal Dao has been annihilated. You entered the Dao through martial arts, so your understanding of the immortal Dao is shallow. How could you find a subtle cultivation method that would be easy to learn? It would be a waste of time. Second, you already have true qi. The key now is to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth, draw it into your body, refine Senior Yang's true qi, and familiarize yourself with and mobilize your true qi. There is no difference between a subtle cultivation method and a simple cultivation method. Third, the subtle cultivation method may have its own uniqueness in absorbing yuan qi. At this time, the yuan qi of heaven and earth is scarce. Even if your cultivation method is subtle, there is no yuan qi in heaven and earth for you to absorb. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua's explanation was simple and easy to understand. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu also heard some things about the immortal Dao in the inheritance pavilion, so he understood, what cultivation method is this? How do I comprehend it? Looking at the 2 jade slips, Zhang Xiaohu asked. Oh, the Kunpeng transformation walks the path of Yang, and the Nishan cultivation method walks the path of Yang, and the Nishan cultivation method walks the path of Yang. You have a black and white ball of qi, 2 types of inner strength. Moreover, the ball of qi is still here, and it is vaguely black and white. I estimate that you will need to use 2 different cultivation methods. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was still puzzled, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This thing is called a jade slip. It requires divine sense to read it. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you can't generate divine sense. So, you can only let me read it first, and then I will teach you the words inside." Jade slip? This is a jade slip? Zhang Xiaohu thought of Yang Haoya's advice. How do you write it into a jade slip? You also need to use divine sense. Zhang Xiaohu knew that for the time being he couldn't write down the secrets of the Misty School that Yang Haoya had told him about. However, he immediately realized something. "Xiaohua, you can read this cultivation method, but it's best if you don't teach it to others." "Hee, don't worry, second brother. I've seen your Misty School's inheritance. These 2 cultivation methods are both elementary. I reckon that in your Misty School, they won't count for much. Moreover, in the future, my Beidou School and your Misty School will support each other. Even if you give these 2 cultivation methods to my Beidou School, it won't be a big deal." "AI, fine. What else can I say?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. "What do you want to say? You don't need to say anything. Just be happy." Zhang Xiaohua tossed the tablet to him and said, "You should go take a look at the 2nd and 3rd floors. See if what I said is true." "All right." Zhang Xiaohu took the tablet and entered the inheritance pavilion as usual. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and immersed it into the jade scroll, carefully reading it. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu came out from inside, his face filled with excitement. "So fast? Hee, I can only look but can't use it. Why should I stay here?" Zhang Xiaohu said unhappily. "Right, Xiaohua, is the 3rd floor the spirit gathering formation that ancestral Master Yang mentioned? How do I use it?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "It's undoubtedly a spirit gathering formation. However, if that spirit gathering formation can be used, would Boss O still be a martial artist?" Zhang Xiaohu was dejected. Then he smiled and said, "If it can't be used, then don't use it. Didn't you say that the chi of heaven and earth has already recovered? It'll be fine as long as it can be used in the future. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip." Chapter 1098. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu left the Hall of Inheritance. On the way, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Xiaohua, about the Immortal's mansion that ancestral Master Yang talked about? What do you think?" In fact, when Zhang Xiaohu was narrating Yang Haoya's words, Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan in her heart. Now that Zhang Xiaohu asked, she said frankly, "Second brother, although Senior Yang thinks that only he knows about the Immortal's mansion and that it's a big secret, in fact, Senior Huan of Wan Wuxin also knows about it. When we were in the ruins of Huanshu, Senior Huan told me about it. It's just that I'm not a disciple of the Shindao sect, so he didn't tell me the specific location." When we arrived at the Shindao sect, Senior Huan's primordial spirit projection appeared again and talked to Bai Yanqiu for a long time. I don't know what they talked about, but I know that Bai Yanqiu sent 2 groups of people out. One group went straight to the incense cult, but where did the other group go? Of course, they went to the Immortal's mansion. A few days ago, I saw that there was a change in Mount Yao. I went to check it out, but I didn't see anyone between the clouds and the water. They must have some immortal way method to hide themselves and have already made arrangements at Mount Yao. Moreover, according to what you said, in the past few days, there has been a 7-colored brilliance appearing at midnight. Tell me, who in the entire Jianghu doesn't know about it? Misty School has just recovered, and its internal and external troubles have not been eliminated. Do you still have the strength to snatch the Immortal's mansion? I think it's better to subdue Ming Qing and the others first and settle the matter of the Righteous Alliance. That's your top priority. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Yes, that's what Ancestral Master Yang said too. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed again. Moreover, the most important thing is that I don't know where my Beidou school is. I heard about Senior Huan's mansion and have always wanted to snatch it as the foundation of my Beidou school. So, second brother, please don't fight with me. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and laughed. I was wondering why you've always been so arrogant about Beidou school, but I haven't seen you set up there. So you have this idea. You're not simple. Second brother, I started from scratch. I can't compare to you. You received the inheritance with just a few kowtows. I have to take it one step at a time. If I get the Immortal's mansion, our 100 ninja will benefit from it. That's enough. How much did you get? I only had a little bit of luck and you remembered it? Also, I don't care, I don't have of Immortals. Family. Hey, where's that? Zhang Xiaohu asked as he walked out of the hall and looked at the alchemy room. Oh, I was just about to tell you. This is the alchemy room of your Misty School. Let's go down and take a look. Zhang Xiaohua led Zhang Xiaohu to the alchemy room and the secret underground room. She told him about the alchemy furnaces and said, although I don't know how to use these 6 alchemy furnaces, I'll take them. I don't plan to return them to you. Well, if you take them, then take them. If you don't want to return them, then don't. What else can I say? I can't snatch them from you. Zhang Xiaohu said angrily, also, you've refined so many alchemy pills and restored the martial arts of my Misty School's disciples. This is my Misty School's compensation to you. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She said seriously, thank you, faction leader Zhang. You're welcome. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand. If I need any alchemy pills in the future, you can refine them for me at any time. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was wide open. Zhang Xiaohu didn't have much interest in the alchemy room and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Second brother, you can go back by yourself. I still have something to do. I need to refine some alchemy pills. What alchemy pills? Can I take a look? He asked shamelessly. No, this is Beidou School's secret. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Also, it's getting late. You should go back early. Tell mom and dad that I'll go back when I'm free. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu knew that he was busy and couldn't stay here for long. Also, second brother, the Jade Talisman and the token are related to the inheritance of your Misty School. You must protect them well. Don't let anything happen to them. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohu said and hid the 2 items close to his body. I still don't feel safe. Why don't you leave them with me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Don't. That's because they aren't yours anymore. That's why you feel unsafe. On the contrary, I feel that they are the safest. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips. The 2 brothers exchanged a few more words before Zhang Xiaohu left. With the Jade Talisman and token, Zhang Xiaohu could enter and leave safely. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have to worry. When Zhang Xiaohu walked far away, Zhang Xiaohua changed her expression into a serious one. She opened one of the alchemy rooms on the stone wall. She pinched a seal and opened the fire in the alchemy room. Then, she took out one of the 7-8 trigrams purple gold furnace from her belt and placed it on the fire to preheat it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a dark green praying mat and sat down cross-legged. She took out the Jade Talisman from Master Jinggang and the Poison Scripture from Great Master Changgung and carefully studied it again. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of confidence. From her purse and belt, she took out the ghost face mushroom and other herbs that grew in the black fog from the Ghost Valley of the incense cult. She also took out some herbs from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Finally, she thought for a moment and took out a cypress flower grass and picked a leaf from it. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua prepared all the herbs he needed to refine the soul-absorbing pill. According to the Poison Codex and Zhang Xiaohua's own understanding, he added a few more herbs to complete the ingredients. Looking at the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it had already been preheated. First, he added the herbs he had prepared, as well as the cypress flower grass, into the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace according to the 5 elements. Then, he formed a hand seal and hit the earth fire. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Her divine sense swept into the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. She was surprised and secretly said, "In the past, it often took a day to melt the liquid. This new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace actually. It only takes a short time. It is really made up of 7 furnaces. As he thought about it, he changed the seal in his hand. When he hit the earth fire, the flames of the earth fire gradually turned white. As frost gradually formed on the stone wall beside the earth fire, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace also gradually changed. This change was very strange. Although the furnace slowly turned black, the temperature of the furnace did not change. It was the same as when the green flames were burning. So that's how it is. Xianxia was a little surprised. She first saw the fire turn white and confirmed the jade talisman, but she still didn't understand how the fire at such a low temperature could refine pills. At this time, seeing the temperature of the furnace didn't change, she knew that there was something strange inside. Seeing that the timing was just right, Xianxia also threw the remaining medicinal herbs from the Ghost Valley into the furnace. A wisp of flying dust rose, and all the medicinal herbs turned into a light black medicinal liquid. The impurities were slowly quenched in the cold fire. When Xianxia saw that things were going smoothly, she set up an enchantment at the door of the alchemy room. She went out from other enchantments and returned to her new home in the Huanxi mountain villa first. When Xianxia came out, the sky was already dark. When Xianxia appeared in the courtyard, the small courtyard was already filled with the fragrance of food. Hey, this smell seems to be different from what mother usually cooks. Although Xianxia had already abstained from eating food, she also ate a little of the food cooked by her mother from time to time at home. Moreover, she had eaten it for more than 10 years before. How could she not smell it? With a sweep of divine thought, Xianxia immediately understood. She saw that in the hall, the dining table that was several times larger than the dining table used by the Zhang family was already full of wine and delicacies. Zhang Kai, Mr. Liu, and Guosufei sat at the top, accompanied by O Yen. Qiu Tong held a wine pot in her hand and stood next to O Yen. After O Yen politely urged them to drink, she immediately helped to fill the wine glasses of Zhang Kai, Mr. Liu, and Zhang Xiaolong. Why do you let Qiu Tong serve you? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood. She secretly thought that O Yen was careful. Probably the dishes on this table were also brought by O Yen and Qiu Tong personally. Zhang Xiaohua was about to move in when she heard O Yen say with a smile, "This small courtyard is quite quiet, but it's not very convenient. If uncle and aunt are not used to living here, just tell me. I will definitely make you satisfied." Guosufei was flattered and repeatedly waved her hand. "Not at all, not at all. Manor Lord O is too polite. We have never lived in such a beautiful courtyard. I'm afraid that it will be so beautiful that I can't sleep at night." How can we not be satisfied? O Yan's face showed a wronged expression and said in a low voice, "Aunt, is there anything that I did wrong?" Guosufei was stunned and said, "Manor Lord O, no, why do you think so? We've been tidying up the house all day, so busy that we've forgotten to cook. When I haven't found a stove, you've brought this table of food over. We've already eaten ready-made food. What's wrong with your cooking? But why does Aunt keep calling me Manor Lord O?" O Yan's eyes turned red and said, "Since Aunt and Uncle came to Huanxi Manor, I have told Aunt and Uncle that you only need to call me by my name. Aunt, do you think—" "No, no, no." Guosufei repeatedly waved her hand and said, "O Zhuang, O Yan, I just think that you are the manor lord of such a big manor, and we are just people from a small village. It is really rude to call you by your name directly." O Yan said with a smile, "Uncle and Aunt will live here for a long time in the future. Naturally, we will often come to visit each other. Just like in the village, we will call each other fellow villagers. Calling other manor lords will be a lot more distant." As she said, she raised her cup and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that it would make people feel that I am climbing up the social ladder, or really want to call Aunt my godmother. I don't dare, I absolutely can't." Guosufei was shocked. She also picked up the small wine cup and shook her head repeatedly. Not to mention that Guosufei was shocked, Zhang Xiaohua, who was outside the courtyard, was even more puzzled. In his impression, no matter what O Yen did, She was neither servile nor overbearing. Even if he saved her life, he didn't see her being so intimate. Could it be that her mother really made her feel close? Chapter 1099. When Zhang Xiaohua was wondering why Yen was so abnormal, she suddenly thought of something and used her divine awareness to scan outside. She saw Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinshan coming from a distance, talking about something while walking. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, Miss O, could it be that you're interested in my second brother? Otherwise, she doesn't have to compromise like this and talk to my mother, an old lady in the countryside. However, looking at Chang'e and Qinshan, who were beside Zhang Xiaohu, who looked happy, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. Second brother has 2 wives, plus Miss O. How can he stand it? Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 people approached, and Zhang Xiaohua greeted them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu said in surprise, You came out? Came out? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. Second brother, your words seem to have a special meaning. Could it be you didn't tell the 2 sisters-in-law about it? About it? What about it? Qinshan asked curiously. Well, Zhang Xiaohu stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Don't ask now. It's a serious matter now, and I haven't thought it through yet. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohua with an inquiring look. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Well, second brother is right, but Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Xiaohu to the side and whispered, You can't see the mental cultivation methods of the 2 immortals, so I can only tell you. You know that my calligraphy is not presentable. If you want to comprehend it often and practice it like usual martial arts, you must write it down with pen and ink. If Chang'e and Qinshan don't write it down, who else can you ask to write it down? Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and chuckled. Since this morning, I've been dizzy. I don't know whether it's true or not, and I don't know how to say it. Now that you mention it, I really should explain it to them first. That's right. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, If you can't trust second sister-in-law, who else can you trust? Then he thought for a moment and said, Oh right, second brother. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a while, not knowing how to tell him about Yen. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, So? Is there anything you're embarrassed to say? Then, he said mysteriously, Are you interested in that female disciple from my Misty school? What's there to be shy about? If there's anything you're too embarrassed to say, just tell your sisters-in-law and ask them to set you up. It's not necessarily worse than a dream. Second brother, Zhang Xiaohua snorted. She pointed her chin at the small courtyard not far away and said, What's wrong with me? You, on the other hand, are in some trouble. Go take a look yourself. I'm in trouble? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, We're already in my Huanxi mountain villa. What trouble can I have? My Huanxi mountain villa? Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up when he heard this sentence. He instantly understood what Yen was thinking. Zhang Xiaohu ignored Zhang Xiaohua. He pulled the 4 of them into the small courtyard with his hand. From afar, they could hear Yen and Guisufei talking, as well as the laughter of Lu Qian and the others. Zhang Xiaohu understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant when he heard it. His face was slightly embarrassed, while Chang'e's face immediately darkened. Zhang Xiaohua walked beside Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing the changes in their expressions, she was surprised and secretly said, Could it be? Second brother and Miss O, really? Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Chang'e and pushed the door to enter. Everyone in the room heard the sound and turned around to see the 4 of them. They were all happy. Lu Qian said, Xiaohu, why are you so late? Yen has been here for a long time. You're the only ones left in our family. This was very ambiguous. Anyone who heard it would think of another layer of meaning. Yen heard it and immediately stood up. She smiled and said, Sister, will please have a seat. Faction leader Zhang is busy. How can he be idle with us? I thought of this, so I asked the kitchen to prepare dishes to welcome you. I'm sorry to trouble Miss O. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, I'm really busy today, so I'm late. Faction leader Zhang, please have a seat. Yen stood up and gave Chiu Tong a look. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua showed up this morning. I haven't seen her for a day. I wanted to bring you some wine to thank you for saving my life, but it's rare for your family to gather. I won't disturb you. As she spoke, she left her seat and was about to leave with Chiu Tong. Guosufei saw this and quickly stood up. She urged her to stay. Yen, you haven't finished your meal yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since we're living together, we're family. Why are you being so polite? Let's finish our meal before you leave. Yen would not stay. She smiled as she walked. Aunt, don't get up. It's a good time for the 3 generations of the Zhang family to gather. Why should I stay? I'll come and see you tomorrow when I'm free. Seeing that Yen was determined to leave, everyone stood up. Yen quickly ran a few steps and said with a smile, Please don't send me off, please don't send me off. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she also quickened her steps and said, Sister let me send you off. Yen turned around and bowed to Zhang Kai and Guosufei. Uncle Aunt, please go back. Xiaohua can send me off. Guosufei smiled and said, That's good too. Yen, have a safe trip. Come back often in the future if you have nothing to do. Yen said a few more polite words and left the courtyard. After a few steps, she smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you should go back too. The food is getting cold. I'll ask the kitchen to make a few more dishes and have Chiu Tong send them over. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. It's okay, sister. There's a kitchen in the courtyard. Mother and sister-in-law are used to cooking. They'll be ready once it's hot. Okay, that's good too. Yen smiled and said, Your mother may be polite to me and may not tell me if she's not used to it. You're an old friend. If there's anything wrong, tell me immediately. Don't let your mother and father be wronged. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. After that, Yen didn't let Zhang Xiaohua send her off and left with Chiu Tong. Although Chiu Tong had a smile on her face, she didn't say a word to Zhang Xiaohua. When they were far away, Chiu Tong looked around and couldn't help but say, Miss, you don't have to do this. Alas. Yen sighed. Times have changed. I'm under someone else's roof. How can I not lower my head? But this Huanxi manor was left to you by the old faction master. It's all in the past. Yen shook her head and said, Huanxi manor and ethereal heights coexist. One is under the faction master, and the other is under the faction master's wife. My brother loves me, and my sister-in-law doesn't want to take care of it, so Huanxi manor has always been in my hands. Now it's faction master Zhang who has 2 wives. Huanxi manor will be handed over to Chang'e and Qinchen sooner or later. Don't you have Elder Li, Elder Lu and others? They are the grandmasters of faction master Zhang. They're all very partial to Miss. Chiu Tong, the rules are the rules. No one can break them. Since I don't have much to do with the Misty School, why should I covet their Huanxi manor? Faction master Zhang's family is very good. If I live here, maybe they won't object. But Chang'e knows that Jingyi Nun arranged the marriage, so she must have a grudge. If she doesn't agree, even if faction master Zhang suppresses it, it will be a hindrance to the couple. Maybe I really have to wander around the world. Miss, don't be afraid. Even if something happens, I'll accompany you to wander around the world. It's not? I guess it's all my guess. Yen smiled and there was still melancholy in her laughter. Yen and Chiu Tong talked and gradually went away. Zhang Xiaohua's figure gradually appeared from the treetops by the roadside. She looked at Yen and Chiu Tong who were already far away and sighed. A girl's heart is really meticulous. Why didn't I think more about it? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard, everyone had almost finished eating. Zhang Xiaohua also sat down and casually ate a few mouthfuls. She couldn't help but ask, Second brother? Then she wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Chang'e and said, Forget it. Second sister-in-law, I'd better ask you. Why did Jingyi Nun arrange the marriage? Arranged marriage? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and looked at Chang'e, asking, Xiaohua, you heard it from Yen? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Oh, Yan told me. Why should I ask you?" As he spoke, he repeated what he had just heard. Bless. Poor child. Hearing this, Guosufei said first, "Since she saw us in the morning, she has been accompanying Xiaoxin. I thought she and I hit it off. Turns out." Alas, Guosufei sighed and looked at Chang'e and Qin without saying anything. Chang'e's face turned red and she explained, "Miss O, you're overthinking." How could? As she spoke, Chang'e recounted everything that had happened on Lingxiang Peak. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother had been poisoned, she only thought that Abbess Jingyi had forced him to do so. Now that she heard the story, she knew that there were so many things that had happened. "Xiaohu, your poison?" Zhang Kai asked anxiously. "It's okay. Xiaohua has cured it," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hearing that the poison had been cured, everyone was relieved. Chang'e continued to explain, not to mention that O Yen is Master O's sister. I and other disciples of Misty School respect Master O very much. Who will treat her badly? Even if Chen and I take over Huanxi Villa, it will be in the future. Now the Misty School is not stable, Xiao can't think about other things. When everyone heard the reason, they already knew O Yen and Chang'e's feelings. So, they didn't say anything more. They just advised, what others think is their own business. You just need to do your own business. Chang'e was happy. Today it's peaceful, but who knows what will happen in a year or 10 years. Maybe. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to think too much, but she was still worried about O Yan's situation. O Yan's situation was really awkward. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua found a room for herself. She called Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qin over and told them that Zhang Xiaohu had already set foot on the path of immortality. Chapter 1100. Really? Chang'e was overjoyed. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand and shouted. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't hide the smile on his face and nodded with a smile. Senior brother, aren't you more powerful than Master O? Chen's eyes were full of longing. Of course, I can't compare with Master O now, but if you give me a few more years, I'll definitely be more powerful than Master O. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. How old is Master O? How old is Xiaohu? When he's as old as Master O, then he'll be one of the most powerful people in Jianghu. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Chang'e complained. Alas, to tell you the truth, didn't I tell you just now? I was so surprised that I felt dizzy all day and walked like a feather. I didn't know how to tell you. Zhang Xiaohu explained. However, I heard from Xiaohua that I just entered the way of immortality by chance and haven't mastered the cultivation method. It's not worth mentioning at all. So, I have to ask you too. My wives to do me a favor. Chang'e and Qin were shy and said, My husband, please tell us what you want. Zhang Xiaohu told them about the Heart Sutra. Chang'e and Qin certainly agreed. Great. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, In the next few days, second brother, you should practice the blade-breaking force and learn how to use the genuine qi. Don't look at the qi drawing and qi refining first. After you finish writing the Kuanpeng's Edge and Nishan Heart Sutra, you can carefully understand and practice them. Well, I'll listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, I'll leave the rest of my life to you. Well, Zhang Xiaohua bared her teeth and said, Then make me an elder of your Misty School. You really want to? Zhang Xiaohu said, With your divine ability, I can definitely stand my ground against all opposition. Forget it, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. I'm already inseparable from Misty School, so there's no need for these superficial things. Alright, what kind of pill are you refining? There were quite a few spiritual herbs in the medicine hall. They were all found by the Righteous Alliance from who knows where. They were all quite old. Do you want some? Oh, I don't need it for the time being. When I need it, I can get it myself. Zhang Xiaohua didn't treat herself as an outsider. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, Oh right, there really is something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Second brother, do you still remember that before we went to Shizue Mountain to save people, we saved a middle-aged man who was a performer from the bullies in Lutown? Oh, I remember him. He brought a little monkey with him. And he sold medicinal plasters. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, I remember that he gave you the pill formula. And it's that pill formula. It's the pill formula for the bone condensation pill. I used it to refine the bone condensation pill. There's a positive karma? Zhang Xiaohu said in surprise. This man who was a performer can be considered a benefactor to Misty School. Hee, if you want to say it like that, it can be considered a bit. Zhang Xiaohua said, this man is called Chu Zhigao. He lives in Dragon Mountain. Second brother, find a disciple to go and bring them over. It's not safe there. He has a child called Jing. I plan to take him in. Okay, I got it. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Chu Zhigao is skilled in alchemy. It's also suitable for him to enter my Misty School's medicine hall. Don't even think about it. He's already marked with my Beidou School's label. You can't snatch him away even if you want to. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then she asked, oh right, second brother, it's been a while. The Righteous Alliance doesn't seem to have any news? Zhang Xiaohu was also at a loss. Yes, my Misty School is united. We're just waiting for the Righteous Alliance's troops. But the Righteous Peak is as stable as Mount Tai. I don't know what Zhang San is thinking. Forget it. Ignore him. We'll deal with it as it comes. We'll deal with it by sticking to the status quo. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. Now, you should think about how to improve your cultivation. Therefore, in the following 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua dictated Kunpeng Transformation and Nishan Heart Sutra every day and had Chang'e and Qin copy one each. Then he explained to Zhang Xiaohu how to sense the vitality of the world and draw it into the body. After that, he escaped into the Misty School's Misty Palace and focused on refining his soul-absorbing pill. On the Righteous Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others had been worried about the Righteous Alliance. At this time, there was a lot of discussion. Reporting to Alliance Master Zhang, I think that this matter of the Misty School must not be started. Since Nun Jing Yi of the Fragrance Cult has already said that the Misty School has reopened and has nothing to do with the Fragrance Cult, then we must give them a thunderous blow and let the Jianghu know that the Righteous Alliance is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with the Misty School as a precedent, the various gangs in the future will not be easy to manage. Some people with unfathomable motives may seek refuge with the Fragrance Cult, or even between the clouds and the water. Vice Alliance Master Me is right. I think so too. The Misty School must not be set as an example. Another Vice Alliance Master, who was slightly younger, also clamored, but it's been many days since Alliance Master Zhang came back from the incense cult. Why haven't we seen Alliance Master Zhang arrange the troops and deploy the elites? A mere Misty School, a few years ago, the Righteous Alliance might have been worried, but now, the older generation of disciples have been crippled of their martial arts. How can the remaining new disciples be a match for us? That's right, the Fragrance Cult's martial arts assembly has a great influence. If the Righteous Alliance doesn't feel comfortable, I'm afraid we'll fall behind. In the main hall, only Alliance Master Zhang San sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to be looking at the Vice Alliance Masters below him, but his eyes were empty. No one knew what he was thinking. Vice Alliance Master Chai, who only had one arm left, frowned a few times. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Zhang San's expression, he gritted his teeth and endured it. As expected, a tall and thin old man spoke again. Alliance Master Zhang, you should say something. Since the establishment of the Righteous Alliance, when have we ever suffered such a great loss? But, ever since we destroyed the Misty School, things have never gone well. Not to mention, when we destroyed the Misty School, Vice Alliance Master Mi's martial arts were greatly damaged, and Vice Alliance Master Chai lost an arm. Later, our Vice Alliance Master Nan mysteriously disappeared. Other than a burn mark, there was no trace of him. Until now, we haven't found anything. These losses are fine. Our righteous alliance also obtained the Misty School's Misty Mountain Villa. It can be considered as compensation. But in these years, the Misty School's forbidden area, who knows how many brothers have died. They didn't even get a single bit of their immortal inheritance. And now, the fragrance cult actually backstabbed us. They sent out all the disciples of the Misty School to take up the Misty School's banner again. Is there any need to say more? Everyone in the Jianghu knows that they are obviously targeting our righteous alliance. This Misty School must be a branch of the fragrance cult. Don't you have any idea what the fragrance cult is doing? If you don't do anything, not only will the Misty Mountain Villa be taken away by the fragrance cult, even the righteous peak will be taken away by Jingyi. How dare you! Vice Alliance Master Chai finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at the tall and thin old man and said angrily, "You Zhan Fei, you're so noisy. Don't think everyone here is a fool who doesn't know what you mean." "What I mean?" Vice Alliance Master Yu sneered. "What can I mean? I'm just anxious to see the righteous alliance declining day by day." Sigh. Alliance Master Zhang San's face turned cold. He then sighed and waved his hand. "Stop talking." Then he looked at Vice Alliance Master Yu and said with a sneer, "What should I do according to Vice Alliance Master Yu's plan?" This. Vice Alliance Master Yu was slightly startled. He probed, "Is there any need to say? I'm sure Alliance Master Zhang San already has a plan in mind." "Please enlighten me, Vice Alliance Master Yu." Alliance Master Zhang San smiled and said. Vice Alliance Master Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Since Alliance Master Zhang San wants me to say it, I'll throw a brick to attract jade." Then he cleared his throat and said, "In my opinion, first, you should send a disciple to inform Vice Alliance Master Ban of the news of the Misty School's reappearance so that he can be prepared. Even if the Misty School arrives before I rescue them, they can still hold on for some time. Second, send the Green Flame token as reinforcements immediately. Send the forces of the Righteous Alliance near Pingyang City as reinforcements. It's best to attack from both inside and outside so that the Misty School will be attacked from both sides. Third, Alliance Master Zhang San can give the order for all the elite disciples of the Righteous Peak to come out in full force and exterminate the Misty School's disciples. But fourth? Alliance Master Zhang San laughed coldly. If Alliance Master Zhang San is worried about the fragrance cult, you can send a portion of your disciples to ambush the fragrance cult on the way to Pingyang City. If the fragrance cult sends reinforcements, you can wipe them out. Not bad. But fifth? I'm slow-witted and can only think of this. If Alliance Master Zhang San has a better idea, please let me know. Vice Alliance Master Yu's tone was weak before he regained his composure. Vice Alliance Master Yu has worked hard to guard the Righteous Alliance while we were away at the fragrance cult, Alliance Master Zhang San praised. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. It's all thanks to Alliance Master Zhang San. Vice Alliance Master Yu said proudly. But it's because Vice Alliance Master Yu didn't go to the fragrance cult and didn't participate in the martial arts circle assembly that you don't know that the pugilistic world of today is no longer the pugilistic world of the past. Alliance Master Zhang San said sadly, I've long thought of what Vice Alliance Master Yu said. When I left the fragrance cult, I've already sent a disciple to pass the message to Vice Alliance Master Ban of the Ethereal Peak and to the Green Flame token. Of course, it's not like what Vice Alliance Master Yu said. We just need them to adapt to the situation and preserve the strength of the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, the 4 high priests of the Righteous Alliance have also gone to the Green Flame token. If there are no accidents, the disciples of the Misty School, even if they manage to take the Ethereal Peak, they'll have to pay a huge price. Alliance Master Zhang San has great foresight. I'm impressed, Vice Alliance Master Yu said regretfully. But you should listen to the news that Vice Alliance Master Chai just received. Alliance Master Zhang San waved his hand expressionlessly. Please vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Chidian.com. Chapter 1101. Vice Leader Chai looked at Vice Leader Yu in disdain and said, Vice Leader Yu, Alliance Leader Zhang had already considered what you said and had already prepared a countermeasure. But, according to the news I just received, Ethereal Peak was still occupied by the disciples of Misty School. None of our Righteous Alliance disciples managed to escape. That's impossible. Vice Leader Yu was shocked. The disciples of Misty School are all young. Oh, that old beggar Jing. Did she do something again? Vice Leader Yu only thought of it now. Vice Leader Chai mocked. Alliance Leader Zhang had already expected this. That's why he allowed our Righteous Alliance disciples to do whatever they wanted. Of course I thought of it. Vice Alliance Leader Yu scoffed and argued, could it be that the Alliance Leader's message hasn't arrived yet? Of course not. Vice Leader Chai said. According to the messenger disciple, he did not receive any message from our Righteous Alliance regarding the Misty School. What does this mean? Alliance Leader Zhang San looked at Vice Leader Yu and asked. I guess the disciples of Fragrance Cult laid an ambush along the way. Vice Leader Yu said hesitantly. Vice Leader Yu, you're wrong again. It's not the disciples of Fragrance Cult. It's the disciples of Misty School. Vice Leader Chai corrected him. That old beggar Jingy actually sent 2 inner disciples and thousands of outer disciples to Misty School to become disciples of Misty School. Under the leadership of a Misty School disciple named Zhang Xiaohu, they ran all the way and ambushed our Righteous Alliance without alerting anyone. Vice Alliance Master Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Jing is really thick-skinned. There's nothing thick-skinned about it. Alliance Leader Zhang San waved his hand. If it were me, I would have sent my Vice Leader too. This is nothing. But, Vice Leader Yu said, didn't Alliance Leader Zhang say that the 4 great consecrators of our Righteous Alliance were nearby? They even had the green flame token. Even if they acted at their own discretion, it's impossible that they were no match for them. According to reports, on that day, an Immortal Dao expert from Misty Peak killed Vice Alliance Leader Ban and the 4 great reverends. Vice Alliance Leader Chai said expressionlessly. Ah? Vice Alliance Leader Yu was stunned. After a moment, he said, is he the same person as the Immortal Dao expert from Rejuvenation Valley? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. How can my messenger disciple tell the difference? It must be the incense cult's doing. If he's not an immortal expert from the incense cult, why would he help the Misty School? Vice Alliance Leader Yu, please calm down. I have another piece of news. What? There's more? Yes, my Righteous Dao Alliance's Azure Flame Medallion. The disciples in the Evil Tiger Villa, including Vice Alliance Leader Jiang, were all killed. Ah? Shi Chui Mountain, where the blue flame token belongs, has been completely annihilated. Shi Chui Mountain? Vice Alliance Leader Yu was confused. It is also near Pingyang City. Vice Alliance Leader Chai did not explain. They were all burned to ashes. This is similar to Vice Alliance Leader Nan's disappearance. Vice Alliance Leader Yu, after hearing this, what do you think? Alliance Leader Zhang San laughed coldly. Vice Alliance Leader Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He cupped his fists and said, I didn't know that things would turn out this way. It's really damn it. Don't blame yourself, Vice Alliance Leader Yu. You didn't go to the incense cult and didn't see the Immortal Dao's methods. Naturally, you don't know how powerful the Immortal Dao is. Alliance Leader Zhang San smiled and comforted him. I saw the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and between the clouds and the water and the Tenryusek's methods. Only then did I realize that my martial arts path was bleak. It's really like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. That's why I ordered Vice Alliance Leader Ban to act at his discretion. Sigh, it's a pity, it's still too late. That old beggar Jingy is really despicable. I already said that the incense cult wouldn't do anything. Why? Did they still send an immortal expert to Pingyang City? If that immortal expert didn't make a move, the Misty School would have suffered greatly this time. Vice Alliance leader Chai said hatefully. That's right. Jingyi only sent 2 inner disciples and a bunch of outer disciples. She didn't even send any disciples from Mo Xian Palace. Isn't she relying on her so-called immortal expert? Alliance leader Zhang San said thoughtfully, that immortal expert first destroyed the between the clouds and the water that surrounded Rejuvenation Valley. Then he killed the Righteous Alliance's forces around the Misty School. Isn't it all because of that old beggar Jingyi? The Immortal Dao, the Immortal Dao. Vice Alliance leader Yu was melancholic. Our Righteous Alliance is congenitally deficient. Congenitally deficient can be made up for later. Alliance leader Zhang San said with a smile. He clearly wasn't as dispirited as Vice Alliance leader Yu. Alliance leader Zhang, what do you mean? Vice Alliance leader Yu was delighted. Nothing. Alliance Master Zhang San sneered. Even if my Righteous Dao Alliance is an Immortal Dao Alliance, 3 of our 8 Vice Alliance Masters have already fallen. If a few more harbor disloyalty, how can my Righteous Dao Alliance roam the pugilistic world? I wouldn't dare. Vice Alliance leader Yu's expression changed drastically. He stood up and said, although my words are a little extreme, I am still loyal to the Righteous Alliance. Alliance leader Zhang San, Vice Alliance leader Yu, you don't have to be like this. I was just saying. Zhang San stood up and walked in front of Vice Alliance leader Yu. He pressed Vice Alliance leader Yu into a chair and said with a smile, the 9 alliance leaders of our Righteous Alliance have always worked together to make our Righteous Alliance a super sect in the pugilistic world. It is also the only martial arts sect other than the Immortal Dao legacy sections. We also have a place in the pugilistic world convention. Vice Alliance leader, you didn't get to see such a grand occasion because you were guarding the Righteous Peak. It is a pity that our Righteous Alliance didn't get to see such a grand occasion. Vice Alliance leader Yu's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. This is also my effort. This is everyone's effort. Zhang San smiled and said. Then, his expression turned cold. However, if anyone really has ulterior motives, I won't let them off. Vice Alliance leader Yu's relaxed expression tensed up again. That's right. Alliance leader Zhang San, what did you mean by innate deficiencies can be made up for later? Mi Kong, who looked a little dispirited, asked curiously. Alliance leader Zhang San smiled and said, this is an opportunity that the heavens have given to our Righteous Alliance. As he said that, he looked at Vice Alliance leader Chai. Vice Alliance leader Chai continued, brothers, I'll let you know that when the messenger disciple was on his way back to the Righteous Dao Alliance, he was resting at night and coincidentally saw a rainbow-colored brilliance in the sky above the southwest of Pingyang City, illuminating the entire night sky. A rare treasure has appeared? The others were curious. That's right. That disciple observed it for several days. Every night, there would be a bright light. It is exactly the same as the legendary rare treasure of the Immortal Dao. Rare treasures from the heavens can only be obtained by the virtuous. This opportunity does not only belong to the Immortal Dao sections. If our Righteous Alliance obtains it, we might be able to reach the heavens in one step. Alliance leader Zhang San, is this reliable? Is it really a rare treasure? The spies from the Daoist Temple and the incense cult have also sent news. These 2 sects are doing something big. Do you think this is a rare treasure of the Immortal Dao? What about between the clouds and the water? Between the clouds and the water? They have just made a name for themselves in the pugilistic world. There is no news of their movements for now. However, if our Righteous Alliance knows about this, how can they not know? Alliance leader Zhang San waved his hand and said, let's not care about them for now. Vice Alliance leaders, this is an important matter. I need to go down the mountain personally and bring all the elites with me. Does anyone have any other opinions? Vice Alliance leader Mi hesitated and asked, but what about the Misty School? We can't let them do whatever they want. Don't worry, Vice Alliance leader Mi. I know that you have suffered a great loss at Ethereal Peak and are still brooding about it. Listen to me. Alliance leader Zhang San understood Mekong's desire for revenge and whispered a few words in his ear. Mekong's face lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Alliance leader Zhang San is wise. I admire that old beggar Jing Yi's efforts were in vain. Vice Alliance leader Yu wanted to know the details but was afraid that Zhang San would think too much. He could only pretend that he did not hear anything. Alright, Vice Alliance leader Yu, you still have a heavy responsibility to guard the righteous peak and look after the rear of our righteous alliance. Alliance leader Zhang San waved his hand and said, I will wait for the day when we obtain the rare treasure. I will remember your great contribution. I dare not. I'm afraid. Vice Alliance leader Yu stood up and bowed. Between the clouds and the water that Alliance leader Zhang San mentioned was much faster than the Righteous Alliance. However, Bai Yanqiu, who was on the way, received the report from the messenger disciple. He could not help but have a strange expression. He turned to Li Su of Huiming Hall and said, Li, the appearance of the immortal abode has caused such a huge commotion. It is beyond my expectations. It is just that even Ancestral Master Huan did not expect this. This is a little troublesome. Congratulations, sect leader. The bigger the commotion, doesn't it mean that the immortal abode is more useful? If between the clouds and the water obtains it, won't the entire pugilistic world, the entire immortal Dao belong to me in the future? Hall Master Li is right. Bai Yanqiu also laughed and said, I'm also feeling both happy and worried. Fortunately, I received the message from the Ancestral Master and have already made arrangements. However, Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult seems to know about this. I wonder, rest assured, sect leader. Ren Xiaoyao left the incense cult on the night of the Pugilistic World Convention. He might have gone to the Tenryu sect. I don't know his exact whereabouts. In other words, the incense cult does not know the whole story? Bai Yanqiu said thoughtfully, but if the Tenryu sect intervenes, things will be difficult. The incense cult has also taken action, but I don't know if they know the whole story. Li Su said respectfully, however, the Tenryu sect? Even if they want to intervene, as long as we obtain the immortal abode, will we still be afraid of them? Li is right. By the way, sect leader, the remnants of the Misty School have recaptured the Misty Mountain Villa with the help of the incense cult disciples. Then, the immortal Dao Master who appeared in the Rejuvenation Valley appeared again, and killed one of the Righteous Alliance's deputy leaders and 4 old masters. I knew it. This immortal Dao Master must be from the incense cult. Even if he wanted to deceive people, he should have done it secretly. The Bisjing is really old. By the way, send some disciples to the mountains with my sect leader's token and invite some old immortals to come out. The incense cult has already sent immortals, so we have to show some sincerity. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1102. It was just as Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San had expected. On Lingxiang Peak, in Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi looked at the sky outside the palace with an unknown expression and was in a daze. Cough, cough. Chen Chen sat for a long time and coughed a few times. Chang'e glared at her, but Chen Chen looked innocent and rubbed her nose. She seemed to have caught a cold. Alas, the appearance of spreading incense and the chaos of Jianghu. These words, I don't know who said it. Nun Jingyi came back to her senses and said softly, before the formation of spreading incense collapsed, there was a big change in Huanshu. An unknown senior of the immortal path actually appeared. Outside Rejuvenation Valley, the flying sword killed the enemy. I didn't want to guess, but this senior actually came to Misty Peak. He killed a deputy leader and 4 consecrators of the Righteous Alliance with just a wave of his hand. Now we know that Longtime Villa was instructed by between the clouds and the water. This senior of the immortal path has helped spreading incense several times. But why can't I remember that there is a senior with such magical powers in spreading incense? Abbess Jing Fan and Abbess and Jingyi reminded, Could it be the two Taishang elders? Absolutely not. Nanjing Yi shook her head. The vitality of heaven and earth is scarce. Even primordial stones are rare. Even if the two grand elders have endless magical powers, but any magical power requires the consumption of vital energy. The grand elders can't afford it. Moreover, the two grand elders have been living in seclusion in Evergreen Valley for decades and have never seen outsiders. They definitely can't come out. Chang'e, Chen, and the others seem to have already heard about the news of the incense cult's grand elder. Their faces didn't show any surprise, but Chen said in a low voice, "The grand elders are all women, but that immortal expert is a man. This is a big difference." Nanjing looked at Chen and said calmly, "There was a man among the grand elders, but he died many years ago." Abbess Xuezhen chimed in, "Sect leader, you're overthinking. Since this immortal expert is closely related to our fragrant order, he's a friend and not an enemy. Sect leader, shouldn't you be happy? The problem is that the two grand elders are all stingy with their magic power. They don't care about ordinary Jianghu grudges. They only care about how to cultivate. But this one is really an anomaly. I can't help but worry. Are you worried that this senior will get involved in the grudges of the Jianghu and drag my incense cult into it?" Jing Fan Shirtai said with a smile, "Cult leader Darren, don't forget the two Taishang you mentioned just now. If they make a move, do you think we'll be afraid of him?" Abbess Jing Yi smiled bitterly. "The two grand elders only listen to the orders of the cult leader, and the number of times I can order them is limited. Unless it's a matter of life and death for the cult of fragrance, they can't be used. Then why did sect leader just issue the sect leader's order?" Chen asked curiously. "Our incense cult is now as stable as a rock in the Jianghu. Why is it a matter of life and death?" "Peacock, you tell her," Abbess Jingyi said. It was unknown whether she was disdainful to tell Chen or whether she wanted to test Peacock's discipline. "Yes, sect leader Darren." Peacock stood up and bowed. She said, "After the news of the Misty School's disciples attacking the Misty Peak, I heard about the colorful brilliance appearing in the night sky near Yaoshan. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it has been happening for several days. It must be a strange sign of a celestial artifact being unearthed. In the celestial world, a celestial artifact with such a strange sign is extremely powerful and has incredible effects. If any sect obtains it, it will be like a tiger growing wings and its strength will increase. Does sect leader Darren want to obtain the celestial artifact, so you invited the two grand elders?" Chen thought about it. Abbess Jing Yi nodded slightly and then shook her head. "Peacock is right. What I'm referring to is the strange sign in the sky. It's just that, if it's something with such a strange sign, it's not a celestial artifact, but a celestial artifact. A celestial artifact that's much more powerful than a celestial artifact. And Peacock also underestimated the significance of this strange sign." Abbess Jingyi said excitedly, "Long before the founder of our sect, Yu Mingxin, left a jade slip in Mo Xian's palace, saying something about Immortal Mansion." "Immortal Mansion?" Chen exclaimed. "This is impossible. Nothing is impossible." Abbess Jingyi smiled. "According to Yu Mingxin, the matter of Immortal Mansion is extremely secretive. She thought that she was the only one who knew about it, but she didn't expect that the Misty School was built in the Misty Peak, which is near Yaoshan. There isn't any paradise there. Since the founder of the Misty School, Yang Haoya, chose that place, he must have sensed something. Therefore, Yu Mingxin made it clear that she and Yang Haoya were old friends. If the Misty School were to take action, the incense sect wouldn't have to do anything." "Why?" Chen asked curiously. "Such a big immortal mansion, whoever has the ability can have it. You little girl, you don't even listen to the founder's words." Abbess Jing-yi scolded, but there was no anger in her tone. Abbess Xuezhen bit her lip and thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Yu Mingxin didn't say that we can't destroy the Misty School." "Hee, junior sister Xuezhen is right." Abbess Jing-yi narrowed her eyes and smiled. If the Shindao sect can be destroyed, why can't the Misty School be destroyed? If the Misty School is destroyed, this immortal mansion. Won't there be no one to fight with the incense sect? Everyone gasped and secretly admired her. After a long while, Abbess Jingfan said, "Leader, I really admire you. At first, I thought that we had no choice but to join the Righteous Alliance and destroy the Misty School." Junior Sister Jingfan, you're wrong. What we said before was the original intention. We didn't intend to destroy the Misty School at first. The Immortal Mansion has been around for tens of thousands of years, and it hasn't appeared. We don't have the ability to predict the future, so how could we know that the Immortal Mansion would appear at this time? What we did before was indeed for the future of the Incense Sect. We hoped to find a way to save the Incense Sect from the secluded plane. But now, the method hasn't been found, and the protective array has collapsed first. We have to be ruthless and seize the Misty School in our hands. Although the Misty Peak is useless, it has an innate geographical location and is very close to the secluded plain and Yaoshan. If we can obtain such convenient conditions, not only will the strength of the Incense Sect increase, but it will also be a blow to the Righteous Alliance. But, leader announced to the entire Jianghu, the reconstruction of the Misty School has nothing to do with the Incense Sect. Chen asked. We went to Yaoshan and didn't go to the Misty Peak. We also didn't meet Zhang Xiaohu alone. Who can say that behind our back? Then when do we set off? We can't let others snatch this immortal mansion. Chen said anxiously. Don't worry. The immortal mansion hasn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for it to appear in these few days. Moreover, even if it appears, it's not something that can be entered at will. Let's wait for the elders to come up and set off together. Junior Sister Jingfen, I'll have to trouble you with all the affairs of the Incense Sect. In the Dalan Temple, there was a similar scene, but the Dalan Temple didn't seem to have the inheritance of the 3 sections. It was estimated that it was an extremely precious magic weapon, but no one expected it to be an immortal mansion. In the main hall of the Tenryu sect, the demigods and semidevils were all present. The voice of Sakura sounded in the empty sky. Kinara has already told us about the Misty Peak and Yaoshan. What do you think, Heavenly Kings? The tall Azura had been impatient for a long time. When he heard this, he laughed and said, "Do you still need me to say it? Let's go directly and seize the magic weapon of the Tenryu sect. No matter whether we can use it or not, we'll leave it in the Tenryu sect, so that no one can use it against the Tenryu sect in the future." I have the same thoughts as Azura. This is the time to fish in troubled waters. We should let the boy go out to relax and let the whole Jianghu experience the power of the Tenryu sect. Heavenly King Yaksha is right. Our Tenryu sect hasn't been in the Jianghu for a long time, so the boy under you must be itching for a fight. However, you're all thinking too much. This thing in Yaoshan isn't an object, but an immortal mansion. Immortal mansion? The Heavenly Kings were all shocked. Azura asked curiously, how does Sakura know about this? I haven't seen any records of it in the sect. You don't need to know. Sakura laughed. You only need to know that this is a very useful immortal mansion. An immortal mansion is useless to our demonic sect. What do we need it for? Garuda asked curiously. Garuda, could it be that you were beaten silly by the people of the immortal sect? If that immortal mansion is obtained by others, wouldn't it be a great threat to our Tenryu sect? And this immortal mansion has a great use for me. You'll know when the time comes. Garuda's face turned slightly red when he heard this. He only said in a low voice, that person of the immortal sect is also strange. He killed the people of the Longtime villa and still wanted to save the little girl from the incense cult. Recently, I heard that he even helped the Misty School to kill the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance. I really don't know, how did this immortal sect survive? Garuda, don't worry. This person of the immortal sect won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. When I kill that guy one day, I'll vent your anger for you. Sakura's words were very strange, making the heavenly kings puzzled. Sakura, why do you say that? Garuda asked curiously. Were we forbidden from provoking the people of the Immortal sect in the past? Why did they change their nature now? It seems like they're going to start a massacre. Sakura only listened and didn't answer. Gandharv also asked, Sakura, where's our saintess? Is the treatment effective these few days? Why don't I see her coming out? Naturally, it's effective. Sakura smiled. The saintess has gradually recovered her memory. It's just that she's a little depressed these few days and doesn't want to come out. Then he said, Heavenly Kings, the incense cult has appeared and the Jianghu is in chaos. Our Tenryu sect should also join in the fun. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Com to vote recommendation and monthly. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.